Good afternoon. In compliance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a regular voting meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, May 19th, 2022 at 5:35 p.m. A quorum of the board are physically present at AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. Board members are open to the board meetings are open to the public based on space availability to ensure social distancing and the health and safety of our community and staff. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It is also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum Grande and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. And to our audience tuning in remotely and here in person, welcome and thank you for joining us. We will move to the approval of the agenda. Secretary Singh, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Anderson to approve the agenda, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. Trustee Ashe, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Juro lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Honro a la bandera de Texas. Te juro lealtad, Texas, un estado bajo Dios, único e indivisible.
Thank you. We will now move to our game changer items, which is our opportunity to recognize and observe important items happening in AISD and our nation. Dr. Elizalde, would you please share our first recognition?
Yes, sir. Thank you, President Rodriguez, members of the board. I would like to ask Darla Coy, Director of Customer Service, to share recognitions for our 2022 Salute winners.
Good evening, Dr. Elizalde, President Rodriguez, and Board of Trustees. Our human capital team wants to extend our sincere gratitude for your support and our collective work to recognize our dedicated Austin ISD staff members throughout the year. We are thrilled that we were able to honor our Teachers of the Year, Teachers of Promise, and all category award winners in person at the annual AISD Salute event held on May 12th. The Human Capital Department, along with Austin Partners in Education, was AISD proud to plan and provide a memorable experience for all honorees and guests. As you know, our AISD team continues to inspire us all with the many ways they show up for students, families, and each other. We truly appreciate this opportunity to ask for your special recognition of our Austin ISD 2022 Salute Award winners. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Zapata, do you have a recognition statement to share?
Yes, President Rodriguez, thank you. It was, I was fortunate to attend that event, and it was wonderful. Very, very high spirit. It was exciting and very, very, a lot of fun. It is with great pride that the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District congratulates and recognizes these outstanding staff members of Austin ISD. We appreciate their dedication to excellence, contributions to a positive climate and culture, and their leadership skills. Tonight, we recognize Classified Staff of the Year, Stephanie Leslie, Librarian of the Year, Jill Brady, Counselor of the Year, Karen Terry, Assistant Principal of the Year, Patrick Salinas, Principal of the Year, Katie Benya, Teacher of the Year, Secondary Iraida Amador Mercado, Teacher of the Year, Elementary, Kari Johnston. We thank you for your dedication and tireless service every day to ensure Austin ISD leads the way in support of equity and excellence for our students and community. You truly are great models and examples to our district. Congratulations, 2022 Salute Award winners. So move.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata. Dr. Lizalde, would you please share the next recognition?
Yes, sir. I would like to ask Michelle Wallace, our Executive Director for Innovation and Development, to present our partner recognition.
Thank you, Dr. Elizalde, President Rodriguez, and trustees. Honored to be here tonight to request recognition for our partner, Texas Mutual Insurance Company. Special thanks to a few of our friends at Texas Mutual: Jeremiah Bentley, VP of Marketing and Community Affairs, Sarah Carney, Community Affairs Program Manager, and Jackie Quintero Segiguchi, I practiced that, Community Affairs Manager. The three of those folks have been real advocates for Austin ISD and our students at Texas Mutual. Jeremiah and Sarah just this week joined us at a site visit at Padron Elementary to see the impact of the Families as Partners program, and we were glad to host them. Trustees, at this time, it is my pleasure to request formal recognition for Texas Mutual.
Thank you, Michelle. Trustee Ashley, do you have a recognition statement to share?
I do. On behalf of the Austin ISD Board of Trustees, it is my honor to recognize Texas Mutual Insurance Company for its generous commitment and support of students and staff across the district. Texas Mutual Insurance Company is a champion of Austin ISD and Austin Ed Fund, supporting district-wide initiatives like early learning, back-to-school events, and the Austin Ed Fund Crisis Support Fund. In 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, Texas Mutual Insurance Company donated $25,000 to Austin Ed Fund's Crisis Support Fund, which helped Austin ISD provide basic needs and educational support across the district. Most recently, in the fall of 2021, Texas Mutual Insurance Company awarded over $56,000 to the Austin Ed Fund to support the Families as Partners program. Families as Partners engages families and staff to build relationships and increase the capacity of parents to actively participate in their child's learning. Thanks to generous support from Texas Mutual and the St. David's Foundation, the program has expanded to include an evidence-based peer-to-peer home visiting program. In its first year of a pilot, the home visiting program engages parents of 2- and 3-year-olds in underserved areas to teach families and students invaluable early literacy skills to boost school readiness. it is with great pride that the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District recognizes and thanks Texas Mutual for their partnership and support of Austin ISD students and staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Austin ISD Student Equity Council. Dr. Isabel.
While the council comes forward, I am privileged to introduce to some of you and to present to others the Austin ISD Student Equity Council, affectionately known as the SEC, a different SEC. The SEC was built by, for, and with AISD students in the fall of 2020. The Student Equity Council consists of 3 to 4 student representatives and a sponsor or teacher from each Austin ISD high school. Students gather to share experiences, envision opportunities for change, and co-create equitable outcomes through liberatory design at the district and campus levels. Some of their notable accomplishments already thus far: Austin ISD allotted time during the school day for students to meet. Students from across the district attended an SEC retreat in January of 2022. SEC students provided insight to the Pride Planning Committee, the Equity Advisory Committee, and many campus coalitions, and have ongoing equity projects. I will leave you with the words of Zarqua Fatima, an SEC member from Navarro Early College High School. The Student Equity Council is a platform for building leaders and incorporating student voice using liberatory design and design thinking. We have been co-constructing with the school board members and executives and are building the plane as we are flying it. Our main goals are working on equity in our school district and raising awareness in our communities. Now, we can clearly see why we have outstanding leadership potential for the future outside of our school district, as these are our future leaders. Without further ado, the Student Equity Council.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. If we could move on to the next slide, we'll start with our introductions.
Hi, I don't know if you can hear me. My name is Salem Aguilar. I go to Northeast Early College High School, formerly Reagan. I'm a senior. I'm going to University of Houston next year. I'm studying media production. And yeah, that's me.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zarqa Fatima. I go to Navarro High School. I'm a junior, and I'm interested in biomedical engineering and computer science.
Hi, I'm Nicole Perry. I'm a sophomore at Ann Richards School, and I'm interested in a career in law.
I'm William Welch, class president at Bowie High School. I am a senior, and I'm going to UTSA to study cybersecurity.
And unfortunately, Leo could not join us today, but he is from Garza Independent High School, and he is a senior with us in spirit today. So, let's start off with who the Student Equity Council is. I know some of you might have watched our video from last year and know that the Student Equity Council is a group of young leaders striving for equity. We're also a voice for student perspective. Today, our goal is simply to share our student experience and inform you about the things that we need on our individual campuses and on our community. I also want to make sure that we are able to explain the student perspective and create a better understanding of our community.
So our next slide is a video that I made. And it's just explaining who Student Equity Council is. We have some interviews of some members. I'm up there, if you'll recognize me. And yeah, without further ado.
To me, the Student Equity Council is a place to make change.
Student Equity Council is something that inspires change.
SEC is student power.
So to make things fair and equitable for every student at our school.
What I want is for students to actually be heard. It's a very simple goal, but that's what I want.
I go to Bowie. I'm a sophomore.
I'm in 12th grade, and I'm from Garza Independence High School.
I'm a senior at Northeast Early College High School.
I'm originally from Ohio. I was born and raised there. I'm adopted. My birth mother left me after 2 months. When my adopted mother died when I was 13, I moved to Austin to live with my brother. You know, me being a Black woman in America, I only see maybe 5 other students that looks like me.
I was born and raised in East Austin. I saw gentrification happen in real time.
I'm transgender. That has contributed a lot to my empathy for others.
A lot of the problems in our schools aren't really talked about because students aren't given a voice. The one thing I really liked about Student Equity Council is that everyone gets that voice.
So prior to this meeting, we had a lot of students who are part of SEC but couldn't be here today share some of their needs and share some of the things they were seeing in their schools and across the district. And we consolidated that into 3 main ideas we wanted to present to you. The first of which is student involvement in decision-making on campus. Students are directly impacted by every single decision that is made on a campus, but they see the least voice when making those decisions. They have a lot of great input. They see a lot of problems firsthand, but they aren't able to share what they're seeing. And a lot of students talked about consistent meetings with the admin at their school, with the principals at their school, and easy and open channels of communication to share the things that they're seeing. Additionally, students really requested more counselor support at their schools. Mental health in general has taken a really big hit, especially with COVID, but students really specifically talked about how they're feeling like there aren't enough counselors, they're not accessible counselors, or they're not seeing diverse counselors who represent them, which makes it a lot harder for them to share the problems that they're facing. And additionally, a more intentionally inclusive community. Especially with COVID, everyone's been feeling disconnected, and that's really compounded on all of the problems that already existed. A lot of students don't feel safe as they should be in their school communities, and there was a lot of specific mentions to very intentional spaces for these students. You can see on these sticky notes on this slide quotes from students about what they needed, and one talks about a social place for students with disabilities to connect and share their experiences. And it's not just students with disabilities who needs that, it's every student who needs a place to connect with people with shared identities and to share their needs. And all of these things connect with each other. And if we can reach these 3 things, then we can have much stronger schools. Next slide.
So we'd like to start off with explaining our personal experiences firsthand with these big issues. And another one of our Student Equity Council members, Evan Craig, was not able to make it here today. But Evan is a senior at Austin High School, and I'll be playing his audio recording for you guys to hear his voice firsthand about his personal experience.
Hello, my name is Evan Craig, and I would like to talk about my personal experience with the diversity and inclusion spaces. I go to Austin High School, and I am a senior. And overall, for my 4 years, I've had numerous people tell me that they did not know there was cultural clubs. They did not know there was a Black Student Alliance. There was a Hispanic club. There was an international club. And I think a lot of that is due to administration and teachers not advertising to the students that there are cultural clubs. And I want to say that we should be pushing to bring awareness for those cultural clubs because it helps create a better environment for the students so they can know that they can be seen and be represented in the club. Thank you.
I'm going to talk about a project to encourage student involvement at my school and Richards. We were seeing a lot of students felt really voiceless. They had all of these concerns, they saw all of these things, and they didn't really have a good way to share it. It can be really hard for students to approach teachers or administrators with their concerns. And so the Student Equity Council chapter at my school wanted to implement a way for students to really easily share the things they were seeing at their school. So we created an anonymous suggestion box. We spent a long time getting it approved, working out all of the details of it, but it was really important to us that students had an anonymous way to share what they were seeing around the school, a way that they felt safe sharing things, and a way that they felt comfortable. And it was a very direct path from student voice to admin ears. And it's very new right now. We're still building up a lot of trust with it because that is a big problem, is creating trust between students and admin. But we're already seeing inpouring of ideas from students about things that they see in their schools. And it's really helped make it more clear what the focus of the admin needs to be.
So my topic is counselor availability. So I'm bipolar, and before I was diagnosed, I really relied on my counselor for like mental health support, especially during COVID when everyone was having a really tough time. But now that we're back in person, counselors are really, really busy. For instance, we only have one counselor at my high school that speaks Spanish, and they are constantly just busy because they're the only one that speaks Spanish, and we're getting new students every day, and you know, I'm giving tours all the time. And so it's been really hard to get a hold of counselors, especially when there's not a lot of mental health resources on campus. So that's an issue. And yeah, really, like, there's not a lot of student morale at my school, and so counselors are really important, and they're not accessible, and that's a problem. So, yeah.
This will be my slide. I'm going to talk about a little bit of my some experience that I've had at Bowie, and talk about communication, support, etc. This year, infrastructure at Bowie was compromised due to the winter storm, causing our entire school to flood during the night. When we heard of this development, students, parents, and community members alike were in confusion as to the steps we would take to minimize damage and to ensure the safety of our classes and teachers. However, the only sources of information were obscure tweets from the ASD Twitter account, a platform which many students are not familiar with, and directly asking our teachers questions. This was met with frustration by our community as our students began to arrive at school not knowing whether they would be sent back to home or go to class, an issue which persisted for a considerable amount of time of the morning. The purpose of telling this story is to highlight the lack of communication between schools and students, the districts and students. The district had held up sending students home, and they may have not had rides. Their parents may have went home not knowing that there was an issue at the school because of the lack of communication to parents rather than teachers. Teachers had gotten information regarding the leaks, which had happened in the past, and they were aware of these things. Parents and students, not so much. This all could have been prevented had the students, or had the district sent a simple email, text message, or anything similar addressed to the people that they were intended to serve, the students. This part I will read about. It is my experience as being a minority in my high school, which is approximately very majority Caucasian. I present a unique perspective due to my background of schooling. Bowie, the school which I attend, has a less than 2% attendance of black students, some of the lowest percentages of the state. With this being said, occurrences of less than comfortable situations are anything but uncommon. In the past, we have had Indian students not being able to paint the Taj Mahal due to its resemblance to a mosque on their parking spots, reserved parking spots for seniors, to phrases such as "black girl magic" being banned from being written on the parking spots. However, Blue Lives Matter flags flown by Caucasian students were completely allowed, highlighting a double standard for minority students. However, this example is anything but unique to Bowie. I believe that these experiences were completely unintentional and that nobody had any intent to offend anybody, but that they were just uneducated about others' experiences and cultures. And I will finish up with a word on our teachers. some of the most important people in our district. They're vital to a functional society. Bowie has had an unprecedented influx of substitute teachers at our school due to the early retirement and absence of quality, experienced teachers. Teachers have enough on their plates, and to be responsible as the middleman between the district and students is unacceptable. The retainment of involved, caring teachers is vital to a healthy schooling environment, and I challenge each and every member of the board to place a clear emphasis on improving the funding, the quality of life, and retainment of AISD teachers. Thank you.
So this slide might look familiar from last year's Student Equity Council meeting, which was also our first meeting. We presented 3 solutions on 3 different levels for the board members: on the internalized level, which is the school level, the interpersonal level, the community level, or the institutional level, which is the district level. On the internalized level, we mentioned how the diversity, equity, and inclusiveness was needed for schools to be able to interact more with their students, to co-create and plan them into the decisions that they are making. And then for community, that affects exactly what community that students are from, whether they're in a low-income area or an area down south or somewhere west. And institutional, on the district level, we talked about creating a council where students from each high school could come and talk to the board members on a monthly basis. And we just wanted to ask if there were any updates, any feedback on these plans that we had presented last year.
I think that's still in the works with school leadership team, and there is a draft version that hasn't been, you all haven't had an opportunity to give us feedback on the initial design, so it's still in progress.
Thank you. We were just looking forward to creating the Student Equity Council, especially because Salem and Will here are seniors, and Nicole over here is a sophomore, and I'm a junior. And specifically for me, my brother is in elementary school, and by the time that he goes into high school, I want to make sure that his high school experience is an improvement from mine. So that's just something I wanted to highlight. Another example I just wanted to mention, one of our big ideas, as Nicole mentioned, was about mental health. And we recognize that students are not the only ones that COVID took a toll on. It's also the staff, the teachers, the administrators. And one example that I personally have experienced is that my teacher, my math teacher specifically, when COVID hit, was struggling with trying to teach us from home. They would put up cans and they would put up their phone to try to use as like a projector. And they were really frustrated. And then that summer, I heard that the teachers were able to have a like professional development camp where they were able to learn about Blend and online technology. And when we came back the next year and I had that same teacher again for a different class, I could see how much more improved their mood was, how much more happy they felt, how much more confident they were in their practices. And I realized that mental health is something that everyone needs to be included in, because AIS needs to address that as a whole. So, thank you.
All right. And then if y'all had any questions, we would love to answer.
Yes. Thank you all very much for the presentation. Trustees, are there any questions? I didn't recognize Trustee Wagner and then Trustee Anderson.
I just wanted to start out by saying thank you for being here tonight. Sitting in a room like this takes a lot of guts, and I'm impressed that you are harnessing the power of your voice. And I think you can see by how closely we're paying attention to every word that you have to say, how impressed we all are by what you've shared with us tonight. Even just the topics that you've delved into, sharing your mental health journey, talking about tough experiences that you've had in your school. Being able to sit in a room like this and share that takes a lot of courage, and you've delivered it in a way that I think would be perfectly at home in any corporate boardroom with the level of professionalism and maturity that you've brought. So very impressed with what you guys have brought tonight. And I think you've raised some very important issues here and brought a lot of really strong insights for us to consider. I think I would ask our administration, what we can do to make sure that we are on a regular cadence with you all to start unpacking some of those issues and thinking about, I think you brought us a lot tonight, and I don't know we can solve every single thing in the next 5 minutes, but I think we can start making strides and forward progress so that each of you are able, they're still going to be in high school next year, are able to start to see some of the results of the work that you're doing, and also for your younger siblings and all the other students in your schools will be able to realize that benefit too, because you've really shared some important things tonight. And also thank you to the staff that's been supporting you in this journey. Very much appreciate that. And I hope that this is something that will continue and will grow and prosper.
Thanks so much.
Mm-hmm.
So mine is not really a question. It's thank you. This is a conversation I myself have longed for. And to see students leading it, like you're the next generation. Like I can't do this forever. I'm a trustee that deals with anxiety, like even as I sit here right now. And thank you. And I look forward to meeting with each and every one of you before I get off this. Even when I'm off the board, I'm more than happy to meet with you because I'm a former student of Austin High, and I have a pretty long history in this district that mirrors a lot of your experiences. So I look forward to speaking with each and every one of you.
And Trustee Anderson is also a graduate of Austin ISD as well.
Yeah.
So, trustees, other questions? Trustee Lugal? Trustee Boswell?
So first of all, I'm beaming. I love each and every one of you, and I wanted to clap at almost everything you were saying. So thank you so much for being here tonight and for speaking truth to power. So I have a couple of comments and probably a couple of questions. So comment-wise, just a quick testimonial from my own personal life. Y'all are probably going to be like, this old lady's just going to be talking about something I don't care about. But please, like, life is a long arc, and a lot of times we start off with powerful dreams and visions for a better future, and along the way, the things that previous generations have come to accept as normal get in the way. And as Trustee Anderson mentioned, y'all are the future, but honestly, I see y'all as, y'all are the present. We should be learning from y'all. We have everything to learn from you all. I think about the International High School move from their current campus, which is this beautiful on-the-hill campus, moving to Northeast. And to my knowledge, of course, administration can correct me if I'm inaccurate, but to my knowledge, like, seeking that input directly from students and families and teachers who are going to be impacted, that's where we should always start, period. I want to thank you for sharing your mental health journey and for really lifting that up and for highlighting the fact that it's not just students, that it's teachers. And yes, I myself deal with anxiety and depression, which is a great combo. Sarcasm, right? Okay. It's a horrible combo. And so, yeah, absolutely, mental health needs to be normalized, and I would love to find ways for AISD to work with the city, the county. The Austin Chamber of Commerce loves to provide input on lots of other things that we get to decide on, and so I would love to see how the business community really supports our entire community around mental health issues. And then I guess my question, God, I have lots of questions, but I'll limit it to one. What would you like to see the board do to support some of the recommendations that y'all have put forth? What do you wish we would do?
I mentioned this a couple of minutes ago, but again, when the Student Equity Council first formed, one of our main things that we wanted out of the Student Equity Council was a group or a meeting time where we could talk to all the board members, to the superintendent. And thank you for the superintendent for coming to our Student Equity Council meetings, because that's kind of like, partially been similar to what we've been envisioning. But a time for us to sit down with all the superintendents and just tell them our perspectives and our issues that we're dealing with. And it'll be even better if that's something that they're working on and we can provide that student perspective for them. Because if they're trying to solve an issue and try to improve our school education, who better to ask than us? And I think it's one of the most important things that we could ask for is just time, and for you all to listen and for us to listen to you, and how we can work together to make sure that our issues are addressed even after we graduate, because this isn't an issue about us, it's an issue about the future generation. Welcome.
All right, thank you all for being here and for all that you're sharing. I have some comments and questions and an invitation as well. One invitation for us that I'm going to invite ourselves to, and then one for you. First, I really appreciate your focus on thinking about new systems that don't exist yet for student voice. The suggestion box, the regular meetings with administrators, the work that you brought last year that Dr. Elizalde said is being shaped internally and brought to you as a draft. I appreciate all that work on new systems and new ways of doing things. So thank you for putting really deep thought into that and coming back and asking us if you were heard and if we listened. So thank you for that. Second thing is, I really hope that you will engage with some existing systems. Hope that you're looking and encouraging your peers to look into campus advisory councils, making sure that they have student members at every single high school, and if they don't, making sure that happens. Yes, so I hope that. And then I appreciate the invitation to come to the meetings, Zarka. Thank you for that. We have a board matrix where important things that happen in the district are listed, the long-range planning meetings, the different kinds of meetings, the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. And I would love to see your meetings added to that, so we're aware that they're happening and have an opportunity to sign on to that. So I would love to see your work added to that, and that will make sure we all know, and as we're available, can come and join you, if that's okay with you guys and the administration. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. The second thing is, I think it would... Oh, yeah. Did one of you guys have a comment on that? Sorry. I have one. Oh, yes, please. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm glad that you asked about mentioned the Campus Advisory Council. I recently became a member this year, and it has provided a much-needed perspective on how much, the reason I talked about Teachers Today, it has provided a lot of perspective on what has gone on behind the scenes, what we don't see, the issues that go along with the schools and what they're all dealing with. And it's not just they go into a class and teach you. It's not that simple. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes that we don't see. So I appreciate you mentioning that.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your time that way, and I'm glad it's been a worthwhile experience, and I hope there's someone coming behind you as you graduate to take that student spot. Excellent. Thank you. I'm thrilled to hear that. Thank you. I would also welcome a chance for us just to come to campuses and listen and learn, come and join at lunchtime or after school one day. So would love to give some thought to that, just to come to where you are instead of you coming to us, as we're available, just to sit down and just make time just to listen to whatever you think is important for us to hear. And then I have, that's my inviting myself and ourselves to you guys. And then I have another invitation for you guys that's not quite ready, but will be soon. We're doing, as a board and with Dr. Elizalde, doing an 18-month project with Raise Your Hand Texas, which is a nonpartisan education advocacy group in Texas, public ed advocacy group, to create some sustainable new systems for really engaging in advocacy in our community. And you're talking about the campus level, we can talk about the district level, and then the legislative level at the state capitol, whether it's advocating for a better counselor ratio, more support for mental health. That's been among school boards in Texas. People are really talking about that right now, not just you, but people all over the state. And we don't know exactly what shape that's going to take yet. We're working together on that. But one conversation we've had in our meetings that I think has echoed, up and down this group, is that students need to be part of that work. And we would love your help figuring out a way do that in a way that fits your needs and your interests. So we're not there yet, but we will be, and I would love to engage you guys in that when it's time. Thank you.
I'm glad you actually mentioned advocacy, because I was just saying, just talking to Dr. Ross a little time ago about how, especially with the COVID pandemic, a lot of teachers have not been able to fully and emotionally support us in their jobs. And it's not just them; it's the fact that like we're so low on teachers that we're just hiring, trying to get teachers so that students can get the resources they need from them. But those, just because teachers have that certain certification, that certain master's, that certain bachelor, doesn't mean they know how to teach. And that specific thing is what a lot of students realize, that they're coming to school to learn, and that's the one thing that they aren't like getting out of it. And so advocating for yourself, I think, is something really important. This is, and what our group here is trying to do for at least all the high schools in the district.
Thank you for that, Zarka. I appreciate it, and thank you all for all that you've shared.
Trustees, other question? Trustee Ashe?
I didn't actually write anything down. I didn't need my glasses. Thank you so much for being here this evening. I was going to ask Trustee Boswell's question about y'all participating in our legislative advocacy. So, because again, this is not an easy room to come in and sit down, and you do it with poise and grace, and it's just so amazing and so grateful for you to be here tonight, and I'm looking forward to you being a voice of advocacy at the legislative level too. That would be amazing. My other question is, as we were sitting here, we have two seniors that are sitting in front of us. One of the things you had mentioned was people not knowing about opportunities, whether it be student groups on their own campuses, or in my mind, the first thing that popped up was Student Equity Council, and especially at the district level. So I was just curious, what is being done to continue your passion and continue your work to include more people to come in, as we will inevitably have seniors graduate and move on to their next steps?
So we have Student Equity Council. I recently got into it. I was not a part of it junior year, sophomore year. I don't know if it was in the actual organization. I had just never heard of it before. I got involved because a counselor knew that I was involved in school affairs and such. And it's turned out to be a great experience. But to answer your question, raising awareness for clubs such as these, we have started to make simply posters, announcements that we've had at my school specifically. I can't speak to anybody else's school, but we have, we've been raising awareness pretty well at our school. We've got some new members coming in. I know for a fact I'm going to make my younger brother and younger sister join up. So, we're raising awareness slowly but surely for stuff like this. It gets better and better every week, every month.
So as it is right now, just to make sure I understand that so on the Student Equity Council as a whole, there's a representative from each school, and then each of those representatives is spreading the word on their individual campus?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
And so that's Will's experience at Bowie High School, but for me at Navarro High School, I've been actually a part of the Student Equity Council since last year when it was formed. I'm also presented at the last board meeting. And I'm also a part of the AISD EAC, the Equity Advisory Committee, and I'm actually one of the 3 students a part of it. So I feel like taking that little step, advocating and going one step further is what's most important in raising awareness. I started off in freshman year joining student council at my local high school, and I'm still in that, but now that I moved to the Student Equity Council, that was like my step 2, and now my step 3 is the EAC. And I was actually running for the co-chair of the EAC because I'm already a co-chair for the subcommittee that I'm running for the Student Wellness and Inclusivity subcommittee. And I think the more students that are getting involved and the more students that are going to raise our hand and advocate, the more awareness there will be. And similarly, like Will, I will make my brother join Student Equity Council, because I think one of the most important things is improvement. The school system hasn't improved at all, or if it did improve, it improved very little in the past, like 50 years. And I think that's astonishing, like comparing it to like the technological advancements that have happened, because there's so much technological advancements, then that means school, which is also based kind of on technology, should have an equal or similar rate. But because there's so much that school needs to adapt to different learning styles, different students, different teaching styles, I think it's important to incorporate this as a form of advocacy.
Trustee Foster.
So, welcome to you all again. And thank you, Salem, for lifting up mental health needs and the specificity of the circumstances and what those needs look like and feel like. And William, thank you for your participation on the CAC and also for the insight that you're clearly gaining for it, seeing things from all different angles. So the more things that y'all participate in, the more you get to see things from different angles. And thank you also for lifting up the reality of the microaggressions. And I loved your nuance to say it's not necessarily about somebody trying to do harm or trying to do X, Y, and Z for the impact to be there. And I think you shared that. Something as little as the senior parking spaces and somebody saying you can't do this, you can't do that, without understanding that there's no harm intended. And when they do that, the harm is nonetheless felt by the senior who just wants to enjoy their parking spot. So I just loved what you all lifted up. And I wanted to lift up to you all that, there's transfer portals, there's ways to transfer into UT Austin. So while I, want you to enjoy your first year as a road runner and your first year at other places, this is,
I'm okay.
And then the two just quick questions. The first question was, what was the absolute best thing about being on the SEC this year? And I'd just love to hear that. And then I have one more question.
So I actually joined the Student Equity Council my junior year. I wasn't really that active, but I would pop in Zoom meetings every now and then. And every time I joined the Zoom meeting, like expecting people to be like mad that I didn't show up, like everyone was just so excited to be there, and like to hear all the different perspectives that everyone had was just so empowering, because I used to go to LASA and they have a very low minority, like not a lot of Hispanics like me. And so I didn't really feel welcome there. And so when I transferred out and started joining the SEC meetings, it made me feel welcome, and it made me feel like I wasn't the only one upset about what was happening at my school. And I don't know, I just feel like it's really valuable to hear a student's perspective on what's going on in their schools. So I don't know if that answered the question, but that's my experience.
Well, it's super valuable for me to hear student perspectives. I think I'm much sharper if I get to hear from you all, and so I've been grateful for that. The second question and last question is, what is your best suggestion for how to ensure that the SEC is strong and supported next year? Is it about transportation, meeting times? Like, what do we need to do to ensure that you're supported?
I believe that the more awareness you raise, such as this right here, previously someone had sent out an email at her school with her saying that she was going to give a speech in front of the board. And, everybody was really excited about it. I'm sure she was excited, but they put her old picture in it. Anyway, that's besides the point. Yeah. Definitely. So seeing the important work that we're doing, coming here in front of y'all, it makes the organization feel like it is very important, and which it is. But, to have this platform to come speak to people in power, I believe that will ensure the longevity of a club such as one of these. Sure.
Thanks for having us, board. I'm Teddy Jones. I'm the coordinator of student agency and engagement for the district. Basically, if this were a game of basketball, I run the point guard, or I'm the coach, and we organize. I've worked very hard to organize our Student Equity Council. Your question, Dr. Foster, particularly spoke to me because as someone who is in the position of organizing and bringing these wonderful beings together to provide this space and try to remove barriers, one of the things that would really help us out for sustainability in the SEC is to actually, if we could somehow incentivize the work for our teachers, because a big part of how the SEC functions is through the leadership and the capacity of our sponsors who have been doing this work along with the students, pretty much volunteering. So we have sponsors across the district. Some have more capacity than others and are meeting after school with their students every Wednesday faithfully, going way above and beyond their regular job duty because they believe wholeheartedly in the work and putting students first. We also have some sponsors across the district who haven't been able to do much, and we understand that too. The SEC is always going to be open because we're trying to be mindful of where everyone is at. So this particular year was a year of what I consider recalibration, figuring out what steps and foundational pieces need to be implemented so we can have sustainability. But I also believe that if this is just going to continue to be a volunteering kind of effort, it's not going to be as strong as possible. In my mind, I'm dreaming that our students can get some grade credit for this extra work that they're doing, that sponsors can be recognized in spaces for all of the effort and work that they've been putting in this year. It's things like that I think of as a coordinator in this position that I know would make a huge difference going forward for sustainability. Because right now, all that we see here, this is one sliver of the reality of what the SEC has been about. And right now, we have a lot of kids that are like, we don't know really what this is, but I kind of think it's cool. And they're coming in and they're joining. So we're building up that relational trust with them, but we also know that there's so much going on. They really need, we need to, as a board, as adults just who love kids, to remove as many barriers so that we can have what we just heard.
Well, thank you for that. Were there other comments to that question?
I had one more, sorry. It's just, I completely agree with Teddy's response, and I was actually thinking about mentioning this. I know it's a little on short notice, but for the seniors that are graduating this year who are a part of the Student Equity Council, is it possible for them to get cords for their graduation? I think it's something that they definitely should highlight, an opportunity that they were able to get and advocate is, I think, something really important to celebrate. And I know graduation's 2 weeks, away, but for them, I think it's something that they'd obviously want to remember. So.
I can second that. I do want a cord.
So in particular, William, in Salem, good luck next year, as you leave the school district and go on to the next things. And I really encourage you and am excited for you taking forward the learning. So your capacity to balance your academics, which are your responsibility, with getting out there, being in the clubs, a little bit more about finding the spaces and finding the clubs and spaces on campus that'll make you feel comfortable and that'll allow you to contribute. And just do us a favor and come back. And I want to know how you all are doing after next year as well. Thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you, Trustee Foster. Trustees, any other questions? I might just add here, Trustee Foster, in the spirit of inclusion, you can also transfer to St. Edward's University, Houston Tillotson, as I'm looking over at Dr. Mays, Austin Community College, and I know I'm missing one, Concordia University. So those are all in here. Trustees, any other questions? Dr. Izalde, before I turn it over to you, I just want to recognize two things. One is, I think we hear you loud and clear about the SEC cords, I think you also hopefully have heard and see a consensus that we're ready, willing, and able to meet with you at any time and listen. I think the last thing I'll just say here is Salem, Nicole, Zarka, William, Coach Jones, thank you all for being here. You're such a great example of one of my favorite quotes, which is that power is something that we participate in, not something that we possess. So I really appreciate all of your work and your representation of SEC across the district. Dr. Elizalde.
Well, so first, you're also perfectly fine to stay at UTSA. Former Roadrunner, and it's totally cool, okay? So just want to put that out there, too. Zarqua, I also remember that we used to have a nickname for you, and it's escaping me. Can you remind me and remind us?
Super glue.
That's what it was. So, and the reason I wanted to lift that up is because she is one of many now, but I do believe she was the original super glue that kept this going. And I see Dr. Holly agreeing with me when this first was just an idea and it was put into practice and you made it never let it be said that one person cannot make a difference. And so I just wanted to lift that up as well. I also know, and I'm going to follow up later because you have a special project that we were connecting you with, and hopefully we're making that connection as well. You have a project very near and dear to your heart. And I appreciate you all even inviting me, Coach Jones, to the meetings and really experiencing the full organic nature of your conversations. And I have learned so much from just sitting in and listening to the meetings, gatherings. I don't even think of them as meetings because they're so organic. They're gatherings that you all hold, and I appreciate that. And I, too, will look into the cords because it's not going to be a matter of should you have the cords. It's I just want to make sure we're not in violation of anything. And if we're not in violation of anything, if I have to go buy the cords, we will buy the cords to make sure that we get. I think that's a very small ask. And then I think I did want to address, we are using these as examples. And in fact, I know we did take tours with students from International High School in many instances because of your suggestions about did we ask them. I think we had the student council, Dr. Mays, we had International High School students touring and getting their voice, and I don't think we would have done that prior to this. It's another example of something that we need to ramp up rather than slow down. And then lastly, the overall design. Ultimately, when I first met with you all was to ensure that we had the tightness of the dialogue starting at the campus level with your inclusivity at the lowest level of decision-making implementation, and that ultimately, within this coming year, we would get to having you at our executive leadership team district level meetings, and that you all would then select representation. I know we haven't accomplished that. I'm channeling the Albert Einstein quote that if I have an hour to solve a problem, I should spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem and 5 minutes solving it. And you all have really helped us to keep the vision, but to really make it an organic, thoughtful process. And I certainly want to take the privilege of saying thank you for allowing me to be a part of. And the last thing I want to say, because I saw Hannah was on one of your all's clips, and that was one of my first meetings, and her outspokenness about the concerns she had at her school just resonated, and I could feel that we needed to intervene in a particular situation. Not that it's one and done, right? We don't come in and it's solved, but it began a hard conversation that I don't know we would have done that had we not had the student voice. When you get a report that says there's a problem and it's an email, it doesn't carry the same message that the voice that Hannah shared with me the day that I attended did. And I want to just, again, thank you for that honest, authentic, organic voice. Thank you all.
Thank you all again for being here. Appreciate it. Thank y'all. Thank you all again. Our next item is the President's Report. First, a message for our retirees. On behalf of the Board of Trustees and the Austin Independent School District, I want to thank each and every one of you for your years of service and dedication to our children and communities. In particular, I want to thank you for the last 2 years. We know it's been hard, and we're grateful for everything you've done to protect our children and support our colleagues. We have over 300 teachers and staff retiring this year, and we want to recognize your hard work and commitment to our mission, vision, and values. We are so grateful for you in preparing every student with the knowledge and skills to thrive in college, career, and life. And we wish you the very best, and we hope you know that Austin ISD will always be home for you. Thank you for bringing such joy to the district, and we will miss you. En el nombre de la mesa directiva y del Distrito Escolar Independiente de Austin, quiero agradecer personalmente a cada uno de ustedes por sus años de servicio y dedicación a nuestros niños y comunidades. En particular, quiero agradecerlos por los últimos 2 años. Sabemos que han sido difíciles y estamos agradecidos por todo lo que ha hecho para proteger a nuestros niños y apoyar a sus colegas. Tenemos más de 300 maestros y personal que se jubilan este año y queremos reconocer su arduo trabajo y compromiso a nuestra misión, visión y valores. Estamos agradecidos por ustedes por preparar a cada estudiante con el conocimiento y la habilidad para prosperar en la universidad, la carrera y la vida. Les deseamos lo mejor y esperemos que sepan que Austin ISD siempre será su casa. Gracias por traer tanta alegría al distrito. Los extrañaremos. Next, I want to acknowledge the passing of a great Austin ISD champion, Dr. Gonzalo Garza. Dr. Garza passed early Tuesday at the age of 95. Most of us know Dr. Garza for his namesake school, Garza Independence High School. It was not uncommon to see Dr. Garza there interacting with students and staff and sharing a funny story. He also served as associate superintendent for the district for 10 years and previously served as a superintendent in San Marcos and various other roles across the state and in Austin ISD. Dr. Garza's education career came later in life. He originally dropped out of high school to join the Marines during World War II and served honorably in the Pacific Theater. When he returned, he completed a promise he made to earn his GED and enrolled in junior college. Just a year later, he was called back to active duty in Korea. And Corporal Garza earned multiple medals, including a Purple Heart. And after his last tour of duty, he returned to Texas and eventually earned his bachelor's, master's, and PhD in education. Dr. Garza had a distinguished career in education, and along with his wife, Dolores, who was also a teacher, Dr. Garza will forever be remembered for his duty to his country and his service to Texas school children and his time invested right here at Austin ISD. We are very proud to honor him tonight. And finally, I want to recognize our first responders. Last week was Nurses Recognition Week, and this week is Police Officer Week. And we want to thank all of our Austin ISD nurses and police officers and the staff for their dedication to protect the health and safety of our Austin ISD students. And trustees, at this time, I'm going to move to the committee reports and ask if trustees will provide committee reports. Trustee Ashe, can you share the policy report and the report for the Austin Education Fund?
Yes, I certainly can. I will start with the Austin Ed Fund. The Austin Ed Fund hosted a reception on Monday, May 16th at the Holdsworth Center to celebrate teacher recipients of Ed Fund teacher grants for 162 projects since 2019. Thank you to President Rodriguez, Trustee Boswell, and Trustee Singh for attending. I was very disappointed to not be able to attend myself as I was at the Pillow Elementary for a listening session, which, personal point of privilege, one of my favorite names for an elementary school ever of all time. Pillow, I mean, come on, just snuggle and get in there. Anyway, I just wanted to thank you all for attending, and it's always so inspirational to be a part of that ceremony. The Austin Ed Fund Grant Program supports Austin ISD schools and encourages teacher-led collaborative projects. Austin ISD teachers and staff can request up to $10,000 for projects that impact across a team or a campus, and up to $2,500 for individual classroom projects. The application deadline is June 24th. The Austin Ed Fund plans to award $275,000 before the start of the 2022-23 school year. To learn more, we would invite interested parties to visit the Austin Ed Fund's grant program website. And that is the report on the Ed Fund. And now I will provide a report on the Policy Committee. The Board Policy Committee convened a meeting at 10 o'clock on Friday, May 6th. Trustees Ashe, Foster, and Boswell were present, and also present from administration were Leslie Stevens, Brandy Hosick, Edward Ramos, Annie Collier, Lavanya Horn-Williams, Matias Segura, Dr. Jacob Reach, and Edna Butts. The majority of our time was spent looking at our HR policies. Chief Stevens and Ms. Hosak presented 5 policies for the committee's consideration, and 3 of those policies will be presented to the board at its June 23rd meeting, and the other 2 will come back to the policy committee at its June meeting, as they still needed a little bit more conversation and some changes. The 3 that will come to the board in June are DEA local, which has to do with compensation and benefits. And the amendments will clarify that when an employee performs duties as a substitute, the wages earned are not considered as a part of an employee's base pay and will not carry forward from school year to school year. Additional language is added to clarify pay for employees who step into an interim position and an acting position. And the words interim and acting are descriptive terms that are defined by our HR department. The next policy was DCD local. It is around employment practices and at-will employees. And it establishes in policy the 4-step progressive discipline process that shall be implemented when possible. The steps include counseling and verbal warning, written warnings, recommendation for termination of employment, and review by the Legal Review Committee. And it is our understanding that this particular section was done in cooperation with Education Austin. Chief Stevens, am I saying that correctly? Okay, thank you. I see her nodding. I appreciate that. I want to make sure I said that correctly. The third one was DFE local, which is the termination of employment or resignation. And the amendments provide that the board delegates the acceptance of employee resignations to the Chief Human Capital Officer and the Assistant Superintendent of Human Capital, in addition to the superintendent, because currently the delegation is only to the superintendent. By making that larger, it takes the burden off of just the superintendent and makes our oh my goodness, the word is escaping me. It makes our organization more effective. The next one is BED local. We've been talking about this one for quite some time. The changes have been made to permit public testimony on scorecard items at regular board voting meetings. We have been allowing those comments to take place, but we wanted to make sure it was also clarified in policy. Even though the scorecard items are not on the agenda for action, which is currently how the law is written, which defines that during voting meetings, the only things that should be commented on are items for action. We wanted to allow our constituents and community members to be able to comment on them. The policy changes provide that the board may limit the comments on the scorecard to 60 speakers to be in line with what we do at our board information sessions. The next thing we discussed were contracts. This is something that we have discussed in great detail and have been trying to figure out the best way to make our organization effective. The committee discussed the issues around contract approval amounts, terms of contracts, renewals, and other issues with our finance, operations, and contracts and procurement teams. The proposed amendments to these policies will be considered at the committee's next meeting in June. So that would meaning that the wonderful administration is going to come back after they've had a chance to take a further look at those current policies to make sure that they are supporting their work. Our next meeting will be on June 6th at noon.
Thank you, Trustee Ashe. Trustee Boswell, can you share the intergovernmental report?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Wagner. Yes, the Board Intergovernmental Relations Committee met at 10 o'clock last Thursday, May 12th, and Trustees Zapata, Singh, and I were all there. And from the administration, it was Dr. Jacob Reach and Edna Butts. We had 2 items for action. One was our TASB advocacy resolutions that's on our agenda for tonight for a possible vote. Those are resolutions that districts form together and then send to the Texas Association of School Boards meeting for statewide consideration among all the school TASB members. We'll be sending 23 of those. They were previewed at our information session, and we had 2 callers. One concerned about some unintended consequences of a pre-K, fully funding pre-K resolution, wanted to be sure that we weren't calling for something that would inadvertently reduce the supply of infant and toddler care in the state. So we've worked to add some language to address that. And then we also had a caller talking about safe storage, firearm storage. DPS has an existing program that they are working on statewide, and we have added a call to connect that program by having them provide school-specific information and have schools have the ability to take action with that. The deadlines for submitting our advocacy resolutions to TASB is June 15th, and tonight we'll be looking at a total of 23 resolutions. That process is separate from our internal district, the board's legislative priorities that we adopt on behalf of the district. And we've decided to do those in 2 levels. Those are normally adopted by the board in the fall. We have some urgent issues brewing around funding, which we always do, discussion about possible vouchers and unfunded mandates, and support for increase in the basic allotment, and also about recapture. So we're hoping to adopt our first set of priorities focused specifically on those things at our August meeting, so we can begin engaging the community and then do some work in the community to add the rest of our priorities and have a second wave of adoption in October or November. And there's a form online. We welcome input from people on those. Our next committee meeting is on May 24th at 10 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Boswell. Trustee Lugo, is there an audit report?
Thank you, Trustee Wagner. We did have a meeting scheduled for Monday, what was Monday? The 16th, but we did not have sufficient number of trustees attend. So my understanding is that the administration is helping us reschedule so that we can take a closer look at the proposed audit plan for school year 23 and the associated costs for that plan.
Thank you, Trustee Lugo. And trustees, are there any other committee or training reports to share this evening? Excuse me. Of course, the sneeze came right then. All right. Thank you. So the next item is under the superintendent's report. Dr. Elizalde?
Thank you. It's that time of year where the daylight is getting longer, and so are the accolades. We've got a lot of good news, so let me get right to it. This month, we go to the next slide. This month, the UIL Interscholastic League press conference announced, and it's not this slide, I've got one more, I think there's one before this. It looks like it jumped ahead a little too fast. There we go. This month, the UIL Interscholastic League press conference announced that the Bowie High School editor team of Anna Holm, Corinne Pierkowski, and Arushi Sharma have been selected as the newspaper editors of the year for the state of Texas. Yes, it deserves an applause. This is the first time in Bowie history that they've won this award. Anna, Corinne, and Arushi will graduate with a combined 117 national, regional, and state awards with their names on them. They have won 3 NSPA pacemakers, 2 CSPA Silver Crowns, 3 UIL ILPC stars, 2 SIPA All Southern Awards, and surely you all will not ask me what all of those acronyms are. They have competed and won at UIL academic district meets, as well as competitions by the Texas Association of Journalism Educators, Interscholastic League Press Conference, and Southern Interscholastic Press Association. Their names have been called at award ceremonies in Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., San Antonio, Columbia, South Carolina, just to name a few. So I know all of us are proud, but I would imagine, Trustee Boswell, this is near and dear to your heart. So let's stay with still looking at student journalism for a bit, because it's not just about Bowie. The National Scholastic Press Association has named 33 Austin ISD students out of 1,300 students nationwide to its 2022 Journalism Honor Roll. Austin High's Comet Yearbook had 4 students. Bowie's Comet Newspaper and Lone Star Yearbook together had 16, and McCallum Night Yearbook and Shield Newspaper came in with 13 kiddos on the list. The following students and their campuses were honored: Austin High School, the Comet Yearbook Advisor, Mari Sparks, because we can't get anything done without our advisors, Juliet Clay, Kate Hansen, Vianney Hernandez, and Audrey Stevenson. Bowie High School, the Dispatch Newspaper Advisor, Michael Reeves. Thank you, Michael. Students, Anna B. Heiss, Anna Holm, Corinne Pirkowski, Arushi Sharma, Samantha Thompson, and Reagan Zuniga. Bowie Lone Star Yearbook Advisor, Lindsay Chirac. Students, Mia Belsford, Christina Canepa, Zach Conlon, Cami Dimitri, Isabella Graham, Lizzie Jensen, Vanessa Ng, Kate Elkers, Claire Prosick, and Charlie Reed. McCallum High School, the Night Yearbook Advisor, Jenna Weber. Students, Francis Arellano, Thea Cahoon, Jolie Gabrielle, and Charlie Parthemuller. McCallum, the Shield Newspaper Advisor, David Winter. Students, Evelyn Barnard, Alyssa Bijil Spiro, Anna McClellan, Madeline Niles, Grace Nugent, Samantha Powers, Lydia Reedy, Alice Scott, and Kennedy Weatherby. Throughout April, culinary students in Austin ISD developed unique burrito recipes and presented their creations to a panel of judges at the Austin ISD Sliced and Diced competition. Students from Dobie and Keeling Middle Schools advanced to the final round of the competition held this week at Austin Community College. Taco journalist Mando Rayo, I didn't know that existed. Taco journalist Mando Rayo, Taste of Cocoa blogger Jane Coe, and Top Chef contestant Joe Chan evaluated their burritos on taste, appearance, creativity, and presentation. Keeling 8th graders Joanna Chavez, Magali Robles, Django Somera won first place with their burrito verde. Their winning burrito will be featured on lunch menus throughout our district next school year.
That's awesome.
So a few of us won't have to pack our lunches on those days. Last month, we shared with you that Navarro's barbecue team would be competing at the state championship, and I am proud to report that they came back with a 3rd place overall, qualifying them for the National High School Barbecue Championship next month in Round Rock. We can all head down there. And just a fun fact, because I also mentioned the welding group when I was talking about the Navarro barbecue team. So just so you know, that winning welding team, they get to take credit because they made the smoker that carried the Navarro barbecue team to victory. Talk about teamwork. Finally, I want to thank Niles Selden, a math curriculum coach at Dobie Middle School. He was recognized by Austin Partners in Education as the 2022 MCC Above and Beyond Award recipient for his 11 years of service as a math curriculum coach. Thank you.
Thank you for leaving us very hungry, Dr. Elizalde. Trustees, are there any questions? Trustee Boswell.
I would just love to take a brief point of privilege and say thank you to all the journalism advisors. Congratulations to all the journalism students. I'm a huge believer that journalism is a huge foundation of our democracy, so we are in good hands with you out there. And I want to say thank you to my middle school and high school journalism advisors, Jody Sweatman and Whitney Gatteke. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Trustee Boswell. Trustees, other questions, comments? Trustee Anderson.
You know, when I hear something about cooking, I got to say something. No, congratulations to the students at Keeling and Dobie. I was really impressed. And, you know, anytime you want a battle, I'm around. I'm ready.
Trustees, we're going to move to our next item, which is the scorecard discussion and review on scorecard goals 11 through 14, surveys and panorama overview. Dr. Elizalde?
Yes, as our team comes forward, we're fortunate that we have our experts in surveys from Panorama joining us. Thank you for being here. And as our Student Equity Council were presenting, I was also thinking about my review of some of the responses that our students both we've seen in our surveys and whether our reality matches our vision. So when we hear from students' voice individually, collectively, and then even from survey information, it helps us to connect data points instead of trying to draw conclusions or sometimes misconclusions from single points. And so really wanted to, at that point, I'll just turn it over to Dr. Reach, who can introduce the team, and we'll get started with the surveys.
Thank you so much, Dr. Elizalde, President Rodriguez, and Board of Trustees. I am excited to be here tonight to talk about our surveys that we just completed. Look through those results. First, I want to start by introducing our guest. From Panorama Education, who is our new partner with surveys, to my farthest right, your farthest left, is Connie Jangro. I got it right this time. And she is our client manager for Austin ISD. We also have Arlene Williams, who is the manager of account managers, and she is also a former Central Texas teacher. I told her I was going to call her out for that great work. And then Kevin Hazel, who is the account executive for all of Texas, working with all the different Panorama partners here in Texas. So tonight, we're going to have Panorama provide a presentation, and we're really wanting to kind of cover three big things. First, we want to do a reintroduction again to Panorama as our partner in some of their work. We want to start reviewing some of our survey results, which of course will be part of any future scorecard discussion around the survey as well. And then we want to get feedback from trustees and see if we can come to kind of some final clarification on the scorecard indicators that are aligned to the survey. And not only is there some information in board docs about those potential items, I also provided out to trustees a summary that included some suggestions, including a suggestion from a trustee on indicators that we could consider that also included some baseline data. So I'd like to start by turning it over to our Panorama partners to take us through their presentation.
Good evening, President Rodriguez, trustees, Dr. Elizalde, members of AISD, and guests. As he's mentioned, my name is Arlene Williams, and we are so excited to be here tonight, especially, I'm going to go off script for a minute, listening to the feedback from your students. It's such a timely and connected to the work that we're doing. So I want to say that we appreciate being partners with the work, and we're so looking forward to the opportunity to continue our work together. Next slide. So like AISD, Panorama's mission, vision, and our values ground and guide the work that we do. So as partners, we support the district's commitment to build on the foundation of your strong feedback program. We've kind of seen some samples of that today, and as Dr. Reach mentioned, we're looking forward to figuring out how we can expand those and really kind of dig in deep there. Next slide. We found that as we partner with the districts across Texas and the country, it's best for us to spend time aligning the initiative's framework with the district's expectations and goals. So next slide, please. As Dr. Reach met with the project team, which is actually Connie, and I should have mentioned this before, Mary Adair McGrath is actually the account director who is part of the project team. She couldn't be here this evening. She sends her regrets and regards, but they spent a lot of time focusing on really what are the district's goals and initiatives. They spent a lot of time talking to community members and getting perspective so they could align on what were the topics of entrance to include in the survey. So when you see in the slide here, you can look and see what some of those topics were: school climate and satisfaction, employee development and retention, and a culture of mutual respect as a basis for strong relationships and a foundation for rigorous instruction. So we're excited to say that after our first administration, they had 75% of AISD student body responded, 71% of employees, and 17% of families. Next slide. So before we kind of preview the data, it's important for us to note that the data here shared is just a small portion of the data that Dr. Elizalde mentioned. There's a lot of information in the platform that we're not going to go over today. This is just focusing on one story where we're connecting the culture of respect, relationship building, and providing students with a rigorous educational experience where they can thrive. So my colleague Kevin will now provide some program highlights.
Awesome. Thank you all for having us. So as Arlene mentioned, I'm really here just to share a few different examples of some of the insights we can glean when we're looking at the voices of our students, staff, and families. So Mary Adair and Connie really worked closely with your team to align to the district's goals. And so as part of that, we wanted to get a baseline of, do students feel safe in schools? Do families feel welcome? And do staff feel connected to each other and to students? And the answer was yes, largely. If you want to go to the next slide. And so building on that, we also asked about that baseline level of respect. So we heard really loud and clear that over 70% of all 3rd through 12th grade students, your staff in buildings and teachers, feel like they have a strong mutual respect between teachers and students. But one thing we did notice was students are asking to build even deeper connections with their teachers, and we heard that earlier today. And just particularly in the 6th through 12th grades, where just 23% of students felt connected to their teachers at their schools. So building on that, we know that close relationships help to create more engaging classroom experiences and more rigor in instruction and learning. And so when we asked students, over 72% of 3rd through 5th graders told us that they felt like they were held to high expectations. But for our secondary students, we saw that 55% of our 6th through 12th graders said the same. So as Arlene mentioned, we work we work with millions of students across the country. So we're able to see that puts us about in the 10th and 20th percentiles respectively. And we're also able to drill down into different groups of students to really understand where we might target some of our supports. If you want to go to the next slide. So one place we could start is thinking about starting with adults. So how do we make sure, we heard earlier that students can really feel the energy that adults in their classrooms are giving off. So when we asked your adults in the building, we heard that they had a strong sense of belonging, but we also heard that that differed depending on their tenure. So our newest teachers were about 9 percentage points below the district average, whereas those who have been here for a long time were quite far above. We know that you all care a lot about diversity and inclusion, and we heard that largely when we're asking about cultural awareness in the district. We heard that over 70% of AISD employees felt strongly here, but we also did see a discrepancy when we looked at Black teachers and how they responded. So again, just sharing some areas where we might be able to focus. And then finally, when we're looking at schools largely, we see that feedback and coaching across your buildings, when compared to other urban districts nationally, you're falling in the 80th percentile. So your teachers are feeling strongly about the professional development they're receiving, but they are asking for more professional development that is more closely aligned to their specific content areas, again, aligning back to those rigorous expectations in classroom engagement. Finally, one thing we're excited about is we heard from over 17% of your families, but we did have a lot of discussion with your project team and believe this is an area where we really want to improve next year. We want to make sure we're hearing from a representative voice of your community. And so we're working with your team to align on different school-based strategies and district support to make sure that we're hearing from all of our families across the district.
So while it's really wonderful that we were able to gather and elevate the voices of students, staff, and families, we know what's really important is what's going to come next and how we're going to take action on this data to make sure that we're really informing and improving our practices. So in terms of what comes next, just earlier today, we were able to meet with the Office of School Leadership to kind of meet with them and provide guidance on how they are able to support their schools and their EDs in engaging with the data and then taking action on it. And so following today's session, we've kind of laid out a roadmap of next follow-up meetings with their team and what type of professional developments we can also provide and supports, first to their layer, the Office of School Leadership, the EDs, and then also down to the principal and school admin level, so that we are able to provide support and training in actually taking action on this data and using it in alignment to their campus improvement plans. So that's kind of how we're going to action plan with the data, but what we're also doing is we're doing a lot of refining and reflection on this spring's administration and how we can make improvements going into next year, whether that's going to include some content revisions, but also, again, how we can make sure that we're hearing from as many voices as possible, from families, most in particular, but also students and staff.
Thank you so much. So I do just want to highlight two of the other things that we're doing going forward before I turn it back over to the board for questions and feedback on the survey. We are continuing to get feedback from our survey takers as well, because this was a new process for us. And so I was interested to know, how did that process go? And first, I want to acknowledge that one thing that was certainly frustrating for a lot of our staff is with our original rollout, we did have some technical difficulties. And we needed to work through that to where teachers could not easily access their survey when it was first sent to them. And it was not a quick fix. It wasn't something that we were able to turn around in just a few minutes. But I certainly appreciated our IT team and the Panorama team working together, both answering teachers' questions when they called to ask about it, or just getting that fixed quickly. But as far as going forward, I wanted to mention that we are doing focus groups, wanting to hear feedback from survey takers. And I want to brag on our staff focus group that we had, because I felt I was clear with them that what I was really interested in hearing was their experience in doing the staff survey. And when they started off and they started talking, they said, well, let me tell you how it worked for the student surveys, and let me tell you what our students experienced. And we listened. I said, oh, thank you so much, but I want to hear about your experience. They said, okay, well, let me just tell you a few more things about what the students felt and how we can help support the students with the surveys going forward. And so that was so great. And I was really excited. It was not what I was expecting, but I was so excited to see that their number one concern was, how do we support the students? And then they were ready to talk about their own experiences. And then I'm also, my team, Ms. McGraw, have been out visiting elementary schools and middle schools, getting feedback from students on how they felt the survey went. And so we can see what can we learn from that we can help put in place for future years. The last thing that I would end on is that we do want to consider what our cadence is. You can see the first bullet point on the bottom down here moving forward, and the consideration of possibly doing a survey with staff both at the beginning of the year and at the end of the year to look at a pre and post, so we can look not only year to year, but within the year as well, and also allow our schools team to really start addressing some of the things at the start of the year to see what can we do now, and then of course the long-term overall. We'll continue this discussion, get feedback from staff, get feedback from some of our partners, and hopefully have a final decision for that to look at a mid-fall date for a first administration, and then our normal spring date for the second administration, which would also include families and students. So Dr. Elizalde, President Rodriguez, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Trustees, tonight we have two purposes. One is to share feedback on the scorecard indicators and targets for survey questions. And two, ask any questions on the survey process this year. The administration has shared that in future years, but trustees, any questions or comments? Trustee Lugo.
Thank you all for the presentation and for the thoughtful work that you all did this school year. I know there's always room for improvement, and I really appreciate what I was hearing is that thinking ahead of what worked, what didn't work, right, and how to improve it. And then also I really appreciated the comment about feedback from teachers, and what they were focused on is really looking at how to improve the survey experience for students. That's really great to hear. My first question is, can y'all remind me, because I know y'all said it, what was the response rate for families?
For families, we were at about 17%.
Oh, 17, okay.
1-7, right?
It's 1-7.
And then in thinking about, since y'all have experience with other school districts, what are some things that you've seen that work to boost participation from families, and most especially looking at how do we ensure that caregivers and parents whose primary language is not English, how do we ensure that they also feel like, I know what this is, I feel like it's useful, and I know how to take it?
In terms of accessibility, our surveys are offered in over 13 languages for families. In terms of what we can do better next time, I heard Mary Adair and Connie and your team talking last week about how we can meet families where they are. So when they're coming to drop their kids off at school, to pick them up, making sure that there's a tablet or something available for them to take the survey, potentially centering survey administrations around known family events, so maybe around conferences or things like that, to really boost engagement.
I think also for this administration, a lot of the family survey work was only kind of at the district level, and sometimes we see it really helpful when schools have individual plans as well. Again, like posting it, whether it's at microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Having it at like pickup, dismissal, but also sending home those flyers and backpacks works really well. So kind of trying to reach families through as many methods and modes as possible. And I believe each school also has like a community
They have a survey coordinator.
A survey coordinator and some community representative. I remember when we were meeting with some trustees way earlier, it was discussed.
Here's how, so I'd like to highlight two things that worked well with our community outreach, and I'll brag on one school, Wadane Elementary, who had an excellent response rate for parents, students, and staff, all. And their survey coordinator really did different strategies for each group, working with the principal, of course, for the staff, but ensuring that they were reaching out to all the teachers to see how are you going to work with your students to get these surveys, and then working with the PSS, which is the position I think you were considering, a parent support specialist, working with the PSS on how they're capturing families when they were coming into the school anyway, and saying, oh, you're here for this, did you also take the family survey? And that results were shown on their high response rate across the board. One other example that I heard of that was really good, and that you kind of alluded to, is we had a PSS who walked around with a tablet during pickup, telling families, oh, you can go ahead and take the family survey while you're waiting for your kid to come over, and having them take that survey. The family survey, I want to say it was about 10 minutes long to complete. Is that correct? It was just under, right? It was a little under, yeah.
And I think I'll just add, though, when we heard that the tablet was successful, I mean, I pictured Chick-fil-A, because you know how they get people through fast. So we talked about needing to get a school actually like a set, so that as they're in line, because we can do more than, it was a great idea, the PSS, but we don't have to have just one. And if we set up teams where we could do that, then we would actually have more availability to also provide someone to provide assistance if they have any questions as they're taking it. And since it was right under 10 minutes, that's an area that we definitely think, knowing what we know now, we think we can really improve the participation rate on that.
That's great. And I'm glad that y'all mentioned the duration of the survey. Is that a typical duration for a survey? Talk to me a little bit more about the duration and again, what you've seen in other districts, what works, what's too long, what's too short, that sort of thing.
Yeah, great question. Currently, the student and staff one is a bit longer than that 10 minutes. We do recommend the sweet spot of about 15 to 20 minutes for students, again, to make sure that we're not reaching any survey fatigue, and so that we are able to ensure that the data we're receiving back from the surveys is still reliable.
I think in terms of a family audience, it's really tough because you want to hear so much from your families, but also want to make sure it's not too time consuming. So I think we're kind of in that area where your team chose our recommended amount of topics, we call them. So yeah, but it's always a challenge. 10 minutes is 10 minutes of your time. So.
Yeah, and I'm surprised by the 15 and 20 minutes. I had trouble just maintaining full attention for 10 minutes. Yeah. I was like, how many more pages? And I asked my kiddos, so one's a 5th grader, so I thought, well, maybe he'll remember. So I asked my 5th grader, hey, did you guys take a survey? Now, I think this is a one anecdote. I don't think it's representative of the student population. He couldn't remember. And so, and I don't always read. So our campus, we get an email, you click on a link to read the newsletter, and then you have to read all the way through, and then you'll probably see a comment about the survey. And then if you're really interested, you can click on that. No, I'm done, right? What do I need to do? Where do I need to be? Is it essential, or can I skip it because my life is super busy? And so I'm just wondering, in terms of making sure that families know, hey, your kiddo is taking a survey, or your student, for middle and high schoolers, your student is taking a survey this week, or your student took a survey last week. I think that would be really helpful. Do y'all do any kind of work with administration around that? Or maybe that's a question for administration, I'm not sure.
Well, as you're talking, I was thinking this might be something that we need to not embed in anything. Maybe it just needs to be a standalone, so that I'm not having to go. I was literally picturing like all the things you're having to do, and I'm like, yeah, I can see that, and so maybe it signals the priority of this if it's just a separate single, and it comes at. I think part of this is getting into the cadence so that we know it's coming at each time at a certain time during the year, and then you, as a parent or as a staff member or as a student even, you're like, hey, it's time for these, where are they? But if it's separate, I do think it would be, that feedback is very helpful, I think. Trustee Lugo.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lugo. Trustees, other questions? No? Trustee Singh?
Thank you all so much. Did you have a breakdown, or could you share if the respondents for each category generally represented the demographic breakdowns of those populations?
Yeah. So Trustee Singh, I can share that our staff response rate was representative of our staff overall, and our family response rate was not as representative with our family. I believe, if I recall correctly, and it was on their slides, our white families were slightly, well, they were overrepresented, and Hispanic was underrepresented. Yeah, so we have, thank you very much. The survey breakdown of the respondents was Asian 5%, Black or African American 3%, Hispanic or Latino 30%, white 49%, 2 or more 7%. And of course, comparing that to our student body, since we don't really have full demographics of our families, but that's kind of the best proxy we can use for that. And then I can go pull the student data. I do know that we did not have any great overrepresentation in any area, but I can pull the exact data and share that with the board as well. If you're interested for the staff, our survey, African American was at 7%, and our staff population is 5.9. Hispanic was at survey 39%. Staff population is 33.4. White survey was 49%. Staff population is 56.3. Asian survey was 3%. Staff breakdown is 2.6%, and other was 2 for both groups.
So I think when we talked about this, the students and the staff more closely approximated, but our families did not.
Okay, thank you. And then when I'm looking at the background information for this agenda item, I think as a board, we haven't yet, and this is sort of melding into a later agenda item, so I don't know, y'all just stop me if I'm getting into like the scorecard metric approval. But item 16.3 is district scorecard and targets. And for that agenda item, we don't have actual numbers for the surveys. And so as a board, how are we going to proceed with identifying which survey items are going to fulfill the requirements or, fulfill those particular scorecard metrics? And what is there a certain methodology you would, Panorama would recommend for us to use? How might we?
I believe this is the item Dr. Reach and I started to discuss. And what I believe we were discussing was using the school climate topic for the staff and students.
And families.
And families.
Okay. And so I guess this might be a question for our board president is, Dr. Reach had sent us an Excel spreadsheet that very concisely listed all the questions. So I'll just tell you my take on that. I saw a lot of really good questions there, but they weren't all in that category. And so I would like to just propose one possible method, and I don't know if this is like psychometrically sound, but it would be interesting if the trustees each kind of pick like their top 5 that they think would satisfy this, and then we kind of go through a discussion and consensus building at some point. Because we might have different definitions of what climate or satisfaction might mean, and while the heading might say, school climate, there are things in there that might not really be so important to us. Like I really liked the question in that said, overall, how positive is the working environment of your school? Like, to me, that's like, yeah, that's definitely a climate question. But another question that's in that category is, how supportive are students in their interactions with each other? And I'm like, that's interesting, but to me, that's not like teacher satisfaction / school climate. Like, it doesn't scream that to me. So I think because it's a scorecard item, it would probably warrant like a survey to the trustees of the survey, like name your top 5, or I don't know, like what the approach is. But I don't think that just going with the school climate set really captures it for me.
So first, I think I'm going to have to Google psychometric.
Okay.
But I think that one of the things is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Reach, well, first of all, the panorama survey this is the first time we've done it. So there's a baseline, as I'm used to these things, is first there's a baseline year where you're trying to measure these things, and then you create the context for that about what the next measures are going to be. So from my understanding, and we can have a discussion with the board and survey them, but my understanding is that this is the baseline year, so we can determine the survey questions, but not like what the growth progression will be, unless our subject matter experts here say there's a way to create the next level of that, unless you know what your baseline year is. But I appreciate the suggestion, because I think we'll have to talk about it in the governance meeting about how to basically, I think what you're proposing is how do we gather information without having to have another work session or retreat around it. And I think we all appreciate the efficiency of time, so that we're not here.
So correct. And so I would say 2 things. So one is, to me, what the next steps in my mind are, we need, as a board, need to come to a consensus on what questions are going to satisfy scorecard items 12, 13, and 14, which are all related to the survey. And we have not done that. Right now it's a TBA. So personally, I don't think I can even approve 16.3 until we actually have numbers there. And so that's one. And then the second discussion that as a board we haven't yet had is we can view this year as a baseline, as our board president mentioned. The other technique is we could actually look at like the research literature, or just think about maybe look at some historical data and say, okay, set a target, what would make sense for this year, based on what we know, what would be acceptable to us, and have that. Because my understanding was that I had a little different understanding that this was not going to be a baseline. I mean, even though it is technically the first year we're doing this survey, you can still make it count. So do you all have any advice on that, and how other school districts have dealt with using the first year data to actually not just be a baseline or like a freebie, but just actually something that's used for accountability?
Yeah, I think from my experience, I think there's a few different ways to think about it. So you can think about it from, this is our board goal. We want to see this growth over 5 to 10 years based on a selected, we could group a few questions together to form. Index. Correct, yep. So that wouldn't necessarily be benchmarked, but it would still follow like our survey best practices, and that would give you a metric to be able to work towards. I think in terms of making sure this baseline year doesn't just fall without being used, I think we're taking those steps right now and thinking with your school leadership team around how our principal is going to work this into their school campus improvement plans. What are the practical things we can do coming out of this spring to support school climate next year? So even if we did treat it as a baseline, we wanted to see another round of surveys come through to see what growth could look like, so that we can have a more accurate and attainable goal moving forward. I think there's still a lot of great work that's going to happen coming out of the survey.
Okay. And I just wanted to kind of maybe ask my board colleagues is, do you all feel, like, I'm just curious to know, like, what other people think about having a target number for this year, and let me know if this is more appropriate for when we get to 16.3. But, or is it just me?
I think we can either do it for item 16.3, or if colleagues are ready to provide input, that'd be great. If not, I think you just ask the question, and then we can just have our colleagues think about it until we get to 16.3. That might be probably a little bit better for folks to microphone. Sorry. I apologize for that. Let me just start that over again. I said that we might potentially think about having the discussion under 16.3, but I appreciate you raising the question now and giving our colleagues a little bit of time to think about what their response might be, and just gives them a little bit more time than off the cuff, or off the dais, I should say. And Dr. Elizalde, you have a comment?
Thank you. Yeah, yes, and I think, just so I can remind everyone, because not everybody reads all the questions like Trustee Singh does. So on, like, for instance, just so everybody is reminded of what the surveys and how we ended up, because there was quite an appetite, even though you all kept pushing back on us that we had too many questions. There's quite an appetite for getting responses. And so we essentially have a teacher survey that had 52 questions. Then we had a staff survey, because teacher surveys were unique to them. Then we had staff surveys that had 53 also. Then we had student surveys, and there's 2 essentially of those, because those that were created research-based for grades 3 through 5, and those had around 20, was it about 28? I think somewhere around there. And then instead of student questions for the 6 through 12, that also had about the same number. And then there are the family ones, which I think was right at the number we were supposed to have, like right around 25 or something. So when I just was adding them up, to Trustee Singh's point, there's almost like 175 questions in total, even though they're bucketed. And then if we pick the 5 that we come to consensus on, then Panorama can give us an index for the collection of those questions.
That's right.
That we get a consensus on, and then we can set a target. And we're comfortable with that recommendation and absolutely could support that. But I just wanted to make sure that I was also hearing it the way you were intending it to be.
Yes, create the index number, but I think it's important, the discussion that we need to have as a board is, do we want to set a target for this year?
Sure.
And that's kind of the question on my mind. And then I also wanted to ask, could you, so because when we switched from the TEL survey to Panorama, which I like a lot of the questions that are in the Panorama survey, but the part that was missing was the district, like the central administration questions, which I mean, the central admin, they play a huge role, obviously. We work with them every day. And they set the vision for the district, the curriculum, the staffing, the budget. It's coming from somewhere. That's the central admin. And so we were able to put in a couple of questions in sort of at the last minute to capture that. But could you talk a little bit about those results?
Yeah, I can pull it up. So we had, of course, as we mentioned, we have a staff survey and a teacher survey. So I'm going to do staff first, and then I'll go to teacher. So overall for staff, the district support heading, which included 3 questions, district leaders take steps to solve problems. This is an atmosphere of trust. There is an atmosphere of trust and mutual respect within the district. And the district has clearly defined mission and vision for all schools. There was a 32% respond favorably. And then teachers, same set of questions, there was a 22% responded favorably.
Okay, and did you all see like any differences between like teacher groups, or when you disaggregated that, was there anything that we could pull from that that could be helpful as we're looking towards like strategic plan and budget investments, and how are we going to make this data useful, right? We're not just curious, we actually want to use it to serve our district.
And for that section in particular, or the survey overall? I think two of the things that I found interesting when trying to break it down in different ways, one of the things that we can utilize with the panorama dashboard, which I probably should have mentioned at the beginning, and I think you briefly talked about it, is available to the public. It's on our board docs agenda item, so you can click on it from there. It's also on our website, so you can get to it from there and see overall results. But the administration can break it down in a lot of different ways. We did see that Title I schools actually reported slightly favorable. It's still not higher, but they were, and I apologize, I don't have the exact numbers, and it would take me a second to go click on the different boxes to get it.
19%.
Thank you. To non-Title I schools. So non-Title I schools was lower than Title I schools. And there was also a difference between years of experience among teachers. The longer a teacher has been here, the higher the favorable results were for district support. And those were the two things that stuck out to me when I was trying to break it down in different ways.
So I guess, again, the question is like, how do we, as a district, use that data, and how can we as a board support? And this is for anyone, like, because you guys probably have worked with lots of school districts. Although I know that this isn't part of your set of, your standard set of questions, but just really kind of curious.
I think one thing that you can have sometimes like an activity goal is really helpful. So reporting out periodically, whether it's like each time the survey is taking place, but across each of those questions or across respondent groups, identifying what that focus area is. So I think in our presentation, we were sharing how, for example, when our Black teachers were asked about cultural awareness, they were, I think, 12 percentage points below the average when they're reflecting on their conversations with their peers. So using that as an example, what are we doing to identify a specific group per question or per respondent group where we can actually share at a board meeting and make a space for that? Or maybe it's another thing that's really helpful in terms of Trustee Lugo's comment about a child not remembering the survey. I bet your Student Equity Council would be really interested to see like what is the district doing, what is my school doing? So setting up some type of formal structure for that feedback loop after each survey to say, this is what we heard, these are 3 actions we're taking from it. So
Thank
there's
you.
a few thoughts.
I appreciate that. And I did want to kind of give a huge shout out. There were some areas in the survey. First of all, I really like the interface. Thank y'all. Like, it's so fun to kind of slice and dice it in different ways. But I saw really high scores for teacher and student relationships, which is awesome. I saw really high scores for, what was it? I think it was the cultural inclusion, diversity, which I think is a huge nod to the investments that our district has put in there. So there's a lot of really good stuff in here, so I don't want to be negative Nelly. So there's a lot of great things that our administration has done as well that we've invested in. But obviously, as we look towards improvement and how do we, move forward, you have to kind of be willing to look at everything, right? And be reflective. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And also just to add, sorry.
It's okay. Actually, I don't know if y'all remember, one of the ideas you all had provided us for that was to actually create some smaller focus groups where we could actually pull out like a stratified, randomized collection so that we could dig deeper into us. What we didn't want to do with those questions is create a response that is, again, based on our interpretation of what that poor response rate reflects, because then we may have a mismatch of the action plan that we might be taking. And there were some parts of the playbook that, even though these questions weren't there, seemed to have aligned with those questions. And so I know that our team was working, and maybe y'all just forgot, but y'all told us, y'all could help us with some small focus groups. And I did think that that's a good follow-up when you give a big survey and then you have areas of concern, that we then create these really strong, small focus groups that would be held throughout the district, and we could gather information from them, getting their voice about what does a response look like in terms of an action that would change your response to how you feel as to why you're answering this, why you're feeling not supported, or whatever the question was.
I appreciate that. And I just remembered one last question that I had, which was, just last week we had a big report from Stetson on special education. And I know like last year, the SEAC had brought forth some ideas about perhaps surveying parents of students with learning disabilities or other disabilities who are in special education. And so I haven't, and I know we can disaggregate the data by that. I haven't done all that, but is there like a handy report that someone can just show us that shows like the special education versus non-special education families results on the surveys, just because that is an area of focus for us?
I can certainly pull that information. I'm not sure that I'd be able to cut it up real quickly online.
Oh, yeah,
but
not right now,
Okay.
but at some point, because I
Yes.
think that does.
We can.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was one of the things we were most excited about with our students especially, is having it set up from the beginning to where, because we loaded all the student files. So we ensured that all of those things that we wanted to make sure we could break it down by, including ELL, SPED, migrant students, whatever it may be, homeless students, that it was preloaded so that we'd be able to break it down by those results once we had it.
Which is really cool, because we couldn't do that before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
And one thing I did want to mention on the feedback, and it's also, it was a big learning point for me, but we want to increase it next year, but we're going to do it better, is we did have a lot of open-ended feedback on these surveys. Now, my learning point was that I both told staff that these results were confidential, and then I did not provide context on how we would share out open-ended. So for that reason, and because we learned that some of the open-ended responses were identifiable for staff, it's something that administration's going to go through, but we're not going to share out with campuses to try to maintain that confidentiality. But what we did get out of that is that Panorama has a way to let us create basically word clouds. What are those major themes that they see through the 800 comments that they received, so that we can start sharing, okay, I can't share with you the list of all the feedback because we don't want to accidentally identify a staff member, but we can share with you these word clouds. Cool. And then in the future, we'll just ensure that we make clear that anything you leave in the open-ended public could actually be shared back with the campus so that staff are well prepared for what they send. And then also we wanted to increase where they had the opportunity to provide open-ended feedback.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you. Trustee Zapata and then Trustee Boswell.
Dr. Reach, after hearing you say that, all that you just said, I'm wondering if the information campuses can get their results by campus. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So in order for them, so is that something that the CAC will receive? So, I mean, just the data, not, just to know how many people responded and what those responses were. Is that something that will be embedded at the CAC, so that helps them in planning their CAC for the following year?
Yes, Trustee Zapata, it will. As we know, all of our campuses create their campus improvement plans as part of that CAC process. And what I know that you've been part of creation of CIPs for Eastside and some other schools, so you're well aware that they're asked to look at multiple data points and take those different survey feedback, test summaries, enrollment, whatever it may be, and build it into your CIP for what those goals may be. So there's that expectation. We're lucky in my team because my team not only is with surveys, we're also with our support for our DAC and our CACs. So we already have the alignment on my team to ensure that we're supporting the CACs as needed for that. The other thing that I would mention very similar to that is also our district, our school leaders work with our principals to also embed survey indicators in those campus leaders' end-of-year reviews and surveys. So if they see an area for growth, then that may be an opportunity to be added for a future year, so that then they can progress with that principal to see how did they help grow those results. But quickly to your question, yes, we plan on working with CACs. And any member of the public can view the overall individual campus results online on the dashboard as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Boswell.
Thank you all for this. I appreciate it. I'm excited about this new tool. I think it has a lot of power. So thank you for sharing and really coming before to explain and helping us understand kind of what the potential is. So thank you for that. A couple of questions I do, and I really appreciate you giving a presentation that has some highlights, has some areas of great need, and sharing just for when we want to go deep, all of that. Will these be put up online for families by campus and the way the TEL surveys, people who are interested can go look at the TEL surveys district-wide by campus, can really, the community, those are available to the community to take deep dives in. So what will that look like and when will that happen?
So it is available now.
Okay.
The link to the dashboard that I shared with trustees was also put into board docs, and it's on our website. I will give one warning that we are working through, but we did learn that for staff, if they had already logged in to view their survey results, then they need to log out to be able to view that overall dashboard. And we're trying to see if there's a workaround for us. It should not affect the public at all, however.
Okay. And where can people find that on the website? Do people have to dig through board docs, or will that be posted somewhere? When you Google AISD survey, you still go to the old TEL data.
It is on board docs right now. And if you don't mind, I'd like to ask, Dr. Allen was helping set up the website. I think we had to briefly take it down, but is it back up?
We're still working on that workaround with that login piece, but we anticipate having it back up first thing tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And so that would be a banner on the front of the website.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. I also, Trustee Singh, agreed that I would love to work as a group to come up with some consensus on our indices and really have that conversation about whether we want a specific target this year. And I appreciate your offer of help to help us navigate all of those things. Yeah, I don't know kind of when and how that happens, but whether we get there tonight or we need more meetings, I like your idea of a survey to help us get started with that. So thank you for that. I have a question about, I really appreciate the focus groups to understand how people were encountering the survey and that those deeper questions about how people were interpreting the questions and what their responses might mean. I see that you have a playbook with possible solutions. When you see things, it's always great to start with some ideas about what solutions might be. Your professional development, is there work or thought going into, I mean, we have an internal playbook of our families, teachers, staff, students who probably have a whole lot of ideas too about how to address the needs. And I think having some of it in the playbook is a good start. But only our teachers, students, staff, and families understand what it is to be in this district, in this moment, on each campus. And do you work with districts to have focus groups that really go deep into having our community help come up with solutions as well? Or does the district have plans to do that? I think that there's an immense amount of knowledge here, and how do we work with your tools to tap into that as well?
Well, I do think our experience has been that you start with the playbook simply because those were the research-based aligned practices. And I always think there's been room, in my experience with Panorama, to get feedback about, and that is why the small focus groups were really helpful. And we also realized when we didn't put in the playbook portion, everybody is kind of, it's difficult to find a common theme. And so starting in this instance would still be my recommendation from the playbook, and then working our way towards whether this is an accurate reflection of response to what was identified. From the small groups, we've been able to then identify that even though we thought it was aligned to this question and this was the action that your playbook recommended, that wasn't the way a student or a staff member in general was interpreting the question, but there was a different action that wasn't aligned to that question. That was like, but that's what they were telling us they thought would align to this. So it was really sometimes listening to the context and then going back to the playbook and recognizing that just because the playbook, albeit mostly research, it is research-based, but still contextualized for us, may not have as tight an alignment, but the practices in the playbook seem to have had quite a bit of success. They just weren't always aligned to exactly the question that might have initially been created by the survey.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Boswell. Trustee Lugo.
Okay, I'll try to make this short. God, what was my other question? I think this might have alignment with the academics piece, because first of all, I'm just completely nerding out at y'all's dashboard. This is super simple, like even a non-survey, non-statistician, non-survey professional can get this. I love it. But I'm thinking about students in particular and wondering the alignment between showing them, take the survey, check out the dashboard, and then like the learning objectives that could come from that. This is so freaking cool. Because you can learn about percentages, you can learn about, the bell curve. There are so many learning opportunities, and I'm just wondering, I know that's not tonight's conversation, but I really do think it would be interesting to see how to get the most out of the dashboard that comes with y'all's tool. So.
I would second the relevancy of meaningful. When kids are engaged in something that already had meaning for them, we could absolutely use it. And so I'm just looking over at Chief Garza, and
I want a curriculum mañana. Mira, mañana. No, I'm kidding. I know it would take time. I'm just saying.
No, but it is an excellent example of you can create mathematical situations, statistics, probability that are completely disconnected from something that's meaningful, and students really want to know, what does this mean for me? So, and what does this say about our school? What does it say about our district? What does it say about our classroom? And being able to actually use that to then connect to real world problems is exactly what the standards actually would ask us to do. So I'm quite sure someone in an academic office right now is taking notes, and they are already recognizing that we'll be looking for some kind of relevancy lessons. Thank you.
And then the other comment, I think, is maybe for, I don't know if this is school leadership or the administration at large, or maybe even for the board. I quickly looked at the Alternative Learning Center, so ALC, and the Student Climate Survey responses there, and where it falls when you compare those results nationally. And what I haven't done yet is compare that across other high schools and look for trends. Did y'all happen to look at any trends in terms of, the early college high schools, what do we call the special campus? Is that what we call the special campuses, ALC and Garza Independent School? So did y'all do any comparisons across those? Did y'all find any trends?
So school leadership and administration did look at some of that, and I'll mention quickly with ALC. So again, something that we learned is we did the data file based off of the snapshot. And so for the ALC, it was the students who were enrolled at that time. So what we want to do in the future moving forward is, again, create another indicator because it is PEIMS reportable. If we have a student who has been at ALC, then I would be able to also pull that data separately. So they would be with their home campus in the survey, but then I could say, okay, also let me see students that have been at ALC. That would be unique to that one. But so I think more to your point, if you look just at high schools and compare all high schools, you actually see the two highest high schools are Garza Independence and Ann Richards on all of the results across the board. And that was true for students, staff, and families. I think that with the students, there's some other schools that are right up there with them, but for staff and for families, they were both very high.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see how we use the tools to, I think, reinforce what we, at least in terms of ALC, what we have consistently heard from community members and students and teachers, but also looking at how we use these tools to improve along campuses and elementary, middle, and high school feeder patterns. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Luo. Trustees, other questions? If not, thank you all very much. We're gonna, well, before we move to the next item on public testimony, I want to recognize Trustee Luo for a point of personal privilege.
All right. So thank you, Board President Rodriguez, and thank you, Dr. Elizalde, for allowing me to take a personal point of privilege. I am not going to get all the numbers right, nor the detailed history. Maybe that's something that the administration might be able to support me with tonight. But I did want to take the time to recognize, first of all the graduates who will receive a biliteracy seal. There are 30 of those students from Aikens and from Travis Early College High School, as well as really recognizing that there are other students who may not be receiving the seal on their graduation or on their diploma, but were part of that first cohort of students who had an opportunity to participate in dual language instruction. Okay, so I think, actually, somebody helped me out with, somebody did send me the dates. Austin ISD launched the dual language program in 2010, starting in kindergarten and first grade at 10 schools. These 30 students, the ones I just mentioned, Aikens and Travis, are the first, but not the last students to reach this important milestone. And I do want to acknowledge and give credit to Ms. Garza, Chief Garza, and Dr. Elizalde, I think for taking the time this year to look at, how to continue to improve dual language instruction with fidelity and really working with the community on those efforts. I know it's not, I know it's not perfect. I know it's not where, I think we all want it to be. But the fact that we're taking the time to talk about it and work on it, for me, is really important. And I appreciate that work. And then the other thing I wanted to mention was that the 30 students from Aikens and Travis will be recognized during the Latino Academic Achievement Awards this Saturday at 10 a.m., which will be at the LBJ Early College High School Auditorium, where they will receive the new dual language stole. And so for folks who don't know what a stole is, a stole, cords, all these cool things. So it drapes over your graduation gown, and it feels really good to be recognized when you have that. Let's see here. So thank you again, President Rodriguez, for that point of privilege.
Thank you very much. We will now move to public testimony for items on consent agenda. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public testimony portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. Tonight we have 22 people signed up to speak in person, and we have 33 who have left a recorded message. So now we will now play the recorded message for public testimony, so colleagues, please listen carefully.
My name is Paula Vaughn. I'm an Austin resident and I volunteer in an AISD school. I'm calling about agenda item 16.1, acceptance of application for Project Gateway. I'm extremely concerned about my taxes going to exempt the taxes of a wealthy corporation like NXP, whose profits last year were over $6 billion. I want more money to go to schools directly. Yes, that means you can increase my taxes, but not to support tax incentive schemes. Please vote no on accepting NXP's Chapter 313 application. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm the Reverend Miles Brandon, pastor of St. Julian of Norwich Episcopal Church and a clergy leader in Central Texas Interfaith. I'm speaking on item 16.1. The Recapture is a 2-decade-old program that needs attention. It has done momentous work in the equalization of public school education across our state. Many of our school districts in poverty-poor areas do not even resemble who they were before Recapture existed. And I mean this all to the good. Recapture does fundamentally work. Therefore, the board must publicly acknowledge that a choice to accept a Chapter 313 from NXP will take tens of millions of dollars that would be recaptured to educate children in even more needy areas of our state, and instead place them in the hands of a multinational corporation that had a multi-billion-dollar profit margin last year and is very, very likely to expand here even without it. The pilot payments represent dollars that could be used in AISD, but they come with great consequences, for they're far less than what the corporation will receive and therefore what will be kept from other children in need in our state. Making recapture fair and more effective will not happen by participating in this, and our moral authority to work on real solutions is diminished if we do. We urge you to vote no on this 313 application.
President Rodriguez, trustees, and Dr. Elizalde, thank you for your service and the opportunity to speak on agenda item 16.1, acceptance of a Chapter 313 application for Project Gateway. My name is Ali Katau, and I'm the CEO of Encotech Engineering and incoming chair of the Austin Chamber. I encourage you to approve NXP's Chapter 313 application today. Your approval will help NXP bring Federal CHIPS Act funding to support a $2.6 billion facility expansion and create hundreds of high-paying jobs benefiting Austin families. Provide millions in funding that is not subject to recapture at a time when the district needs additional resources for teachers and programs benefiting students. For these reasons, I encourage you to approve this application. Thank you very much.
This is Pastor Jessica Kane addressing agenda item 16.1. As a pastor and the parent of 3 children in Texas public schools, I am against inviting NXP into a Chapter 313 agreement. The negative effects it has on all our children far outweigh any potential short-term benefits for a particular district. This is especially true when you take into consideration how often families move from one district to another for work or due to housing costs. Texas ranks quite low in education outcomes, and one district getting a little bit of extra funding for a few years might help for a time. However, in the long run, all it does is take away funding from schools that need it, dooming many children, especially those already at risk, to a poorer education and life. It is our responsibility to care for and teach all Texas children to the best of our abilities, not just those who happen to have a corporation nearby.
Hello, my name is Dorothy Doolittle, and I'm a proud mentor at Mendez Middle School, as well as a tutor and advocate for my mentee. And I am addressing item number 16.1. I ask you to vote no on accepting the NXP Chapter 13 application. It's just hard for me to understand why a multi-million-dollar manufacturing company like NXP needs a 10-year corporate welfare deal to build another plant. If companies like NXP would just pay their taxes, it seems that would be better for the quality of education, my mentee, as well as all Texas children. My mentee has unique needs, but he has a lot to offer to our community and his family. And if he gets consistent services that are required by his ORD, then he will be successful. Thank you in advance for your consideration. I have more trust in you than I do a corporate welfare company. I appreciate all the good work you do, and I'm looking forward to your vote. Go Mavericks.
Emily Sawyer, AISD parent, item 11.1. These legislative priorities provide excellent direction, and it is going to take every one of us to make an impact. We need everyone to push back against the tide of charters, vouchers, and privatization, the defunding of public education, the oppression of trans kids, and the banning of teaching history. I hope PTAs, campus and community organizations, everyone will dedicate themselves to advocacy by leveraging our connections, finances, social capital, and power to make change for every child in Texas. Public education is a common good that we must all care about and be invested in. It is incumbent on PTAs particularly to rededicate ourselves to the original PTA purpose of advocacy, instead of spending so much time and energy on fundraising that solves only one campus's problems and perpetuates the ability of our leaders to continue to defund education. If our efforts function to maintain systems where certain kids have to be lucky or work harder just so they can be exceptions to the rule, the racist, unjust, oppressive rules that we create and maintain, then we are not for liberation and we are part of the problem. We cannot continue to uphold systems that allow us to maintain our own privilege at the expense of others. We made this world and we can make another, one where the odds aren't.
Hi, my name is Carlota Garcia. I'm a leader with Central Texas Interfaith and an Austin taxpayer. I ask that you oppose NXP's request for a 10-year tax abatement, which would take money from school children to line the pockets of a multinational corporation. Chapter 313 is a failed program that a bipartisan majority in the Texas legislature ended during last year's session at our urging. It is the state's largest corporate welfare program, draining over $1 billion per year from public school finances and into the pockets of oil, gas, and industrial manufacturing companies. Companies like NXP are rushing to secure as much money as they can before the program's scheduled end this year. Our tax dollars need to go to schools, not for the bottom line of highly profitable and connected corporations. Without Chapter 313, NXP would pay its full share of property taxes, as do Austin residents. Furthermore, the NXP Chapter 313 application was posted less than a day before this vote. Not enough time to weigh the $1 billion annual cost to 95% of Texas school children if this deal is accepted.
Hello, my name is Patricia Kruger. I am the parent of an AISD middle school student, and I am calling in regard to item 11.1, the ASB advocacy resolutions, and to specifically encourage you to support the initiative to provide firearm storage best practices information to all families. Per the CDC, guns are now the leading cause of death of children and teens in the U.S. School gun violence is usually perpetrated by students or former students who obtain a gun from their home or the home of a relative or friend. In addition, child and teen suicide cases are rising at an alarming rate, and firearms used in these cases usually belong to a family member or relative. I believe sharing information with families on safe gun storage practices, pointing them to free resources, and creating a culture of awareness can help save lives and help students and staff feel safe at school. I am proud of the steps the AISD has taken to protect children, including during the COVID pandemic. We can make a difference here too, and I believe now is the right time to move forward with this initiative. Thanks so much for listening.
My name is Mary Wheaton. I have two sons who went through AISD. I am a member of Central Texas Interfaith and a taxpayer in Travis County. I'm calling about the NXP application to participate in Chapter 313 tax abatements. I want to encourage the district not to participate in this program. It's a failed program. It's being sunsetted this year. NXP has been in Travis County for 50 years, and the program was designed to attract new businesses, not to fund expansion for companies which are already established and which have huge profits. I understand there's an incentive for AISD, but this program hurts 95% of the school children in Texas and results in $1 to $2 billion lost tax dollars for school districts statewide annually. Thank you.
My name is Lydia Moore, a member of Ebenezer Third Baptist Church, addressing item 16.1, Project Gateway. I am a former Austin Independent School District teacher. In the early 2000s, I began to notice a gross reduction in school materials, as well as a decrease in professional workshops. I believed that it was an indirect result of Chapter 313 statewide impact. Promises from companies that receive tax incentives may or may not have been completely upheld. There are no regulations that hold the companies accountable. Who makes up the taxes that the company doesn't pay for 10 years? All of us taxpayers. Our taxes increase to the point that some may not be able to pay them. Regular taxpayers nor small businesses get such incentives. Why are schools giving tax incentives to large companies that already have millions, already are coming to Austin, or they're already here? Thank you.
Emily Sawyer, AISD parent, item 16.4. It is imperative that the budget the board passes in June match both the district scorecard and the strategic plan. I think it would be helpful to see a chart that includes strategic plan action items, scorecard goals and goal progress measures, central office position and salary cuts, changes to programs like Sixth Remove from Martin and Mendez, and the new elementary school essential area schedule changes, as well as the proposed budget, all cross-referenced so we can see where cuts and investments really hit. I struggle to see how choices like totally defunding a program like multi-system tiers of support or multi-tiered systems of support, or only investing local funds in one culturally responsive restorative practices practitioner for the entire district, match with the district's stated mission, vision, values, and work, such as whole child education, social emotional learning, and dismantling the school to prison pipeline. Access to mental health practitioners and supports has dwindled drastically since the Gramercy deal, while we learned in a recent meeting that Gramercy is serving overwhelmingly kids who have health insurance, which means the district isn't even doling out most of the funds it says it invests in mental health, and the kids and families who need access at the school the most seem not to be being reached. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Emily Sawyer, AISD parent, item 16.1. While I can appreciate that in AISD's position, any money can feel like the right money, I still have concerns with deals like this one. First, the amount of money the district will save in funds not subject to recapture is minuscule in the grand scheme of things and doesn't present a real solution to that problem. More importantly, when it comes to all the supposed economic benefits of the deal, we have no leverage around any of the other promises. Will AISD be able to revoke the deal if promised jobs aren't provided? Or if the jobs are given to implants to Austin and not native Austinites? If the company doesn't provide a living wage for all of its positions, specifically the ones most likely to go to Austin's most vulnerable citizens? What if the company won't support a reasonable health insurance plan or pay for its employees' birth control? Or if it pollutes or uses unfair labor practices here or abroad? What assurances do we have that any possible job training or internships will go to AISD's most vulnerable and marginalized student populations, and not just to those who already have the most opportunities? I'm not saying this company does any of these things, but are any of these things written into the contract? Without any such leverage, we don't really know what we're getting from a deal like this, except a little bit of money that won't be subject to recapture. And the question...
My name is Cuitlawa Guerra Mojarro. I am the parent of 2 Austin ISD students, soon to be 3. I'm also just a few days away from finishing my 15th year as a classroom teacher. I'm calling about agenda item 16.3, the scorecard. I think it is important to include questions from a survey that campus-based staff took, asking them to rank how they're treated by central office or headquarters. I want to thank Trustee Anderson for reminding me that we want something that is measurable, and it is important to know how campus staff measure headquarters, but it's also needs to be balanced with focusing on students and staying focused on student achievement. As a classroom teacher, I know that sometimes the loss of focus on students or the distractions are coming from central office. I have been well supported by some central office staff and not by others. So I think that metric is important to include in the scorecard, because as a parent, I want to know that my teachers are focused on what's most important, the learning for the students in my room, and I also want teachers to feel supported by central office. So please include those survey questions on the scorecard. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jose Guerrero, and I'm calling that you vote against item 16.1, acceptance of the application for Project Gateway. I'm a leader with Central Texas Interfaith, and I also live in Oak Hills portion of District 5, and I've had 2 children graduate from Austin High School. In 2016, my property value at my house was in the $300,000s. In 6 years, my property value now has gone up by 300%. You do the math. When corporations get to have their valuations capped and don't pay their fair share taxes, then residential property owners across the state are going to foot that tax bill. It's just like those state recovery fees that are assessed at hotels, on your phone bills, on your cable bills. Those corporations paying their franchise taxes to the state, they can get to recoup those taxes through charges to consumers. I'm exhausted by all of this. I'm tired of it. Bipartisan coalition kept Chapter 313 from getting reauthorized this past legislative session even. Therefore, I ask that you vote against item 16.1, acceptance of the Chapter 313 application for Project Gateway.
Good afternoon. My name is Jake Morgan, and I'm an English teacher at Bowie High School and a proud member of Education Austin. I wanted to speak today about action item 12.4, the budget, in an effort to join with my colleagues in asking for a raise for classified employees, setting the minimum salary to $20 per hour. This is such a small amount considering the work that they do to keep the district running, from driving our buses, cleaning our schools, supporting special education students, and so much more. We talk a lot about the importance of our classified staff, and it's time for the district to put our money where our mouths are and pay our employees what they're worth. As costs in Austin skyrocket, many are getting priced out. It's essential for the health of this district to keep that from happening. Thank you, and please do the right thing for AISD employees.
This is Mary Lynn Dixon. I'm calling regarding item 16.1, acceptance of application for Project Gateway. I am an Episcopal clergy person serving a church that partners with a school in the Austin Independent School District. And I'm also a grandmother with 2 children in the public schools. I oppose Chapter 313 because it takes money from our schools and does so needlessly. Companies should want to come to Austin and do want to come to Austin. They can pay taxes like the rest of us, and it's such an attractive place to do business that it will not keep them from doing business with us, but it will keep us from funding public education here and through the state. So I oppose it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Thompson. I'm a retired pastor and have grandkids and great-grandkids in Texas public schools, and I've served as a mentor this past year in the Community and Schools program. I am commenting on item 16.1, acceptance of application for Project Gateway. I believe that Chapter 313 hurts Texas schools by losing potential funding. We need good jobs in Texas, but not a cooperation only promising 25 jobs for the next 10 years. So please record my my opinion about not proceeding with the application for Project Gateway. Thank you very much.
Reverend Minerva Kamananaskiv, calling about 16.1, acceptance of application for Project Gateway. I am Reverend Minerva Kamananaskiv, pastor of St. John's Episcopal Church, parent of AISD students, and Central Texas Interfaith leader. You can stop greed and broken promises. NXP wants to take our hard-earned dollars to increase their $6 billion profits. And NXP publicly said that they would create 800 new jobs. They promised you to put in writing 500 jobs at $100,000 in salaries. Yet their application only commits to 25 jobs at less than $69,000. Broken promise number 1. How many more broken promises? When you say no to NXP, you say yes to the children in Austin and in Texas, and you model what we teach in our students in AISD, good leadership, leadership that is willing to say no to greed and broken promises. Do not reward NXP's unquenchable greed and broken promises. Vote no to accept this application.
This is Sharon Bain. I'm the parent of 2 AISD high schoolers. I'm calling tonight about agenda item 16.1. I urge trustees to reconsider this proposal as it is clear there are disturbing questions about this 313 incentive program and a minimal financial benefit to Austin ISD students. I'm concerned that this proposal is being pushed through in order to meet a June deadline, after which the program sunsets, after lawmakers from both sides of the aisle complained that too often the program grants tax incentives to companies that promise big job growth but don't deliver. NXP's consultant indicated that it would provide about 500 jobs, but its application, uploaded last night, doesn't promise that. It indicates 25 new qualifying jobs. Please reconsider this agreement and find out exactly what AISD would receive in exchange for approving a tax break for this company. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Edie Clark, retired public school teacher, grandparent of AISD students, and a leader with Central Texas Interfaith from Wildflower Church, speaking on item 16.1. I strongly oppose NXP's request for a 10-year tax abatement from AISD under the failed Chapter 313. I want NXP, a wealthy corporation with $11 billion in revenue, to pay its fair share of taxes to fund our public education system. As homeowners, my family and I don't get this kind of tax giveaway, nor does my daughter for her small business. Giving NXP a 313 break will not reduce AISD's current recapture payment, which is based on our current tax base. Without a 313, NXP's taxes go to the state as recaptured and are used to fund public education in poorer Texas districts. With 313, NXP gets to pocket the money they would have paid in taxes for 10 years, and AISD gets a small kickback. Big win for NXP, loss for all the other Texas taxpayers who have to make up the difference. I urge you to vote no on this NXP 313 application.
My name is Dick Levine. I served as a representative of AISD on the board of directors of the Travis Central Appraisal District for many years. More relevant, I've been following the school finance system professionally for nearly 40 years. I am speaking on agenda item 16.1, the Chapter 313 application. I want to make clear to you that all recapture money is spent only on public education. This is required by the Education Code and reflected in the method of finance for the Foundation School Program in the state budget. You should also understand that the amount of recapture paid by AISD has zero impact on your net revenue. Your entitlement is based on attendance and student demographics. You are being misled if you think that somehow depriving the state of recapture revenue will help AISD. It will only hurt other school districts. Don't let highly paid consultants distract you by waving the bloody shirt of recapture. Please reject this application.
My name is Enrique Sainz. I am calling regarding item 16.1, the acceptance of the 313 application. I urge you to deny the application for Project Gateway. I feel we should focus on helping the school districts and the taxpayers who are drowning in our economy, and not the corporations at the top that already enjoy benefits, advantages, and windfall profits that 313 allows them. Big money has enjoyed these luxuries for a long time now, and it's time for them to pay back what they promised in the beginning. It is time for them to pay their fair share to the communities where they generate their profits. Education first. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brandon James. I'm a leader with Central Texas Interfaith, the Wildflower Church here in Austin. I wanted to address Project 16.1, which is the Project Gateway Agreement. After receiving this application this morning and having seen 313 applications come into different school districts from across the entire state, I would say this is by far the single laziest and worst filled out 313 application I've ever seen. And no school board in the entire state or existence should ever accept anything like this. You should definitely vote no on this. The consulting company can't even bother to tell you what the public, what industry NXP is in, whether they're making pilot payments, or checking the box to tell you whether they meet the qualified investment. It's one thing to have a discussion, but that's not even the issue of the application at this point. You should make them fix this to where this is a real application. This is $150 million for 25 jobs, which even makes them look bad because it's in conflict with their enterprise zone designation. Please vote no on this item. Thank you.
This is Kathleen Davis. I'm a member of Central Texas Interfaith, a taxpayer, and the parent of adult children who attended Austin ISD schools. I'm calling to ask you to vote no on the NXP Chapter 313 tax abatement application. These tax abatements generally only benefit corporations who can afford to build and likely will build in the district boundaries anyway. And the current application, my understanding is that it's only half filled out and it does not contain the commitments that have been promised. It is poor practice to approve an application when you don't know what you are approving and to allow it to be filled out after the fact. My understanding is it will not create the 500 to 700 jobs. It only provides for 25 jobs. and the whole Chapter 313 tax abatement process takes money away from Texas public school children and puts money in the pockets of corporations. So again, I ask that you vote.
Hi, this is Margaret Zander. I'm a leader with Central Texas Interfaith, and I have 2 grandchildren in the AISD. I'm calling about 16.1, the acceptance of application for Project Gateway. And my statement is this: every year, Chapter 313 tax subsidies deprive Texas public schools of $1 billion in funding. Right now, NXP is asking AISD to approve an application that would allow them to skirt property tax payments for 10 years. That means no teacher raises, fewer books, and less school supplies for 95% of our state school children, including my grandchildren. Having mentored students in the public schools for the past year, I have seen the needs of our Texas school children. We have an opportunity to urge AISD to vote no on stealing money from school children to line the pockets of a wealthy corporation. End of my statement.
Agenda Item 14.2. Mi nombre es Caromi Contreras y soy estudiante de la preparatoria Travis. Recientemente, nuestra directora renunció. Al seleccionar al próximo director, exigimos encarecidamente la rendición de cuentas a la comunidad. Queremos un director que pueda liderar nuestra escuela y comunidad en colaboración. Exigimos un director que ha experimentado racismo, habla más de un idioma, sabe cómo trabajar respetuosamente con distintas culturas, respeta las emociones y los contextos de los estudiantes, trabaja con todas las personas involucradas para la toma de decisiones democráticamente, cuenta con una experiencia exitosa en hacer e implementar estructuras de conducta, está comprometido con la diversidad en la contratación, es transparente con la comunicación y la toma de decisiones. Todo esto simplemente refleja a un director que verdaderamente representa a nuestra comunidad estudiantil. I am giving this message in Spanish to raise awareness of those people who have a lot to say about their community but often face language barriers.
This is an English interpretation of Caroline Contreras' message. Agenda Item 14.2. My name is Caroline Contreras, and I am a student at Travis High School. Recently, our principal quit. We strongly demand for the next principal selection the accountability to the community. We want a principal that is able to lead our school and community in collaboration. We demand a principal that has experienced racism, speaks more than one language, knows how to work with different cultures, respects the emotions and concepts of the students, works with all the people involved in the democratic decision-making, has a successful experience in making and implementing structures of behavior, is committed with diversity in the hiring, is transparent when communicating and making decisions. All this simply reflects a principle that truly represents our student community. I am giving this message in Spanish to raise awareness of those people who has a lot to say about their community but often face language barrier.
Hi, I'm Leonor Vargas with Trinity United Methodist Church and a leader with Central Texas Interfaith. I'm here wanting to comment on item 16.1, acceptance of application for Project Gateway. I worked in AISD for over 20 years. I'm originally from Carrizo Springs, Texas, one of the poorest school districts in the state. I know we don't like sending money in recapture, but I'm here to tell you that money goes to poor property school districts for kids like in Carrizo Springs and other neighbors, just like ours in AISD. If you give NXP this tax exemption, though we get some money for AISD, the company will benefit over $100 million that could have gone to poor kids across the state. If you say no to this tax breaks, NXP pays their full taxes and at least all the money goes to kids. I'd rather see us fighting for more money for all the schools and not let companies pit us against each other. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Andrew Gonzalo, and I'm a former teacher and former employee of the ISD, as well as a former Teacher of the Year winner at Travis Early College High School. I live and vote in District 6. I'm calling this afternoon to speak on Agenda Item 14.2. Regarding 14.2, the district has failed majorly at protecting students and staff from racial and religious discrimination at Travis High School. Just this past week, I received dozens of texts and calls from former students and colleagues about what Dr. E has allowed to transpire at Travis High School. And as a community member, I am deeply concerned and ashamed of the district's actions. Administrators using the N-word when talking to students and families. What year is this? This replacement administrator is now demanding closed periods every period of every day, so teachers have to waste instructional time calling to escort students so that they can use the bathroom or go to the nurse. Travis High School is not a prison. These are not the type of policy changes that the students and the faculty at Travis High School need. Is that SEL? Is that cultivating student self-advocacy and voice? This whole mess could have been prevented 3 years ago when the current executive director of high schools came to Travis High School and chose to ignore everything the teachers and families had to say about their new principal. And instead, the district admin chose someone who lived in Lake.
Hi, I'm Jamie Langley. I teach at Ann Richards. I am calling about Agenda Item 1204 about the budget, and just wanted to share a few things. So I've taught at Ann Richards since we opened. Last year when we lost a staff position in the English department, we were not able to replace it because the position was frozen. This year, in addition to having a smaller staff, there are 3 of us teaching 9th grade. We're also expected to do additional work because we're English teachers because of the state law that changed, needing us to document caring and tutoring for students who aren't performing well on STAR. Our campus has been great and our administration very supportive, but it's also been really distracting this year to have a leader on the district level and all the rigmarole about figuring out the budget. We need to be focused on our teaching and our students and not distracted by, oh, let's do this or, oh, let's do that. It consumes a lot of our time. So please consider us and think about what.
My name is Cuitlavac Donatiu Guerra Mojarro, the parent of 2 Austin ISD students, soon to be 3, and I'm a few days from finishing my 15th year as a classroom teacher. I'm calling about Agenda Item 16.1, the 313 corporate tax break deal you're considering with NXP. You need to reject it. We know that the money that we're going to save is really small compared to our overall budget and recapture bill, and we know that the jobs they promised aren't always going to come through, which is why these 313 deals were ended by the legislature, and that's the biggest reason why you need to reject it. They ended these 313 deals because they know they cause systemic harm and take money away from kids all across the state of Texas for their education. That's why these 313 deals were ended. So if you decide to enter in this deal last minute, then the next legislative session, when we go to lawmakers from around the state and ask for changes to recapture and to the general education allotment fund, they're going to reject us out of hand because we're not going to have any credibility. We're going to be entering in deals we know cause systemic harm and then asking lawmakers from around the state to change things to better us when we didn't help them and protect their students. So y'all got to reject this plan, please. Y'all got to just vote no on this corporate tax.
My name is Michael Floyd. I live in District 2. I'm a leader with Central Texas Interfaith, and I would like to address Item 16.1, Project Gateway. I would like to address procedural concerns about Project Gateway. This proposal was foisted on the board with the false claim that it had to be given rush treatment and approved by June 1st. The proposal itself wasn't unveiled until last night, and it turns out to be less advantageous than was first touted. For example, hundreds of new jobs were originally promised, and now it's only 25. A vote of acceptance would indicate that the board considers the proposal potentially viable, a judgment that the board is in no position to make. The only action the board can take with integrity is to postpone a vote until there's an ample opportunity for review. This includes allowing Central Texas Interfaith to give a public presentation. The board gave 2 hours of uninterrupted time to NPX. We deserve similar courtesy and not just 60-second sound bites. I therefore urge you to vote no, thus creating the possibility of a truly transparent and unrushed consideration of the NPX proposal.
My name is Warrenda Harris, and I am a leader with Central Texas Interfaith. I'm also a mother with a child in HISD school, and I am calling about Chapter 313. When we fought against Chapter 313 at the legislature, we pointed to investigative reports by the Houston Chronicle and Texas Observer, which demonstrated how destructive Chapter 313 is. First, they rarely delivered on promised jobs and salaries, and many do what NXP is doing, promising the bare minimum 25 jobs required by law to escape any accountability. To make it worse, because there is no limit to the number of 313 applications that can be granted by school districts, there is a constant drain on our state budget of over $1 billion a year. Lastly, the companies fight to reduce property valuations once tax breaks end after taking advantage of much higher valuation during the 10-year tax break. One school district even had to refund millions of dollars of money back to the company and had to cut back on its own programs. Given public statements and presentations from NXP and what they are promising in their application, NXP is setting itself up to be yet another company to fail to deliver on promises at the expense of Texas students and taxpayers.
Thank you. That concludes the recorded messages. We will now move to in-person testimony. In order to provide as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period at this meeting, each speaker will be allotted 1 minute. No substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. Callers who signed up to speak in person are welcome to come to the microphone when their name is called. We will call 3 names at a time. As you come to the microphone, there's a device that will light up as you move through your 1 minute of allotted time. When the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in 1 sentence. Again, we ask that whether you come to give a complaint or praise, that you reference the staff member by position or by abbreviated last name. We ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others at all times. The Office of Translation and Interpretation provides a Spanish language translator for audience members who need assistance when addressing trustees or need assistance understanding comments made to trustees during public testimony. If translation is required, the speaker will be given twice the allotted time. And if you need this service during other portions of the meeting, please speak with the interpreter, Ms. Jennifer Williams, Spanish translator and interpreter, who will repeat portions of this message in Spanish. And Jennifer, before you speak, I just want to let the public know that as we continue, we've been learning through this process. So I will share with you that in the June meeting, we will have the in-person testimony before we do the recorded testimony to ensure that our community members can go home at an appropriate time. So I just want to make sure and point that out. Tonight's speakers are Trenton I'm sorry, Jennifer. Sorry, I apologize, Jennifer.
Ahora pasaremos al testimonio en persona para poder proporcionar un mayor número de oportunidades para compartir sus comentarios dentro del periodo de tiempo permitido durante esa junta. Cada orador contará con 1 minuto. No se permiten sustituciones ni ceder su tiempo a otras personas. Las personas que se registraron por teléfono para hablar en persona serán bienvenidas a que pasen al micrófono cuando se mencione su nombre. Diremos 3 nombres a la vez. Cuando se acerquen al micrófono, habrá un aparato que enciende una luz conforme realizan su discurso de 1 minuto. Cuando suene el timbre, por favor, digan en una frase la idea final que desean compartir. Nuevamente, se les pide que, si tienen ya sea una queja o elogio, que se refieran al miembro del personal de acuerdo a su puesto o mediante abreviatura de su apellido. Pedimos que todos los miembros del público, ya sea que hayan pasado a hablar o no, que por favor muestren respeto hacia todos en todo momento. La Oficina de Traducción e Interpretación nos proporciona un intérprete al idioma español para los miembros de la audiencia que necesiten ayuda para dirigirse a la mesa directiva o que necesiten ayuda para entender los comentarios realizados durante el testimonio público a la mesa directiva. Si necesitan interpretación, se le dará al orador doble del tiempo. Si necesitan este servicio durante otras porciones de la Junta, por favor hablen conmigo, Jennifer Williams, servidora. En junio, la porción de la Junta en persona se va a hacer primero que las grabaciones para que las familias se puedan ir a su casa a tiempo. Gracias.
Gracias, Jennifer. Before we start, Laura, will you do me a favor? I don't know if that timer there, if folks will be able to see it. And there you go. Thank you. I just want to make sure that folks see it. So I'm going to call the first three speakers up. Trenton Hendrickson, Albert Marino, and Lane Heidenreich. And then just so we'll get ready, the next three is Candace Hunter, Megan Holden, and Emily Sharon.
Yeah, I'm waiting on Enrique's giving some pamphlets, but you want me to go ahead and start?
Got it. I think it'll start when you start speak. If you guys don't mind resetting that.
My name is Trenton Henderson from St. Ignatius Catholic Church. I'm a leader at Central Texas Interfaith. You've already heard 20 of our leaders calling in. We're calling in because it is shameful to take money from school children to line the pockets of multinational corporations. Central Texas Interfaith unequivocally opposes NXP's request for a 10-year tax abatement from AISD under the failed Chapter 313 program, which drains over $1 billion a year in potential money from our public schools and lines the pockets of corporations. This is why we work to kill it in the legislative session. Hardworking taxpayers don't get this kind of giveaway, nor do small businesses or responsible corporations. We want our tax money to go to public schools, but not to pay the bills for corporations sharing their responsibility to public education. Without a Chapter 313 tax giveaway, NXP would have to pay their fair share of school taxes, which would directly benefit Texas school children. We want good jobs. We want companies to expand in Austin, but we want NXP to pay their fair share of taxes for Texas children and people like the rest of us. Thank you.
Hello, board. Thank you. My name is Albert Marino. I'm a teacher at Ann Richards, and I'm also a proud Education Austin member. I have a question about item 12.4, the budget. According to your proposed budget for next school year, $5.4 million will be added to the general fund surplus. That's going to bring it up to $212.8 million, which is more than 25% of the yearly budget. I also want AISD to have good bond ratings, but at what cost? Lowering that percentage to a very reasonable 17 to 20% can free up $42 to $70 million that can go to giving classified employees a raise of $6.50 an hour, bringing their pay to $20 an hour. A third of AISD employees make poverty wages. I know that's hard to hear, but our sisters and brothers are not working a second or third job for fun. According to the SEC leader, which we heard earlier, Will Welch, there's concerns about teacher retention. A raise that is less than 8%, which is the current inflation rate, is going to further the exodus of teachers out of our district. Lockhart just announced 2 days ago that they're going to give an 8% raise to their teachers. According to the Panorama survey that we heard earlier, 22% of teachers feel supported by the district. If we want to bring that number up, you know what to do. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lane Heidenreich, and I'm a proud Education Austin member and teacher. I'm speaking on agenda item number 12.4 in support of the At What Cost campaign to address item number 1. We are demanding that all classified employees are given a $6.50 raise and paid $20 per hour. In a recent news article from KXAN, a study found that a single adult would need to be making $55,000 after taxes to afford the cost of living. I know of at least 20 staff at my school leaving education altogether. Why? The demands of the job for teachers is too high and the pay is too low. Now, if I feel this way, classified employees have it so much worse. By beginning to move towards a livable wage in Austin for classified staff, teachers and students will have the support they need to achieve and thrive. The key to better student achievement is not about a photo opportunity or new curriculum. The solution lies in the staff that are underpaid. I want to formally invite you to a town hall meeting to hear the concerns of staff and families. By attending this meeting, you will show your willingness to move towards solutions in tandem with those who directly work with the most valuable part of our district, the students.
Thank you. Candace Hunter, Megan Holden, Emily Sharon.
I gave it to them.
Hello, I'm before you to ask you to vote no on the NXP Chapter 313 application dubbed Project Gateway. I understand that this application does not obligate either the district or NXP, but merely opens the door before sunset. The community has only heard one side. Did the board meet with Interfaith, as was alluded by President Rodriguez during the May 10th information session? Why was this information hasn't been shared with the community? The board had a week and a half to direct the district administration to gather input, and it did not. Save a pro-NXP blurb in the leader letter sent to advocates. If NXP wants to offer jobs to folks in Austin ISD community and invest in our children, I support them 100%. If NXP wants to lobby the legislature to update the funding formula, I'm down with that also. So why the quid pro quo? Because without the board to greenlight this application, there is no access to CHIPS Act funding. They will reap the benefits of chapters 3, 12, and 13, while AISD remains and languishes at the mercy of recapture. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
Hello, my name is Megan Holden. I've been teaching 25 years, and I'm a proud member of Education Austin. I'm here for item number 12.4 to ask you to increase the pay for our special education teaching assistants. AISD's pay rate is so low right now that people entering the workforce can work part-time for DoorDash or Uber and make more money. And why wouldn't they choose a job that is so much easier than working with our special needs students? School is the place where our young people learn about the world and the way it works. What message does it send our students when they see professionals working so hard and with so much grace, only to find out that AISD doesn't think they are worth a living wage? I understand that we have to work within our budget, but at what cost?
Thank you. Emily?
Hello, everyone. My name is Emily Sharon, and I've been a special education teaching assistant with the district for 8 years. I am also a proud member of Education Austin. I'm here to speak tonight in reference to agenda item 12.4, the district's finance update. I stand here today in solidarity with all AISD classified employees and demand that the school board enact the first demand in our current campaign. We demand that the district provide a $6.50 pay increase for all classified employees, bringing the minimum pay up to $20 an hour. I wanted to give you guys a reminder of who we are. We are the people that transport your children to and from school every single day. We are the people that feed your children healthy meals every single day. We are your first point of contact when you enter every single AISD campus. We are the people providing highly skilled, complex care to some of the highest needs kids our district serves. And finally, we are the people that make sure every single campus is safe and clean and disinfected during a pandemic, but also beautiful. And as a matter of fact, we have a campus that is so beautiful that someone in this room had the audacity to do a photo shoot there. And in that same breath, has no problem denying us a living wage. It is time that we are looked at as the professionals that we are. We deserve better. We see you. We hope the board continues to work with us, and thank you.
Bree Rolfe, Rachel Preston, and Cindy Matias. And then as you come up, also Matthew Parente, Laura Huffman, and Nestor Hope.
Sorry, I'm tiny. My name is Bree Rolfe, and I'm a proud Education Austin member. I'm speaking on Agenda 12.5, 12.4, the budget. I'm here in support of our At What Cost campaign and demand number 1, which is a pay rise for all classified employees to bring the minimum pay up to $20 per hour. I've been interviewing our classified staff at my campus, and my heart hurts for the difficult decisions they have to make on a daily basis to survive. Not one of these dedicated, hardworking members of my Bowie family could rely solely on their AISD pay to cover their basic necessities, and even people who hold advanced degrees or have served in the Peace Corps. They all said it's not a livable wage, but they stay because they love the kids in our community. Our classified staff handle the most challenging and labor-intensive jobs, from working working with our life skills students to processing the over 200 attendance notes we get per day at Bowie. These jobs are vital to the functioning of our school, and yet they are paid less than our students are paid at their part-time jobs. The Chipotle across the street is paying $18 an hour. I understand the need to balance the budget, but I am begging you to consider the human cost. We are not just numbers. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm speaking on item 12.4. My name is Rachel Preston, and I teach French 1 through 6 and AP French at Bowie High School, where I also serve as department chair for the world languages. I'm a proud member of Education Austin. Austin ISD needs to pay a living wage to all its employees. I support raises for classified staff, TAs, and teachers. Additionally, rules governing department chair stipends in Austin ISD are inequitable. Department chairs for math, English, science, social studies, and special education perform the same extra duties as department chairs for other areas and are virtually guaranteed compensation for their extra work and time, as they should be. They can serve as few as 2 teachers and receive 50% of a department chair stipend, while all other chairs must serve at least 10 teachers to receive any compensation whatsoever for the execution of these same duties. This is detailed on pages 32 to 33 of the 21-22 compensation manual. I ask you to increase pay for teachers, TAs, and classified employees to meet the Austin area cost of living and for equitable compensation for the extra time and services all department chairs provide. You can continue underpaying us all, but at what cost?
Thank you. Cindy?
My name is Cindy Matias, and I am here speaking on behalf of the teacher, Sarah Sanchez-Leal. She is speaking on the budget 12.4. I am a proud bilingual special education teacher with AISD. I am writing you today to ask that we make a pay raise for our classified staff a reality. Currently, the TA I have is adored by my students. They trust her, they feel confident around her, and she is a great part of the team. However, she is looking for positions elsewhere, not because she isn't happy where she's at, but because the pay is simply not enough for a livable wage. Please give classified staff a very well-deserved raise. It is the right thing to do, and it is the only viable way to ensure that we can realistically resolve a lot of the issues that the Stetson report referenced within the special education department here at AISD. You can't build a house without a strong foundation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Matthew Parente, Laura Huffman, Nestor Hope.
I'm Matthew Parente, a social studies excuse me. I'm Matthew Parente, a social studies teacher and baseball coach at Bowie High School and a proud Education Austin member. Regarding agenda item 12.4, the budget, I stand in solidarity with classified employees across the district and demand the school board and district provide a pay raise for all classified employees, bringing the minimum pay up to $20 an hour. According to Realtor.com, the median listing home price in Austin, Texas rose 20% year over year. Current inflation is at 8%. Budgeting for cost of living increases that outpace wage raises has become unsustainable for many of us. AISD classified staff handle the most challenging and labor-intensive jobs. They work with our life skills students and handle logistics vital to making the school function as it should, yet they are paid less than a summer intern with the district's own communication department. At what cost do we need to balance the budget? The U.S. Department of Education has recommended that ESSER funds be used for employee compensation and retention. There are over 200 openings for teaching assistants alone in the district as of yesterday. Use these funds as intended and ensure the people dedicated to educating and supporting our students be treated with dignity and respect and give them what they deserve, a livable wage.
My name is Laura Huffman, and I'm the CEO of the Austin Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, President Rodriguez, trustees, and Dr. Elizalde for the opportunity to speak in favor of item 16.1, acceptance of a 313 application for Project Gateway. We appreciate your service to the community and putting Austin students and families first. I have 4 kids who are the product of this system. I'm a proud AISD parent. We believe your vote to move this forward will allow you time to evaluate this project. We think the benefits are that this will allow us to bring important federal CHIPS dollars to this community, allow NXP to expand in Austin rather than someplace else. We're well aware of the chip shortage this semiconductor production that's suffering from. It affects the cost of goods like cars, medical devices, and making these and other goods more affordable for families is all about getting more chips into production. And most importantly, we believe this expansion will create hundreds of high-paying jobs in our community. For these reasons, I encourage you to vote to approve this application so that you can evaluate it on its merits. Thank you for your time.
Mr.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of Chapter 313, application for Project Gateway. My name is Nestor Ho. I am the Chief Legal Officer for Silicon Labs, and I'm the Chair of the Chamber's Education and Talent Council. On behalf of the Chamber, I echo Laura's remark. I encourage you to approve this application. The district is projected to send over $840 million to state in recapture, by far the highest in the state. This shortfall is causing harm. It is causing our personnel, our teachers, not to be able to get paid. This project provides roughly $67 million in funding to Austin ISD, which would not be subject to recapture. And this is money that we badly need to help invest in teachers, in ISD employees, and on our kids. I urge you to move forward with this application. I think will reflect your sound fiscal stewardship and alignment to your strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Richard McCain, Aisha Smith, and Matt Gordon. And then after that is Grace Hopkins, Dorian Chavez, and Eddie Arias.
There we go. As a former elected official of Travis County, I'd served 2 terms as constable, and I fought for our employees back in the day. I'm current employee as a bus driver. It's a humbling job, but it's also a very direct to the school district. It's impact on bringing children, which if you even look the dollar and cents of it, every child we bring to the school brings dollars back to it, state and federal wise. But as a driver looking at my fellow employees who can't even afford to live in this city, in this school district anymore, it's gut-wrenching. And that's one reason I came forward is because a lot of them are afraid to speak up. They're afraid to lose their jobs. We were put in a position today to sign on the dotted line to whether you take vacation pay or no vacation pay, and everybody took it as a direct threat. And it's like me, I'm older in my life now. I'm not really worried about that kind of stuff, but I do respect you all. I ask you all to be very bold on what you're going to do in the future. I ask you to challenge the recapturing. I ask you, it's very bold for you all. I think you don't need to give all this $800 million back to the state of Texas, which is being squandered off to wherever it is. I think you be bold, take lawsuits and this stuff and challenge it, as my expertise was in civil processing. I'm one of the top 100 guys in the state of Texas who civil and process who would seize people and seize property. And I'm telling you right now, as a district, you need to be bold, challenge the state of Texas on recapturing the amount of money that you're giving back to the state of Texas, and give it back to your teachers, give it back to your classified employees, and you have the money. As a property owner in Austin ISD, you've got the money. And it's kind of sad to me, and it's insulting to me to see my money go back to other places and not even go to education, and we're not even taking care of our poorest and our most hardworking people in the district. So I ask you, please, to consider doubling your income, what you're already putting into, or tripling it to match it. And these come up to what the market values. Even my Silicon Lab friends here will tell you they're paying what the market values for their employees. Why aren't we paying the market value for our employees? Thank you.
Thank you. Aisha.
My name is Aisha, and I'm a student at Travis ECHS. While I support 14.2, I feel more must be done. Accordingly, I would like to call attention to the endemic issues of equity facing the Travis ECHS community. As you may have heard on international news, our bathroom doors were moved earlier this year. This is symptomatic of a broader ignorance regarding the culture and dignity of the marginalized community Travis serves. We currently have only 3 sets of bathrooms available to use, all with no doors, which as of today, we must be escorted to and from. This is a severe privacy issue, a degradation of human dignity, and demonstrates a fundamental lack of respect. Support student voices. Return our bathroom doors and return to a place of dignity, democracy, and respect.
My name is Matthew Gordon. I am a high school teacher at Bowie, and I am the teacher of promise this year. I had written something, but I'm throwing an audible. I worked for 2 years as a teaching assistant at Bowie High, and during that time, I also had to write and edit freelance and work as a political activator for the Travis County Democratic Party. I had to work 3 jobs, and I did it because I still wanted to be a teacher. There are people who faced the reality that I did at this summer, saying, I can't make this happen anymore. I'm either getting a job teaching or I'm finding some other path in life. And they don't get the opportunity I did. They don't find that perfect home like Bowie is for me. And then there are classified workers, paraprofessionals, who don't have aspirations to teach, who are content to do the grace and fantastic work that they do with our students every day. They deserve to not have to work 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet here in Austin. Please address the budget, raise their pay, and maybe liquidate some of the 6 or 7 figure salaries we have to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers are Grace Hopkins, Dorian Chavez, and Eddie Arias.
Hey, good evening. My name is Gracie Hopkins, and I'm a 3rd grade dual language teacher at Perez Elementary. I'm here speaking in support of my union, Education Austin, and our campaign At What Cost, highlighting demand number 1. There's a reason why it's number 1. It's our number 1 priority, that classified workers across this district get a $6.50 pay increase. All workers bringing the minimum wage up to $20 an hour. Superintendents come and go, but our union continues to fight for what workers and students deserve. There's 2 things that we expect from our democratically elected board members. We expect you to not approve a budget unless it includes our demands, especially our first demand, a $6.50 pay increase for all classified workers. We also expect you to show up at our town hall on June 4th at 11 a.m. at Houston Elementary. Hear from your constituents face-to-face, hear from your school employees, hear from your families, and your attendance is expected. We remember, we vote. Our current superintendent has her sights set on other districts, but I know our board members will do what's right. Budget decisions will be made, but at what cost? Thank you.
Dorian Chavez. If not, Eddie Arias.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva. Good evening, members of the trustee board. My name is Eddie Arias. I am a teacher at Travis High School. I'm here to comment on agenda item 14.2 and about the high school selection principal process. Under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, no person in the United States shall, on the ground of race, color, or national origin, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. Alas, my previous school principal violated Title VI by retaliating in taking action against students and teachers, including myself, who went against her racial and discriminatory practices. Students shouldn't have to start online petitions through change.org. Nor fear making bona fide claims against mistreatment by our school administrators. Ms. HS, our previous principal, didn't care about cultural events on campus and undermined my efforts to promote diversity by through our events that we had on campus, our Dia de los Muertos event and our Cinco de Mayo event. As a matter of fact, when I asked her if I could invite our Honorable Trustee Singh and also our Superintendent, she ignored my request. Democracy was invented around 5th century BCE, and we must listen to our teachers and students by letting them have the final saying in who they want as their next school principal and not the superintendent. I would like to motion that we, the teachers, should have to have the final saying in who we want as a principal. We have to innovate a system by which students and ISD staff can report discrimination and also racism without fearing of retaliation. It's time to stop micromanaging teachers. Let us do our job and start holding our rogue administrators accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Miguel Barbosa, Megan Vasquez, Mary Hardick, and the last speaker is Ken Serapis.
Lo que sigue será en referencia a 14.2 y 16.4.
The following will be in reference to 14.2 and 16.4.
¿Sabías que nuestro director de Travis renunció? Pues es verdad.
Did you know that our principal at Travis resigned? Well, it's true.
Estoy de acuerdo con 16.4 y deben hacer un esfuerzo para promover maestros, consejeros y administradores culturalmente competentes.
I am in favor of 16.4, and I think that you must make an effort to promote teachers and counselors and administrators that are culturally proficient.
¿Cómo se debe establecer una cultura respetuosa?
How must you establish a respectful culture?
Se puede lograr consultando a toda la comunidad y respetando el juicio de la comunidad al seleccionar al nuevo director.
You can achieve that by consulting with the community and respecting the judgment of the community when selecting a principal.
Asegúrese de que el plan estratégico que elija se convierta en una realidad en lugar de solo una gran idea.
You must make sure that the strategic plan that you choose becomes a reality instead of just a great idea.
Esperamos un director que haya sufrido racismo, habla español, está informado sobre traumas y trabaja con todas las partes interesadas.
We expect a principal that has gone through racism, speaks Spanish, is informed about trauma, and works with all the stakeholders.
Tiene experiencia en la implementación de marcos de comportamiento efectivos.
And has experience in implementation of effective behavior standards.
Campeones de personal y de la comunidad.
And is a champion for the community and for staff.
Todo esto por el bienestar de los estudiantes y la escuela y la ausencia de prejuicios.
All of this for the well-being of students and schools and with the absence of prejudice.
14.2.
14.4.
Comunidad de Travis, vengan a Travis High School el 27 de mayo a las 6 de la tarde.
Community of Travis High School, come to Travis High School on May 26 at 6 o'clock.
Para una reunión de perfil de director, por favor. Gracias.
For a principal profile meeting, please, and thank you.
Megan.
Good evening, Dr. Elizalde and Board of Trustees. My name is Megan Vasquez, and I'm the Becker PE teacher, President-elect of APER, and member of Education Austin. I am here today to talk about Agenda Item 16.3, the District Scorecard and Targets. One of our District Scorecard's priority is on student well-being. One of the goals is to increase the percentage of 11th and 12th graders who successfully completed a third or fourth course in a non-core subject like athletics and fine arts from 48% to 80%. How will we increase this when their introduction to these areas in elementary are being severely impacted with this new Essential Areas redesign proposal? All around the district campuses, plans differ. On the PE front, we have shared that we do not have the space to safely accommodate an entire grade level concurrently. Facilities District personnel have been visiting each campus and specifically reviewing PE spaces, and they are reaching the same conclusion we shared 3 months ago. There are not enough spaces, and the spaces we do have are not big enough, need major upgrades, and to be retrofitted, which means more money. And the last board meeting, I heard the plan is now for teachers to integrate lost music and art minutes in the classroom. Classroom teachers don't need any more on their plate. Also, that music and art experience will not be the same. Essential area teachers are certified, specialized, passionate educators. We are not just planning, and we are not second-class teachers. Our AISD students are deserving of a whole child quality education, and this is not it. It's time for AISD to get back on track. Thanks for your time and urgent attention to this matter. And also, Trustee Singh, you're not a negative Nelly. You're an accountability Arthi.
Hi, my name is Meg Hardick. I'm a teaching assistant at Travis High School, and I'm one of those poverty wage people we've been talking about, but I'm going to cede my time to this amazing student activist, Shima Jami. Her statement is, my name is Shima Jami, and I'm a student at Travis High School. I'm speaking on agenda item 14.2.
Can you hold on 1 second? I need some legal advice here. Can we cede time from one speaker to the other one? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure. Oh, I'm sorry, you're reading the statement. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, I'm
sorry.
not a student. I am speaking on agenda item 14.2 regarding issues of equity and reprisals. While I support these changes, I feel more needs to be done. Our bathrooms are closed, our periods are closed, our racist principal is gone, our superintendent is abandoning the district. I'm a student at Travis ECHS, and I love my community. What I do not love is being treated like a prisoner with absolutely no input into my day-to-day life. Students come to school to learn, not to be disciplined, controlled, and treated with fear and suspicion. This cannot continue. The next principal at Travis needs to understand racism, to be committed to everyone in the community, making decisions together, and to have cultural and self-awareness to work respectfully with Black, Latino, queer, and Muslim students and families. Please be on our side, and thank you for your time, and join us on May 26th at 6 p.m. in the Travis High School cafeteria to participate in this process.
Thank you, Thank you, Mary. Ken?
Good evening. My name's Ken Zarafis. I'm president of Education Austin. Congratulations, Dr. Elizalde, on the new job. We wish you the best. I would imagine it's good to go home. You know, at the beginning of the year, we asked that that teachers that were doing the Reading Academy were compensated and that there was a stipend. And we fought from the beginning of the year, we can't. Finally, we broke through at the end of the year, and suddenly there's a can. And so we're very appreciative of that. And so we encourage the board to support that and to support that going forward for teachers that are doing the Reading Academy, because it's making them, it's the amount of time is pushing 100 hours. The 1,000 doesn't even come close to compensating them for their time. And we need to find more ways of doing this. What we would ask, though, as we move forward, many of the issues that we're seeing tonight is because of lack of engagement and a lack of talking through issues with stakeholders and people that are actually doing the work. If we continue in this coming year to do that, continue to engage with Education Austin, continue to engage with your community, continue to engage with your students that know what's going on every day, we will make the right decisions for the adults and the children of this district, and that will help our community. Please continue to engage. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask just one more time for Dorian Chavez, who was the one speaker that didn't speak or is not here. Dorian Chavez. Okay. Thank you. This concludes public testimony. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? I would just note, I think on item 16 point, is it one? 16, oh wait, sorry. 16.1 on Project Gateway, we have an item for separate vote, so we're going to have a lot of clarification questions during that vote itself. But trustees, any other questions for clarification? Trustee Boswell, then trustee Singh, and then I'm going to recognize trustee Ashe for a comment from on behalf of trustee Anderson.
I have a question and a comment. I would love just a look at what it would look like in our budget to have a 20% amount for everybody. If we could share that. We don't need it right now, but I would.
It's between 20 and 40 million.
Okay.
Depending on the different classifications.
Okay, I would just love to see that on paper so we have a sense. And then the second thing is I just want to share appreciation with everyone who's shown up. We've had 54 people speak, and you guys have a lot of other things you could be doing tonight. And whatever people are here speaking about, they're here speaking because they love our community, they love our schools. We are living in a country where people are showing up at school board meetings talking about everything but this. And we are talking from different perspectives, but every single one of you has shown up tonight to talk about the right things and to talk about our kids, the people who work for our schools, and about why we're all here. So I just want to share acknowledgement of that and real appreciation for that. And really, we love this community for a reason, and thank you all.
Thank you. Trustee Singh.
Thank you. So I want to thank the student, Aisha, who spoke. That was really brave to see. And I did want to just ask about the bathroom doors at Travis High School. Is it true that they don't have doors on there?
So, Dr. Elizalde?
Yeah. So
I don't know if the staff knows
well,
the answer to that.
we did have.
Dr. Elizalde?
So, yeah, we did have, there was a conversation plus a visit when this first came up with regard to which doors were being removed. And because I think there are two separate issues here. The first one, which we would need to go back and absolutely revisit, as we were told there were doors inside that were not that the entrance doors and the direction in which they faced were the doors that were removed, not stall doors. So
Yeah.
this is not
I know,
the stall
yeah.
door.
Correct.
And so in current designs, we don't have doors in those entrances to our newer buildings. They're faced in a direction so that,
Yeah.
very similar to like airports and
Travis-
so on. So at Travis, that door was removed from several locations. Dr. Mays?
So this was something that was worked through with the CAC at the time at the beginning of the year. That was the solution that the CAC and the campus administration came up with, was to remove those external doors. They had multiple altercations. They had some other incidents that had taken place in the restrooms, and that was the response. And so that was worked through with, again, the campus advisory committee as they came to that conclusion. What we're working to verify is just making sure is that it's only the external door, but that was the initial solution to that challenge.
Yeah, so I just have to, I don't want to overstep into management, but I would like to just remind us of like our board values and really think about if removing external doors to bathrooms is a solution to fighting in bathrooms that is in alignment with our values. And what schools that happens in and what schools that doesn't happen in. I have a real problem with it personally. So I'll just say that. The other thing I wanted to ask about was with the budget, which, oh my gosh, we're voting on next month. And I appreciate what I heard about PE, the concerns about PE in the facilities. So I wanted to understand better, are there additional costs being incurred to upgrade facilities at our campuses to help accommodate whole classrooms or whole grade levels doing PE at the same time?
No, ma'am. We haven't had any, there have been readjustments on the schedules to ensure that the number of students that are in that location can be safely accommodated. There have been no discussions or need for any upgrades to any of the facilities.
Okay. Is there something like that anticipated for the future, or?
No, none of that has been a discussion with regard to the schedule that we are currently working with every individual elementary campus.
Okay, and thank you for that. And I would like to sort of piggyback on another scenario that I would like to see for the budget. I know that Trustee Boswell asked for one, but I would really love to see a comparison. I know my understanding is that with the essential areas and the early elementary planning situation, that's going to incur some cost to the district. I would love to see a version of the budget that has just like our current situation, if we continued on with our current situation that we have now in our elementaries, what that would look like. And I would also like to see if there's a possibility to see what a budget would look like with the, like an early release option as well. Because I'm still really not very clear on the budget implications of this. And I'm still not really clear on the amount of music and art and instructional time that our student, what the change is going to be from this year to next year. And I think this is probably about the 5th time I've asked for that. So I really hope that I do get that soon.
So Trustee Singh, what I've been told by legal counsel is that that particular issue is not on the agenda, so we can't entertain a discussion on it, but it's okay to ask for the information, I think, as you're doing. Yeah.
I don't need a discussion, I just need a sheet of paper, if possible, with that information, please.
Got it. Trustees, any other questions, clarifications? So if not, as a reminder, please feel free to share any general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. And we are now, colleagues, going to move to the consent agenda. So trustees, are there any consent items that anyone would like to pull for a separate vote? So if not, Secretary Singh, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes. Yes, I move that we approve, let's see, item 9.1, I'm sorry, item 10.1, items 11.1 through 11.7, items 12.1 through 12.4, 13.1 and 13.2, items 14.1 through 14.4, and that's it.
14.4, okay, great. Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Secretary Singh, I'm sorry, trustees, are there any questions on any of these consent agenda items? Trustee Ashe.
Yes, I was asked by my colleague Letitia Anderson to read something. She had to leave the meeting because she wasn't feeling well, and asked me to read something regarding item, make sure I say exactly the right one, item 14.2, which is FFH local. And her statement is, I would request that the policy committee add a future amendment to this policy during their next meeting for consideration by the full board to add language that would consider addressing discrimination due to hairstyles to ensure students are not treated differently for their racial, cultural identity and asked to change their hairstyle or natural hairstyle. Thank you for this consideration. And now I will stop speaking for Trustee Anderson and reiterate something that we as a policy committee had discussed, was that FFH local, we were expecting to actually come back to the policy committee, that we knew that this was the first step in multiple steps at looking at that particular policy. And so we will take this and bring it back to the policy committee.
Thank you. Trustees, any other questions, discussions on the consent agenda items? If not, having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Ashe to approve consent agenda items 10.1, 11.1 to 11.7, 12.1 to 12.4, 13.1 to 13.2, and 14.1 to 14.4. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. We are now going to move to the abstention items for separate vote. Trustee Singh, do I have a motion to approve item 15.1?
Yes, I move that we approve item 15.1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trustees, is there a discussion on this item? Hearing none and having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Ashe to approve agenda item 15.1. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Those against, those abstaining. So the motion passes 6-4, 0 against, and showing Trustee Wagner abstaining from that vote. Trustee Singh, do we have a motion to approve agenda item 15.2?
Yes, I move that we approve item 15.2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trustees, is there any discussion on this item? Hearing none and having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Ashe to approve agenda item 15.2. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Will you keep your hand? Was that, yeah, okay, great. All those against and all those abstaining. So the motion passes 6-4, 0 against, and showing Trustee Foster abstaining from the vote. So we're now going to move to agenda items that are on separate vote. And so I just want to have a question, Christine. So can we take items, well, can we take items 16.2, 16 point, well, can we go into executive session on 16.1 if we need to?
Yes, you can do that first, or you can have your open session discussion and then convene into closed session.
Okay,
to complete.
so why don't we do that? Why don't we have an open discussion, and when we start asking questions that might
Yeah, if you need legal advice.
legal advice, we'll move into executive session. So, Trustee Singh, do I have a motion to approve item 16.1?
Yes, I move that we approve item 16.1.
Is there a second?
Second.
So trustees, is there any discussion on item 16.1? Trustee Zapata, I'll recognize the trustee Zapata.
So what are we, so 16.1, we're already taking a vote on that?
Yes, we currently have a motion to vote for or against the acceptance of the application for Project Gateway. So there's been a motion and a second. We're in discussion
Okay.
around it. And this is where we can ask those clarifying questions. And then if we need to, we can go in executive session, or we can agree to call for a vote on the motion.
Okay.
So if you won't gonna have any clarification questions on it?
No, I don't have clarification.
So Trustee Lugo is recognized.
All right, thank you. All right, there was one commenter. I'm trying to look for the question. And I have to say, I haven't studied Chapter 313, so I don't know this answer. It's a legit question. What happens in these agreements, and maybe this is a legal question that needs to be, I don't know, let me ask it, and then we can take it from there. But with these types of agreements, if the corporation were to not fulfill a particular part of the agreement, is there anything that school districts do in response to that or can do? generally
Is that
speaking.
Mr.
You do
Thompson?
have representatives
Yeah.
from Thompson Horn and also.
We're having our
next
counsel that represents us on the item, Mr. Thompson, to answer the question.
Well, good evening, members of the board. It's good to be with you again. I will make a general comment, and then I think we should discuss the specifics in closed session. Typically, if you look at, and remember what is before you tonight is the application, not the agreement. If you look at the agreements, there are typically numerous terms to protect the interest of the school districts. For example, there will be a provision to make sure that the agreement can be modified or even canceled if the school finance statutes change, for example. And there will be other provisions in the contract, in the agreement, and it is a contract, to provide the district opportunities and means to secure what you've negotiated for in that final agreement. And we can discuss in closed session any specific issues you might have.
Okay, no, that was just my general question. Appreciate it. That was it.
Thank you, trustees. Other questions, trustees, about that? And then trustee Wagner.
Yes, so last week when you presented, when the consultants presented, they said they would have 750 to 800 jobs. And according to last night's application that was blank until late in the evening, indicating 25 jobs. Why is that change?
Trustee Sabata, first of all, I will always say I do not speak for the company and I do not represent the company. I'll let them speak for themselves. I would say if you look at numerous agreements that are on file with the comptroller's office, it's not unusual to simply put the statutory minimum in with the initial application simply to meet the statutory requirements for the comptroller's review. And again, I will say that is not necessarily what would be included as terms in a final agreement. Beyond that, I would defer to the company to speak for themselves with regard to the number of jobs that they anticipate creating. And their representatives are here, Mr. President, if you want to hear from them.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, you could recognize
Trustee
them to
Zapata, would you-
speak in response to that
Yeah,
question.
would you like the representatives to respond to the question?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So if it wouldn't be an issue, I mean, I'm just curious, why wouldn't they just put that amount on the application?
Yeah, if you did introduce yourself.
Good evening. Pleasure to be here this evening. And in response to the question, there has been an application that has been uploaded to the school district site this evening, indicating a total of 500 jobs for the applications. And in our preliminary presentation, everything we presented were estimates at the time, and we presented that in a manner of potential to the district.
And will you introduce yourself again?
Sorry, Michael Latour with Kroll.
Thank you.
Also, you stated last week that the jobs would be paying $100,000, and in the application it stated $68,000.
$68,000 is the required minimum as part of the 313 program is required. So the applicant is committing to a minimum of the 110% of the average county wage rate, which is similar to the 25 minimum. Those are minimums, but everything is obviously at a later date when the contract is drafted, discussed.
And you also stated that the CHIP funding was, that we needed this abatement so the CHIP funding could, that you would also assist, but that hasn't even been passed in Congress.
That's right. And the project hasn't been approved, so this is all preemptive of what potentially could happen into the future.
And so if the district does not pursue this, you would still be able to do it regardless. You started, you started with one application but now I understand there are two applications because you haven't decided where the site is going to be.
Correct. There are two applications for your review as presented last week, where we were looking at the two different sites here in Austin, one on Ed Bluestein and the other in Oak Hill.
So you're asking for two abatements?
There are two applications that are being presented for review this evening, of which in the future, one location, could potentially be selected if Texas is chosen as one of the sites for development.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustees, other clarification questions, other questions? I know, I'm sorry, Trustee Wagner.
Thank you. I did just have a few clarification questions that are some questions that have been coming up both in conversations I've had with constituents prior to tonight as well as hearing in our public comment. I know there have been a lot of concerns about transparency in the process and making sure that our public is clearly engaged and understands what is being discussed. So I did want to ask if you could kind of elucidate what the difference is between our conversations that we're having in open session versus what conversations are required to happen in closed session and why, so that it can be clear why we may adjourn to executive session for something.
Sure, and I will also defer to your board counsel and your general counsel for this. In general, if we are trying to make sure that the facts are clear, I think that's very appropriate for an open session conversation to make sure that there is a common, transparent understanding of the facts related to the 313 applications. If you are asking for legal advice about those facts, we need to have that discussion in closed session.
And is that to not expose the district unnecessarily to legal risk? Is that why?
It is, right. One of the, obviously, one of the provisions of the Open Meetings Act always allows any governmental body, not just school districts, to seek and receive legal advice of counsel in closed session in accordance with the bar rules that apply to all attorneys in the state of Texas. There are other exceptions that may come into play while you are in a negotiation where discussion of certain matters might affect adversely the district's negotiating position, for example. So there are multiple exceptions that we would keep in mind, not only in the conversation tonight, but if the board should choose to go forward in any conversation about specific negotiations.
So it's not really an avenue to a backroom deal. It is
It
really
is
to make sure that the
absolutely,
district's protected. And it's
it is to protect the board's and the district's interest. It is not in any form, shape, or fashion to avoid public transparency.
I appreciate that clarification because I know it can be confusing sometimes when we disappear and have a conversation to understand what's happening transparently and what is not. So I appreciate that clarification. I also am hearing a lot of speakers tonight, particularly talking about if we were to enter into this abatement, that we're effectively pulling money out of schools in the state of Texas through recapture. And of the percentage of the money that would not go into recapture, should we enter into this abatement? Or maybe rephrase that. If we did not enter into this abatement and our ad valorem tax followed its way into recapture, what percentage of those funds do you know would go into Chapter 42 or receiving districts?
Trustee Wagner, I don't know a specific percentage, but you raise an important issue. And if, Mr. President, if you would allow, I would like to clarify factually, because I did hear that concern. I think it's an important concern to address. I think there may be a misunderstanding around how school finance formulas work. Recapture funds go into the foundation school fund. The Foundation School Fund is only one of the accounts that actually then funds the Foundation School program. You also have general revenue, you have the available school fund, you have other funds that provide money to fund the formulas in the Foundation School program, and the Foundation School Fund is simply one of those. Here's an example to think about. Suppose that I had multiple accounts that I use to pay my house payment every month, and I pay proportionally out of multiple accounts. If suddenly the revenue in one account goes up so that I'm able to pay more out of that account, it simply means I would pay less out of another account. That's the way the funding for the Foundation School program works. If recapture dollars that go into the Foundation School Fund ultimately fund the formulas and the entitlements of the Foundation School program, that doesn't increase funding to any district in Texas. What it does is reduce the state's need to take money from other funds, such as general revenue, in order to fund the Foundation School program. If you see the analogy there. So increases in recapture, the state actually treats as an indirect source of state revenue, because what you're doing is freeing up general revenue that would otherwise be necessary to fund the formulas of the Foundation School program. To actually increase funding to any school district in Texas, the legislature obviously would have to change the formulas, change the basic allotment, or something of that nature. So as a factual matter, two things are true. Recapture dollars go into the Foundation School Fund. That is a true statement. It is also a true statement that increases in recapture do not provide an additional dollar to any district in Texas. Why? Because you're simply reducing the demand on other funds that would otherwise be called upon to fund the Foundation School program. So that's why I've been careful in the past to say to the board that your decision, if you do not pursue the 313 and your recapture goes up, it will not produce an additional dollar for any district in the state of Texas unless the legislature at some point chooses to spend money in those ways. If you grant it, it doesn't take money away from any school district in the state of Texas. So think of that structure. Both of those statements are true statements, but what it really comes down to is that we're funding the Foundation School program out of multiple funds, and as we have more money flow into one fund, that simply reduces the amount of money that the state is obligated to take from other funds to fund the overall Foundation School program. So your decision is neutral, up or down, with regard to any other school district in the state of Texas.
I appreciate that. That's very helpful, and I hope that helps kind of clarify the impact, because I would feel very uncomfortable knowing that we were reducing the tax benefit to other schools through this action. But what I'm hearing from you is that if we did enter into a 313 agreement with NXP, we would be able to retain additional monies into AISD that could benefit AISD directly, but we would not be pulling money away from any other district in the process.
That is correct. And under our formulas, and I have to say I represent many districts all over the state, I would love to see a system that indexed recapture, for example, to increases in the basic allotment, so that if recapture increased, there actually was a benefit to schools and children.
And
that's not how our system currently is designed or operates.
And would that benefit be the same for a district that wasn't in the same
If you raise the basic allotment, it benefits all districts across the state.
Yeah, and I think my question is looking at how how uniquely penalized
Right.
Austin is under the recapture system
Yep.
currently. It strikes me that Austin has particular benefit from a 313 agreement because it removes some of our tax funding or potential tax funding from recapture.
It shelters is the way I would describe it. It doesn't
Appreciate
reduce your recapture. It shelters revenue that would otherwise be subject to recapture from recapture. And if I could just, Mr. President, again, if I could just briefly summarize the financial impact of the decision. And again, we're just talking about the application, not an ultimate agreement. Here's the scenario I would ask the board to think about. If the projects are not built at all, then there's no impact one way or the other. You simply continue on the path you're on. Think about the two alternatives are what if the facility is built with a 313 and what if the facility is built without a 313? If the facility is built as proposed with a 313, let's say that Austin would receive approximately $80 million of direct revenue that is not recaptured, and that's in two buckets. That would be a payment in lieu of taxes, and it would also be the revenue protection funds that actually protect you based on the formulas as they existed pre-2019. Those two together are roughly $79 to $80 million. And then there could be other benefits such as internships for students or things to be thought of and negotiated. But think of a $79 to $80 million payment that is not recaptured.
I'm sorry, I lost the last one. Payment in lieu of taxes, and then you said a
The second one, and I've described it to you, it's the revenue protection, the formula protection revenues, which would be another $12 million roughly. So that's roughly $80 million over a 10-year period if a 313 is granted. If a 313, now think of the other scenario, if the facility is built without a 313, you don't gain the 80 million, and you do pay about 145 million of additional recapture. So the actual delta, think about a facility being built with or without, the actual delta is about $225 million over a 10-year period. So it's actually more in the 22 million range if you look at the two extremes in that scenario.
Thank you for that. And I also wanted to just make sure too, I think it's something that we discussed in our previous conversation, but I know there may be some folks watching our discussion tonight that may not have been able to see that previous discussion, and that is that first, that our interest in sinking our bonding capacity would increase. That would not be impacted by the 313.
Under any scenario, if the facility is built, even if the board ultimately enters into a Chapter 313 value limitation agreement, the full value of the facility will be taxable and will be on the rolls for INS purposes.
And the other thing I wanted to just make sure we clarified out loud tonight too is that what we're voting on tonight is the application. And the application is not binding in terms of us entering into an agreement. It's merely allowing us to enter into
Correct.
discussion about the prospect and what could be on the table.
And it's fair to say the application gets the review process started, allows a negotiation to take place, but I think we do have to be very transparent. It is not binding on either party.
Mm-hmm.
It is not binding, and it doesn't create any obligation on the district to go forward. It doesn't create any obligation on the company to go forward unless the parties ultimately reach a mutually beneficial and agreeable final agreement.
So we could get new information next week and decide that we're done, this isn't what we want to do, or we could proceed at any time.
At any time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Foster, do you have a question? And then Trustee?
did have one more, I forgot, but
Oh.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, why don't, if you have one more question, why don't you ask?
Yeah, sorry, I'll try and be really quick. I don't want to, I know there's other questions from the dais, but one number that I've seen in quite a few emails and came up in constituent discussions that I had is that sort of this idea that Austin is already giving up $10 million to 313 agreements. But I'm having a hard time adding that up because AISD does not have any
Yeah.
current 313 agreements, correct?
I've seen, you do not, the board actually, I believe in 2007, may have approved an application, may even have entered into an agreement with HP, but I don't think the development ever exceeded the minimum threshold. I think those estimates, and I've seen some of those numbers floating around, including during the session. Again, I would describe those as aspirational about how many people wish the system did work, not actual about how the system does work. And that is, and I share some of those concerns. I mean, I understand the point of view. But if, and it's a series of ifs, if 313 did not exist, if every project that has been funded through a 313 were built anyway in the state of Texas, and if the additional revenue that generated, which frees up state revenue, were reinvested in the public schools, all districts would have been beneficiaries over the 20-year period. The actual facts simply don't bear that out. I will always say I wish it worked that way, but that is not the way the current system actually operates.
But AISD currently does not bear any sort of, or give away
You are
$10
not.
million for any sort of
No,
313 agreement
I think
currently.
that is only assigning you, again, sort of a share in that hypothetical
Of
that
the
I just
whole
described.
total amount for the
That
state, yeah.
if all of those revenues had been reinvested by the state in schools, here's what AISD's portion of that would have been.
But not as a result of the decision-making of this board.
I
or
view that
these boards, yeah.
as it's a great advocacy point, and it's a great hypothetical. It is not how the system actually operates.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and then, Mr. Tom, just to clarify too, that is the fact that 40% of all recapture dollars come from Austin ISD.
Correct.
Yeah, Trustee Singh and then Trustee Foster.
No dispute about your large share of that.
The largest share.
The far and away the largest share. I think the first year total recapture was 134 million statewide.
So I was corrected. Trustee Singh was trying to make sure that I recognized Trustee Lugo.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So just in general terms, right, not specific to this application. So a couple of things. So when an application includes the minimum requirement salary, say $68,000, how often does the application and the final contract differ or align? So I mean, if I fill out an application, right, I have a corporation for, I don't know, whatever. I fill out this application, I put down $68,000 as the minimum salary, and I'm just gonna take a guess and say, hey, you know what, school district, I'm gonna offer y'all 400 jobs. How often does that application actually become a reality? Like, how close are those realities?
I certainly haven't done any overall analysis of the 600-plus applications over the last 20 years. And it may vary by type of project. For example, a wind farm or a solar operation where you're talking about a very small number of jobs, there might not be much variation at all. Large manufacturing operations, and I think even some of the ones in this Central Texas area, I don't think it's uncommon for the application to simply be closer to the legal thresholds to get an application in for comptroller review. But without looking at every one of those final agreements, I would think the final agreements negotiated by the school districts would be much closer to the actual real expectations, both in terms of number of jobs and salaries that you would expect.
So the application isn't, depending on the project and depending on other circumstances, the application doesn't always reflect what the ultimate negotiated contract would be.
Correct. And I think we could pull a number and show you those variations.
And then another
I
question.
haven't done an overall study of it, so.
No worries. And then another general question based on your experience and what you've seen over time. How often do these types of agreements yield entry-level positions? I think one of the callers had mentioned, will the agreement result in Austinites becoming employed versus, folks from outside of Texas or, even potentially outside of Austin within Texas? Do you have anything to say about that?
I'm going to defer to the company for your specific proposal, but I would expect a large manufacturing operation to produce a wide variety of jobs at different levels of experience and training.
Okay. So based on what you've seen in the last 20 years, you can't really give like a guesstimate like, hey, you know what, most of the time these corporations that get these agreements, they actually do create jobs for the local folks.
I believe they do for this particular type where we're talking about manufacturing projects of this nature. I wouldn't want to venture a percentage. I haven't looked at it for that purpose.
All right. And then would it be possible for a brief kind of commentary on, so Chapter 313, as some folks might know, and was mentioned in the comments and probably in the board docs too. So this was a rare occasion. I'm saying it's a rare occasion. That's my opinion. It was a rare occasion of bipartisan agreement to allow Chapter 313 to sunset, which means to end. Would there be any commentary as to why that may have been? And I encourage anybody from the public who's interested in this particular agenda item, they can take a look at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. It's like smack dab in their issues tab, as well as more centrist or left-leaning public policy agencies. So I'm not sure if that's something that you would be able to speak to help the public understand.
Any comments I made would just kind of be an educated guess. I did not have any direct involvement in it during the legislative session, but I did watch it closely. And I think you did have, particularly as you moved into the latter stages of the legislative session, a convergence of different groups across the political spectrum for very different reasons. Some was an objection to wind and solar and renewables being included, for example. Other people might be very strong advocates for wind and solar, but you had a variety of different individuals and groups across the spectrum for what I would regard as very different reasons kind of converge late in the session on that.
Okay.
And I'll leave it at that.
Yep. No, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Singh.
Thank you. Really appreciate your measured answers to all of our questions. I wanted to get some clarification. Earlier, in response to Trustee Wagner, you had talked about like the delta. Thank you for that clear comparison. What happens if we enter a 313 and what happens if we don't? And you had mentioned that, okay, if we enter into a 313, NXP is building, they get to build out, and we get about 80 you know, I think it was $80 million over 10 years.
Total over a 10-year. Yep.
Yes, over 10 years. Awesome. But if we don't, the delta was going to be, like, we don't get that $80 million, plus we pay more in recapture.
You pay 145 roughly million of additional recapture under the current formulas.
Okay. But it's not, but we'd also be collecting more in property taxes as well.
Well, the 145 that you are paying comes out of your collections, and I would defer to your CFO on what portion you would retain to offset that 145 million payment. But
Okay.
you are correct.
Yeah,
You-
so
you
the delta,
would-
that's not the absolute delta.
not a full loss,
It's
right.
just looking at the change in
Right.
recapture payments, but if you're bringing
Correct.
in more,
Yes.
that makes up for a lot of that. Okay, so just wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
So I don't have any other, oh, I did have a question. One was, so that $68,000 salary, that was based, is that the 110% of the Travis County manufacturing wages?
That is and again, I'm going to defer to the company, it's their application, but I believe that's their calculation of the statutory minimum simply for it to be a valid application.
Okay, and that's not, because I remember last time when we talked, I think we had talked about, like, I had asked, like, is that going to increase every year based on inflation and other things? And it sounded like it was, but in the application, I just see the same amount listed for each year. So is it not adjusted for inflation?
It's
or-
the Texas Workforce Commission's report, so we take the numbers as reported by the Texas Workforce Commission. and
Okay.
Those are the rates that are applied, and that's the statutory
Okay.
wage minimum.
Okay, so they're not, okay, so it sounds like it's not being adjusted then. And then the last thing is really just more of a statement. And so, like, I was actually prepared to vote for this because I thought it was worth pursuing. I think the bigger vote happens after, you know, later on when we're really negotiating everything. However, I was like, when Monday night I didn't see the completed application, and then Tuesday night I didn't see it, and we didn't get it. I really didn't see it till this morning. Just know that, like, I'll speak for myself. Like, I'm a volunteer. I have a job. This is a 56-page application or something like that. Or 58 pages. And so I am interested in this. Like I said, I was prepared to vote yes tonight, but I think I'm going to have to abstain only because, speaking for myself, I just want to really make sure that going forward, we really do have a little bit more transparency and time to vet this, digest the applications and the paperwork that's involved. But this is not to say I'm against NXP or I'm against, you know, the idea of this. It's just wanted to leave that explanation out there before the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Singh. Trustee Foster?
So we're actually in a point of discussion on a voting item, right? So I'm kind of directing towards my colleagues, and actually thank you for your presence here, and don't go anywhere because we might still turn towards you. But I guess for me, there's a lot of interesting and even painful stuff about the realities of our state laws and the realities of how recapture is working and all of that. And then there's stuff about what some people call corporate welfare, some people call incentives, you know, all of that stuff. But what we know is that we raised $1.4 billion in property taxes in this year, and that of that $1.4 billion, 746 million, 761, more than half, is going to be lost to us in the context of recapture. So we're not even, you know, that's part of our reality. And I got to, you know, hear from lots of interesting perspectives this week. And among them was our recapture should go through the roof, and that's fine because there's kids elsewhere that need stuff. And then I look at, you know, our high schools and I say, okay, there's 36 languages spoken there. And the needs of the kids in that school is not just limited to, say, translation. It also includes, you know, so we've got a high school where 15% of the kids, if I'm not mistaken, arrived in country within the last 3 years. So the needs of those students is more than just a classroom teacher. We need our money, and our books don't balance, and we have righteous pressure that I agree with to consistently push our wages so that things can be even livable here for our cafeteria workers, our bus drivers, our custodians, our teachers, our APs, principals, everybody. So I'm balancing this, and for me, I know I'm supposed to care about how many jobs we produce or how many jobs a corporation produce. I want to know how much money's coming in. End of the day, and I know that's crass, but my trustee responsibility, there's a fiduciary responsibility related to the financial health of our district, because if we don't have a financially healthy district, we can't do anything else. So at the end of the day, what I'm hearing, unless I'm mistaken, is that there's going to be a net payment in year one of $18 million? Am I getting that wrong? Am I making that up?
I would have to look at the schedule. I think I think the proposal is that the facility wouldn't be built and be on the tax rolls for a couple of years, but I believe that the first year, the combination of the pilot payment and your revenue protection agreement would be at that range, correct?
So that money, and then a pilot payment for years, and somebody put it to me as blood money. I was like, I don't know about I want to go there. And other folks put it to as a payoff. And I said, it does sound a little bit like we're getting something. So, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but what we're talking about roughly, or in concrete terms, is if for every $100 that an entity would pay in taxes, they're getting a $60 break. Like there's $60 that they don't have to worry about. A company that's probably pretty profitable, and so am I excited about a company not putting its $60 in? No, I'm not too excited about that. But the other side of it is that $40 that we didn't have is coming in, and we need the $40. And I'm thinking about my own household, and what it was like when I didn't have no money, and the side gigs and the hustles and what you would do. And sometimes, and no offense to our corporate partners, sometimes it was a bitter pill that I swallowed where I didn't like every aspect of something because I needed that $40. That's kind of where I am tonight. And especially in lieu of where we are and understanding, and I think application is an unfortunate term, because it's very confusing, I think, to the public, and then for me, I had to think and reread to understand that what we're talking about here is getting in a queue and beginning a negotiation, and then going from there, and this idea that we can pull out at every time. So, where I am, colleagues, is that I'm fine with this vote tonight. I'm not thrilled with all aspects of it, but I can't turn away an opportunity that brings monies into our coffers when we're looking at a 67 or 80, whatever the budget deficit seems to grow every 10 minutes. It kind of ticks me off, but it is what it is. So I find myself saying, I can't turn away money. I can't turn away something that might turn into raises for teachers. So that's where I am. Sorry for the soliloquy.
Thank you, Trustee Foster. Trustee Boswell.
I appreciate that, Trustee Foster, and I will say where I have been living this week, really digging deep into this, meeting with the Chamber, meeting with Austin Interfaith, going back and rereading the Houston Chronicle article, which I read when it came out, going back and rereading the Texas Observer article, which I read when it came out, talking with a couple of experts. In more than one conversation, the word evil genius came up describing these programs. And I think that's real, and really trying to sort out my personal concerns about corporate tax breaks and what I am sworn to do when I'm up here, which is to make decisions in the best interests of the students in our district. And when we think about $80 million over 10 years, and we've had students here talking about mental health care, and we have had educators here talking about a living wage for the people who work in our schools. And we have big dreams, our students have big dreams, our community has big dreams. I am in a similar place to you. I think that it's a question that needs to be asked and really seriously considered making that application. I would also say I agree with you, Trustee Singh, that we are one of the rare communities that does ask questions when these come. These come, and districts are usually pretty quick to jump on them. And Austin will be Austin. And for this application not to come to us on Monday when things were posted, I have a major problem with. And that is not a problem just for this vote tonight. This is a problem for the shape of the relationship. For the application to come to us with the bare minimum is not just a problem for the vote tonight. It is a problem with trust in the goodwill and the relationship. And that informs the way I'm thinking about this as well. For us to have a presentation that says 750 to 800 plus jobs at an average salary of about $100,000, and then it to come with the bare minimum is concerning. And I would say, however the vote goes tonight, if we do choose to approve an application, I will not begin to consider approving a next step unless we have done a deep, engaging, grassroots, community-focused project to figure out what we do with this money. This money does not belong to the board. It does not belong to the administration. It belongs to our community if we choose to go there, and our community needs to shape what we do with this. And that is my charge to all of you, if we do this, to hold ourselves to that. Because I'm not sure what I'm doing tonight, but I can tell you I do know that I will not vote to approve any agreement that doesn't include that hard work in partnership with NXP and our community, if we choose to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will always take the chance to say, and thank you, Mr. Thompson, for talking about school funding in Texas. We are the bottom 10 in per student funding in the country. We fund $4,000 less than the national average, and we educate 10% of the students in the country. And Trustee Foster, you said, we hate that our state puts us in this situation, and I hate that our state puts us in this situation. And circling back to that basic allotment and per student funding, that is the fight we have. Thank you.
Agree.
President Reagan, so just to respond, I am appreciative of what both of y'all are raising in terms of the timeliness of the application, in terms of how it rolls out. And I'm so sympathetic to what Trustee Singh said about the time to read and the time to consider, because I think we can be challenging, but at the end of the day, we're fair, and I think even gracious sometimes. And yes, sometimes we're not always our best selves or whatever, but we try our best. But wow, in this city, and it was like when I was in DC too, in this city, if we don't have it available to us, you're gonna get quicker no's, and at that point, I might even still vote yes, but I'll be completely sympathetic with colleagues that vote no, or I might be convinced and vote no as well. So in line with that, and it was probably just my confusion, I didn't realize that the CHIPS Act was in committee in Congress. I thought it was passed. So I was like, was I not fresh enough that night? But that seemed like an important point.
I think it was a late evening, and I may have mentioned, I believe it's in reconciliation.
Okay, so that's pretty darn close.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that's worthy of clarity, right? If it's in reconciliation, we're almost.
And I believe that's where it is, and I would need to confirm that. And I also believe it's a some certain dollar amount.
Yep.
So that it's going to be imported for entities to get their applications.
So
in
I'll
in a
you know what?
timely
So
way.
I'll definitely, here's an example of extending that grace. I think it was 1 a.m. when we were talking about this in executive session. So I probably I might have missed it. But then also I'm not going to say disparity, but the difference between the presentation and then the numbers that didn't look quite the same, it's jarring. And it very well may be that in the art around this application process, that happens all the time. But at face value, for those of us who have never seen this before, it's jarring. So an act of graciousness maybe on our potential partner's part would be to like help us. This is Jerry Maguire. Help us help you. Be transparent. Load us as much as we complain about our work. Load us with the information. Well, don't go crazy, but give us what we need. If this is a worthy project, give us what we need to make a good decision. And that's just a unsolicited commentary about this process. I'll shut up. And on one hand, I want to apologize because we're taking so much time for discussion. But on the other hand, this is a lot of money, and this is also a trend. This is like, what types of decisions do we make in our city and school district around these types of opportunities? So even with the discussion, I think the discussion is important.
Thank you, Trustee Foster. I think I did make a commitment to the board that we would at least be out by 2:29 a.m., not 2:30. We still have 4 hours left. So one other, Trustee Zapata, do you have a question before I go to exec session? Not yet, no. So just one other point of clarity, just because I'm trying to remember, there was clarification points from the speakers. So out of respect for the Texas Open Meetings Act, I just wanted to make sure, I think there was some speaker that mentioned about meeting with Austin Interfaith, and I think Austin Interfaith reached out to colleagues, and I think some of them met with them. I know I met with them, but because of the Open Meetings Act, we can't talk to each other. And so, Trustee Boswell, I know you met with them and you disclosed that. So I just wanted to make sure for clarification purposes that there was an outreach to the board and that individual board members were able to try to see if they could schedule those meetings. So, and then if there are no other questions in open meeting, I'd like to go to exec session and spend a little bit of time there before we come back for a vote. And Christine, you have a comment?
I would just say pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071.
Pursuant to Texas Code
551.071.
Yeah, okay. So pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, we will now go into executive session at, the time is now 10:16 p.m.
So this is our second annual AISD Staff Mindfulness Retreat. So it's an event that brings staff together and offers different types of mindfulness activities for free for AISD staff to just come and take care of themselves.
This is a really nice event. I think maybe it's the second year for AISD to provide this for teachers to learn about mindfulness.
There are several definitions around mindfulness. Typically, we've used one that John Kabat-Zinn has offered, and that is paying attention in the present moment without judgment. When we're in schools, we are super busy. Teachers are super busy all the time. That mindfulness is a practice that can help us be really present in the moment instead of thinking about the next thing that we need to do. And when we're more present, we can attend more to the students, we can attend more to ourselves, we can attend more to learning, we can attend more to our communities.
I've been doing this with my students, that we have morning meetings where we take time during the day just to calm ourselves and practice mindfulness in the classroom.
I've gone to different events and I wanted to offer something like that for AISD staff, but for free, because some of these like mindfulness retreats or conferences are like really expensive. So I just wanted to kind of create something that was similar to that, but for free for AISD staff as a way to recognize them and to give opportunities to treat themselves, but also to also learn about different types of mindfulness and practices that they can use on their own to help them with their own stress.
This is one of those events where we have to intentionally create times to be together, to engage in common meaning making, learn together, figure out what's important to us. And this event, this mindfulness is an event where we can say, teachers, you're important.
I'm just thankful that self-care is a focus in our district and we're able to create opportunities like this. Things like this don't happen in other school districts, so I'm very, very thankful for that.
So we're here at Lee Lewis Campbell Elementary Media and Performing Arts Institute, and we are celebrating 80 years of teaching and learning with our scholars here. We have families here, previous and current families who are here to celebrate with us today. It's extremely important for us to celebrate this 80 years because we're celebrating 80 years of excellence in teaching and learning in the name of our namesake, Lee Lewis Campbell. Lee Lewis Campbell was a phenomenal human being, and so each day we live here in our castle just trying to exemplify those ideals of excellence in education and just in social justice throughout our day. So in the next 20 years, for the 100-year celebration, you can certainly expect even greater innovations, greater use of technology on the campus in ways to further teaching and learning for scholars. You can expect to see our scholars leading instruction and our instructors serving more as facilitators in the classroom settings. And certainly we'll be celebrating the whole living out the concept of having a classroom not just be four walls, that the world is a classroom. and we'll continue to do things in innovative ways with use of technology to break down those four walls and to have education for our scholars beyond the typical school setting. There's so many exciting things happening on the stage here tonight. I just think that one of the best things is what's happening outside in the audience. For instance, there were two gentlemen that were sitting side by side, and for the first time in 50 years, they'd seen each other. They were classmates at Lee Lewis Campbell, the former L.L. Campbell Elementary. And so in 50 years, they hadn't seen each other. So they're just sitting there, and then as we asked the alum to stand up and wave, and they realized, oh, they know each other, and one of their grandchildren go to the school currently. It just was a really awesome experience. So I think allowing folks to connect the dots in their relationships outside of what's happening here on the stage is my favorite part of tonight. A dragon leader is a person who
This event is unity in the community. You know, Awesome Voices has been doing this for 15 years, and we've always started with a unity walk. Ended up in a festival, and this is the festival, Unity in the Community, but really, it brings all the community together. You can't have community without the unity and without coming together, right? So community, and that's what it stands for.
Is all the way back there?
So this is our 15th annual Unity Walk, and we started this 2005. My wife and I were living in the St. John community, and there was just a lot of struggle, people not getting along, and so a number of folks in the neighborhood said, let's do something, and so somebody suggested a parade. We thought maybe we'd have 25 people, and we had 250 people.
The biggest change and the biggest good that's come out of this is that the voice of Northeast Austin is represented and heard, and so that the community feels as though they're one entity working together for
Good evening. We will now reconvene the open meeting at 10:54 p.m. So trustees, we went into executive session to have a discussion on item 16.1. And we have a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Ashe to approve item 16.1. And I just want to ask one last time if there's any other items for any other questions for discussion.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay. So having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Ashe to approve agenda item 16.1, all those in favor, please raise your right hand.
Hold on, I think Ophelia actually wanted to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, let me recognize Trustee Zapata just real quick. Yeah, sorry about that.
I just wanted to say that I've worked for decades fighting for public schools, fighting for good jobs and living wages, and against corporate welfare. Also served as a member of the Travis County Appraisal Review Board, and I saw many ordinary homeowners steadily losing their homes because they could not pay their property taxes. Because their taxes rate would rise, and they were forced out of Austin and our school district. I don't like corporate welfare, and Chapter 313 is the biggest corporate welfare program in our state, costing us $1.2 billion a year. 1 to $2 billion a year. School districts should not be in the business of letting wealthy corporations off the hook of their school taxes. So I will not participate in this kind of work, and my vote will be no. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata. Trustee Foster has called the question in. I'm just going to ask one last time if there's any other question. Okay, so having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Ashe to approve agenda item 16.1. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All those against? All those abstaining? So the motion passes 5-4 for the motion, 2 against it, and 1 abstention. So Trustee Singh, do we have a motion to approve agenda item 16.2?
Yes, I move that we approve item 16.2.
Is there a second?
Second.
So trustees, is there any discussion on agenda item 16.2?
I have.
Trustee Ashe? Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Singh.
Yeah, I just had a quick question for our legal counsel, actually, which is, so I'm generally in favor of this. I think it was, and maybe this is also for Trustee Ashe, as our policy chair. Does our policy allow us to add to this contract or to this motion a requirement that the trustees vote to renew these contracts if they exceed $500,000 a year?
If they exceed $500,000, so you're voting to approve them. What your policy currently states is that you have certain exceptions to the requirement for approval. And one of the exceptions to a requirement for approval is that a contract has been voted on and approved and it contains renewal terms, right? So if what you're asking is, does your policy allow you to still vote on those renewals?
That's right.
It doesn't prohibit you from doing it. It just says you don't have to. So I think your expectation would be that this would not come back to you, and each year for renewal. just if you're operating by default, the way your policy is written. So if
Okay.
you'd like it to be different than that, then that's something you need to make clear.
Okay, so would it be legal for me to just make a motion, a motion to amend this and saying that we would approve this, and for renewals, basically move that the board would be required to re-vote?
Ask that the contracts be returned for a board vote for each renewal period.
If it were to exceed a certain amount, like I'm thinking 500,000, or could be, yeah, I don't know yet, but I just.
You could move to amend the motion to approve with that contingency on it, yes.
Okay.
Because you're not changing the material terms of the contracts or the deals that are being struck here.
Correct.
You're
It's only
just talking
because
about
these are
procedure.
special education, external contract, like subcontracts, which is an area that we are very,
So you
under a
could-
lot of scrutiny for.
Yeah, so what you could do would be to move to amend the motion, well, you made the motion, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So someone else can make them. Okay.
So a trustee could move to amend the motion to approve these contracts as presented by saying that you would like to amend the motion to make clear that contracts included in this approval valued at over $500,000, if that's the amount, be returned to the board for renewal each cycle.
Yes.
Each contract cycle.
Yes. Could you please text that to me?
I will text that to you. Yes, ma'am.
And to trustee Lugo.
Can I just ask for a point of clarification with that, Christine? So we're not voting tonight on changing our policy. We're
No.
just
Correct.
making a motion on this one particular contract on this one particular instance.
That's right. Because your policy doesn't, it doesn't
Prohibit us from
prohibit
doing-
you
yes.
from
It allows
taking
us.
these items up. It's just in order to streamline business, you generally aren't going to vote on all the renewals.
Yeah, got it.
But if you want to do that, you just would
Got it.
need to make it
And
clear.
just to clarify, this is not, it's not gonna be a habit for all contracts. It's literally just because it's special education and we know, what a priority that is for us.
Yeah.
Which is, okay. So,
I think I have the language. I think I have the language, but if you happen to text it, that's helpful. And then I have a question for my colleague. Is there a reason that we wanted to choose 500,000? Because I'm looking at the contracts and the lowest one is $100,000, and those are the types of, so any contract currently, right, if it's a first-year contract, any contract that's over $100,000 would come to the board. So would we want to, in practice, at least keep that dollar amount the same? If not, if we wanted to go with 500,000, then I think really that would limit the annual vote to just 2 of those contracts.
So trustee Lugo, let me ask for clarification, because this has been a discussion that's been going on with the board. So one, it's already current policy that any contract over $100,000 comes to the board. 2, we also had made a clarification that any contract with renewals totaling $100,000 or more would also be coming to the board. Or we were in discussions to change that. So I'm sorry, Paul.
So in the policy committee, currently, we are discussing that. We're having,
great.
and we have the procurement teams coming to speak to us about it, because based on the different types of contracts, sometimes that's an issue, sometimes it's not. And so we wanted to have procurement specifically come and speak to us about making sure that our policy was effective and working for them and working for the district and working for our students. So there was still a lot of discussion around what that would look like. It could look like even a notification. That was something we had discussed, that if it was going to, that we as a board may just be interested in being notified of renewals of contracts as they came forward. There was a lot of discussion that was being had with Chief Ramos and the procurement team, which is why they're coming back to us in June.
Thank you. And that just clarifies for me at this early hour that we had asked for just transparency beforehand, just to know whether a contract was going to be renewed and what the term of that renewal is, whether it's a 1 year, 2 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, or 5 year. And that was one of the things that we had done as one particular transparency step.
Sure.
Dr. Elizalde, did you have a
I
comment?
do. I have a clarification question just in terms of its impact. Chief Casas, can you come forward? Because I think you and I have the same question, just with regard to making sure that we stay in operational alignment with what you all are thinking. So,
Right, so I think right now the practice is that after 1 year that we have the option to renew the additional year. So are we saying that we want to monitor and limit spending, and once we hit 500,000, come back and get reapproved? Or at the end of the 1 year before we renew? Okay,
okay.
Just the renewal.
okay.
Then we'll be okay, right?
Yeah.
We won't have to, okay.
Yeah, just because
The
by the
time-
time the
yes.
invoices hit and,
Yes.
and our budget
Okay.
process, yeah.
Just want
Thank
to make sure, so we can, yes, thanks.
And may I answer Trustee Lugo's question? So yes, I would be amenable to a lower threshold.
Okay. So,
Oh, here it is.
trustees, any other questions before we recognize Trustee Lugo for an amendment to the motion? Trustee Lugo?
I move to amend the motion to approve the contracts in item 16.2 by clarifying that any of the contracts included in this motion valued at $100,000 or more will be brought back to the board for consideration for annual renewal and vote prior to that renewal.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trustee Zapata seconded that. And is there, trustees, is there any discussion, Trustee Ashe?
Just in the spirit of the conversation that was already being had at the policy committee meeting, just to double check with administration and that $100,000 limit, that number would still allow us to be effective in our practice of the services being provided to the students. Because I know that was one of the questions that we had was that sometimes having to wait on the board for the renewal could delay the services, depending on certain contracts.
So I think it would depend on how it's worded. If it's saying that we have to limit spending to 100,000 and then it triggers renewal, or if we're saying we have, when we get a board approval up to a certain amount, if it exceeds the 100,000, then on the renewal basis, we bring it back, then we would be okay. That makes sense, versus saying you can only spend 100,000 before you can get it reapproved.
So I think if I can help to clarify, at least what I think I put, is that the idea is if the contract price as presented tonight exceeds 100,000, then the idea would be that for those contracts at that value, before they would, when they are set to renew, they would be brought back for board consideration. So you spend what you spend under the contract. It's the timing and so say you're at a one-year term with an option for 3 years of additional renewals. When it's time for year 2, that's when I think the board, the spirit of the amendment is that the board would like to see that contract back before we enter into year 2. Is that?
And it's limited. And it's limited just to these particular contracts, and all of the contracts are at 100,000 or more. So in that example, say vendor A has a annual budget of $150,000. Then our concern isn't whether they're at 120 or at $149,000. Our concern would be, like Ms. Casas, it looks like that contract, or y'all would tell us, this contract is up for renewal. It is part of agenda item 16.2 on May, so it's just these.
Right, and I understand, I totally understand that, and I'm just, sometimes, like I said, for the clarification of the wording, just to ensure that we wouldn't have unintended consequences of delaying student services, particularly for SPED. So that's just what I'm wanting to make sure we have the wording correct, and that we put the administration in a position, or staff in a position, to continue to provide the services. That was the only thing I was checking on, because that was a question that has come up in our policy committee meeting as well.
I would say the only thing for us would be that we just have to have really tight calendars and monitor when dollar amounts hit. And our budget procurement process, sometimes it doesn't get processed for 2 or 3, or I think it's like a 2-month delay, and so.
You would track the
year contract.
The annual term. It's not the dollar amount. So like say that, sometimes state agencies say, hey, look, we're going to send this up the chain because we know in 6 months we need to extend the contract, or we want to follow through on a renewal. Other agencies, they have a much shorter runway. I mean, some agencies have like a 2-week turnaround. That's amazing. They're crazy. But so it's not the dollar amount. It's keeping track like every year when that particular contract is up for renewal. So just calendaring.
But if I understood correctly, those that didn't hit that dollar amount wouldn't have to come, we could automatically renew them?
That's correct.
And if I may, and I don't know if this is what.
Hold on one second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So Trustee Ashley, you're done with your questions. Trustee Wagner and then Trustee Singh.
Could I offer a friendly amendment? Because I think a lot of our confusion here is around that dollar amount and that dollar threshold, where I think the spirit of what I hear board members asking for is that checkpoint prior to renewal to make sure that the contract is effective. So could we potentially amend the amendment to state that the board would like to review the renewal of contracts, all of the contracts within this agenda item, rather than getting into they're all over 100,000, so they're all included, because it effectively does the same thing. Mm-hmm.
Okay, how do we put that into motion?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's actually a lot easier if if they all exceed 100,000, it makes it a lot easier. So you would just say, I move to amend the motion to approve the contracts in item 16.2 by clarifying that all of them will be brought back to the board for consideration and vote prior to renewal.
Okay, so why don't we, Trustee Lugo, would you rescind your motion to amend and then make another motion to amend?
I rescind my motion to amend. Okay.
Got it.
I move to amend the motion to approve the contracts in item 16.2 by clarifying that all of the contracts, and there are 7 vendor contracts listed in 16.2, that all of those contracts be brought back to the board for consideration and vote prior to annual renewal of the contract listed in 16.2.
And Trustee Zapata, your second, or your question? I need a second, first of all, before we have discussion.
Okay.
Second.
So Trustee Wagner seconded, and then I recognize Trustee Zapata for a question.
Okay, I know we're saying 16.2, but a lot of our agendas have 16.2. So could we be clear and say contracts for special education?
That is part of the original motion from Secretary Singh, and yes, and it'll be specified.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, any other questions on the motion to amend item 16.2, approval of contracts for special education contracted services? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion to amend made by Trustee Lugo and seconded by Trustee Wagner, please raise your right hand. And the motion to amend passes by all those on the dais. So now we have an amended motion that was originally made by Secretary Singh with a second by Trustee Ashe to approve item 16.2, approval of contracts for special education contracted services with the amended language. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais as amended. So thank you, trustees. Trustee Singh, do we have a motion to approve agenda item 16.3?
Yes, I move that we approve item 16.3.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trustees, is there any discussion on this particular item? Trustee Lugo and then Trustee Singh.
Okay. What time is it? 11:13? Let me see how long I can keep us. I'm kidding. Take the Dr. Pepper away from me. Okay, so Dr. Lizalde, I know in previous conversations you've helped us understand both the art and the science that goes behind determining what the goals are, and I'm referring to, the percentages, the proposed percentages per school year. And I also know that oftentimes, community members, parents, guardians, they may see the percentage number and they may think that somehow that means, so for example, if our goal measure is that students identified as economically disadvantaged demonstrate achievement on third grade state assessments in reading at the meets grade level, that if the goal for school year 22-23 is 31%, sometimes parents and community members can view that as we have low expectations, or that somehow that percentage reflects our belief of student capacity. But I know you've been able to explain to us the like I said, the science and the art behind determining what those targets should be, and also explaining some of the nuance of that. Is there a way for you to share that with us again?
You want me to go through all of them again?
No, just the
general. Just
yes,
the general.
just the
Okay.
general, yes.
So first, there was a period of time where in the state of Texas, some of us in this room, but very few, some of us in this room are old enough to remember, we would be told to set 90 as our targets. And this is under, all the way back to, I think Leslie may be the only one in here who's with me on this period of time. We were, you created your action plan, and all the way back to, I don't know, TEAMS was probably the very first state assessment, or TABS. There was TABS, and then TEAMS, and then TOS, and then son of TOS, and whatever. So we were told to put 90 at, that was, everybody just put 90. It didn't matter who you were, it didn't matter where you were, it didn't matter what analysis you were doing, it was just put 90. And very few urban districts, very few diverse districts, if any, met that 90. And nothing happened. Everybody just put the 90, and it was following along the line. We have high expectations, but there was no monitoring. So then it became you need to embed within your district improvement plan how you're going to get there. But there was and there hasn't been really a lot of direction about how you do that. Our experiences, certainly mine, are you do have to know where you are. You don't change the goalposts. And so, in fact, Austin ISD, and we did check with all other urban school districts, we have set the highest 5-year targets than any other school district that I can find utilizing what we call the 90-60-30 approach, which is 90% of our students should always be at least at approaches at a grade level. 60% of our students should be at the meets grade level, and 30% of our students should be at the exceeds. Or is it called exceeds? They change the terms on me often. Masters. It's because I don't like that term. I try to remove it. So what we did as a team is we looked at, we're not going to move those end posts. We need to get there. We need to monitor, and it doesn't mean every year we're going to hit the mark we're going to hit. It means every year we set the mark. If we get there, then we continue on our trajectory. If we don't get there, we make adjustments. We don't change the next year either. You don't change any of the goals during that 5 years. Given the fact that the pandemic caused some issues with learning, especially in standardized tests, and I use that because you all know, and I think we're actually in consensus on the fact that just the term learning loss in many ways is also a misnomer. It's a learning loss with regard to a standardized test. There were a lot of other skills that our kids did pick up on. That's not to say there aren't other effects from it, but just the idea that it's a unidimensional effect. However, on standardized tests, we saw more than every district in the entire United States have seen more than a 2-year drop in the 2 years of academic growth by any measure. And so the idea that within 2 years we would be at a place where we were 2 years ago does not seem reasonable. We do expect an accelerated growth after year 2. We would expect what we would call disproportionate gain. Each group of students that comes in, particularly as we hopefully leave a pandemic into an endemic, I think is the term. Those students now, particularly that are, let's say, in kindergarten this year, and each year after that, we should be expecting that by the time they get to 3rd grade, yes, we have to be there, which means that within 3 years, we should see some real we should be starting to get very close to that 90, 60, 30. But to be fair, to expect, given the fact that not only this year was not either a normal year, we went back and looked, we had 2 6 weeks where in some cases, some campuses, average attendance was 82%, which is in some instances 16 to 17 points lower than they typically had. And we all know that attendance is directly correlated to student academic outcomes. So that's why we then took the approach, and you're going to have to help me just with the overall reminder of what the percentages were, Jacob. We did go back and do some analysis. And so in order to get us my professional recommendation, go ahead and go through the percentages real quick, please.
So we looked at a 10% gain to a 15% gain to a 20 to a 25 to a 30. And that is true for all of the items except for our 11%. I'm sorry, I should have brought my computer with me. 3rd grade math, which is at 11%. And because we knew that there actually needed to be even a little bit more acceleration on there, that one goes 15, 15, and I'm sorry, I didn't write that one down, so I may be off on my math while I'm doing it, but it's 15, 15, 20, 25, 25.
And we anticipate that we can get there on that one because as you all have participated with us, that's the area in mathematics where we know there was a skill set that wasn't taught at all. And when you fill that gap, students are able to use that as a springboard and can get caught back up with our teachers and the support that we need to provide our teachers. So that's our overall general recommendation.
Thank you. And just one quick other comment. I really do hope that, whether it's a combination of campuses and the district, but helping families understand what this scorecard means. And I'm sure that there are some folks out there, who are tracking the scorecard much more closely than the average parent or guardian. But like I said at the beginning of my question and comment, I think sometimes it's just easy to mistake these percentages for what we think students are capable of versus these are mile markers to that goalpost, the ultimate goalpost within this tracking period. And as much as I hate to say it, I mean, looking at the rising 3rd graders, that year and a half of the pandemic, I mean, it was really, I don't have any other words to describe it other than traumatic, difficult for them, for their families on so many levels. And yes, I think kiddos probably learned a lot of life skills. We're measuring the academic pieces, and so just wanted to share that commentary.
And Trustee Lugo, the wording you used actually helped me to think, you're absolutely right. This is not our expectations of students. This is our expectations of our system. And that until we get the system ramped up, it just hit me when you said, you're absolutely right. Thank you for saying that. This is not about our expectations, having low expectations of students. It's that we know it will take us some time to create the system that will support students from an equity standpoint, with cultural relevancy, with identifying the areas that need to be tailored to individual students, that when that system is fully developed, meaning we provide wraparound services, support for teachers, our students will meet high expectations, but that right now, our system, it really is a reflection of our system, not a reflection of our students.
Great, thank you, Trustee Singh.
I appreciate that. So maybe this question is for President Rodriguez. If we were to approve these targets, we as a board could still amend them a few months from now, couldn't we?
I think
Like for the next, like,
yeah, I think the
like these aren't
timing.
set in stone.
Yeah, the timing needs to work, but I think Dr. Lizalde probably, there has to be a conversation, a collaboration with the administration, just to make sure that those are feasible and that there's a rationale behind it, but I don't want to speak for the administration.
I just wanted, though, to review the actual training is you are not supposed to change them, only to increase them. Like if you need them, but you are actually not supposed to change them.
Well, I was thinking about making them, okay, so here's the deal. Here's what I'm thinking. Like this is, and I don't think I'm gonna die on this hill, but it is still, despite all the explanation, it is so hard for me to support a system that says 31% of our students, of our third grade economically disadvantaged students, will be reading at grade level. Like that, like to me, that I know there's trauma, there's this, there's that, but maybe there's something in our system that we're not doing right. You know, because 31% is still less than a third, and it's hard for me to wrap my arms around. You know, at the end of the next school year, we're still not even at 1/3. So, I mean, that's the same rate that we have for our students in special education. We gave them the same target. Now, that's for all grades, all subjects.
Yeah,
but, you know, but I'm just saying, like, that's kind of where I'm just like, could we, if we wanted to, like, you know, we still have a lot of things are going to happen between now and the end of the next school year. So anyway, that's what's on my mind right now. The other thing, but maybe that's just beside the point. Maybe I'm the only one that's struggling with that. But the other thing that may be an issue is going back to what I had mentioned earlier when we were talking about the survey, is we have all these TBDs in here. And so I just wanted to kind of open up that conversation to see if there was an appetite on the board to start a conversation on that and talk about how we're going to change those TBDs to actual numbers.
Yeah.
So I do still feel compelled that I don't want it to be left. Those aren't apples to apples from my viewpoint. The special ed is a compilation of multiple assessments. So I don't think it's accurate that that number is compared to third grade reading. The second point is where our second graders are currently that will be coming has to play a role in what our expectations of the system. Absolutely the system. I couldn't agree with you more. We might differ on other issues. I wouldn't disagree with you at all on the system. And it's not something that we will be able to, we're not going to be able to shift it immediately because it does take time, it does take people's involvement, it does take their active participation, it takes their feedback to tell us what they think is working on individual campuses. So I just don't, I'm not all of this trickles all the way down to a campus improvement plan. And I am very hesitant to put, and some campuses are going to be above that. This is an aggregation. And so, again, knowing that we've got some campuses that have that were affected by the pandemic in a way that was far more traumatizing and affecting them versus others, which is why this is an aggregate, and the training. It doesn't mean you can't do it. You can certainly, it's the sheer will of the board that gives the direction, and the training is that that is what a 5-year strategic scorecard is that you create those targets, and the only time you make adjustments is when you meet them, and you can then accelerate them. But then when you even fall short, that's too bad. The system has to react then even faster to get you to the next level. So I think Ms. Casas might have some data, though, that she might want to share.
Yeah, Trustee Singh, when you mentioned that the last time, I went back and I pulled the data specifically for third grade just to look at what did our data look like pre-pandemic. We know that in 2019 we were at 34, but what did we look like before that? And so in 2016, 2017, when STAR went into effect, for third grade reading, economically disadvantaged students, they were at 32 in 16-17, 32 17-18, and then 34 in 18-19. So 31 doesn't seem unrealistic, knowing that pre-pandemic, when everything was normal, we were only at 32. And I know that's kind of hard, because that's the hard reality that we're all trying to bring to light, to say that we do have to do things drastically different, and it's not just a result of the pandemic, because this is even before the pandemic. So I just wanted to highlight that, because I thought that number
really
was important.
helpful, and it's depressing.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, do you happen to know what it was like for our I mean, never mind. I already know. So
I think
never mind.
22.
Do you feel like our so I understand the whole the catch up with COVID, and is it going to take longer? Like, have our non-economically disadvantaged students already almost caught up to where they were pre-pandemic, or are they lagging the same amount as our economically disadvantaged students?
No, as we've looked at the data throughout the year, we do see that there are bigger gaps between our economically disadvantaged students and our non-economically disadvantaged students. And this year we'll have true baseline data, because we talked last year, kids were in and out, we had low participation. So end of the year data will be true baseline data that we'll know where we really are. And but I do anticipate this next year we will have some more accelerated.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I can understand all. This is. It's getting late, but this is a complex issue too.
Yeah.
If at the end of the year we end up, as I understand it, if we end up at the end of the year with a score that's 33, 34, then that's the time when Trustee Singh or any trustee would be able to make a motion or work with the administration or all of us together to move the expectations, those numbers up.
The following year.
For the following year.
Yes. If we already meet, like if we say we're going to be at 31, and let's say we do come in like at 33, then we could have a conversation. Well, then does the next year need to move up? So, and that's why I think it's important. We always do want to look, can we accelerate it? And that's part of the reason they tell you don't do that's why sticking with that term, the SMART goals, because what they do not, I mean, just like what they consider terrible is lowering.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And then I guess part B was, what do we do about the survey questions? The survey metrics.
Yeah, so and I think that's will you just, let's say briefly, but will you just summarize the question you have for our colleagues? Because I think some of us, and I'll just speak for myself, I think that we're in a baseline year on a lot of this data, and that's why it says TBD, because we're in year 0, if you will, not even year 1. And that's, I thought, where the board was going, because these are new data points for the first time disaggregated across the scorecard. But if there's a number, then I think the question becomes like, what's the rationale or pathway to getting to that number? And so that's my understanding, but I want to make sure.
I mean, you've identified kind of the crux of this, and and so now, I guess the conversation is, do we want to call this a baseline year, even for the survey stuff, or do we want to set a target? Like, for example, there's a report that came out by a group that surveys teachers every year, and they're like, right now they're saying the national teacher satisfaction rate is like a little over 50%. So like, you could also just use like a national benchmark to derive your target, or you can use baseline measures, or you can use some combination. So if we wanted to actually set a target for this school year that we're in right now, we could refer to national data. But we don't have, I mean, like, we just haven't had this conversation, so I'm wanting to have the conversation.
Well, I think, one, we've always, when it's come to the district scorecard, it's always been a team of 10, right, with the administration. And so I would probably ask Dr. Salde for her thoughts on this. When I think about doing a national benchmark, that is just so, like, not that we're special and unique, but we're a local school district. And it sounds more fair to the system and to our own employees that we have, if we're gonna do a number, that it be a hybrid of the national average and what the local reality is. But again, when you're looking at true baseline, those are just two different ways of doing it. And I think we need to just figure out what the will of the board is. And I might just go down the line, but Dr. I don't know if you want to add to this, because I think I may just go down the line, just say, where do you want to go? Because we're not going to finalize any of this tonight, but we have to figure out what the work is going forward.
So, and I don't think it's a hill I'm going to die on either. I just want to set it up in a with rationale. So I would be concerned about a national, because we haven't used national data for any of the other. We didn't do that with anything else. We didn't say what's the national reading. I mean, we used actual contextual data points to give us indicators. So I would prefer to, I still don't think even using like the TEL survey, part of the reason we went with Panorama was because we heard so much that the TEL survey wasn't giving us more information. And so we were working to develop something that would provide that more direct correlated information. So number one, my recommendation will first be, and I don't think we need to have TBD all the way across. I mean, I think we would, under a baseline, that we would look at where we are, and that we would then use that and come back to you with you being comfortable. Let's set this next one and next one and next one, with you absolutely telling us that in 2025, we think you should be at, if 90% is where you think the kind of satisfaction we should have, then we would put that in that 5th year, and then we would develop this. If the collective of the board is, no, we need a number, then I think we would need to spend at least a little bit of time looking at where we did have some TEL survey data that would be a little more contextualized, that I still don't think is a real tight alignment, but we could do it. It's not going to be like, this is going to make or break the scorecard.
So as I'm listening to you, that sounds like more work than I think I probably want to do now. However, so I think I can live with calling this year a baseline, but I do still think that we need to figure out which questions are going to create that index. So I will sort of amend my angst from the baseline versus target to what's going to be, what's going to count.
And can I just add to that? I know it's getting late. It's like, I wonder out loud whether TBD is the appropriate wording there, whether we just change that to just say baseline year. Because I think the public
you're right,
can misinterpret what TBD means. Like, oh, that's not our work. It's not, like, it's unfinished homework. It's not. Like, we know exactly where we're headed, and we know that this is the baseline year. And that's what we need to explain to our community, not be in a defensive mode about TBD on any of this, because there's been some, as you have recognized and acknowledged, there's been a lot of work, and how much more additional work we need, I think is a real big appropriate question. And if we spend more of our time on the survey and on the index of the survey, I think that helps the system move forward than the other one. I hope that makes sense. I don't know if trustees, if you're, I see a lot of heads, so, yeah.
I mean, I would say I share the real interest in narrowing down the list of questions that we want to focus on and figuring out which ones match the values that we're trying to measure here.
Yeah.
I think that is the most urgent work, and I think at the same time we talk about that, I would love to have us talk about that final goal, that final year goal. Like, what is it that we feel is an appropriate place to get to as a community? Are we looking for 50, 75, 90? Like, what are we looking for, and how are we going to come up with that number in a rational way?
Yeah.
So those to me, and then we can figure out the rest of it. I hear that.
So we're good, kind of, Trustee Lugo? I'm just going down the line now that Lynn started it.
So when you talk about baseline, we're just referring to those measures, so line 11 through 14.
14.
That's the only part that's baseline, okay.
And only for this year.
Okay.
And we would change, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
We would change it to baseline, and we would use that and come back for you to give us direction to Trustee Boswell's point. There, I think we look at where, in a good system nationally, where should staff feel? Then that's that 2025. And then we work together collectively to say, how are we going to make sure we get there from where we are? And so what I'm hearing is Jacob will work on creating a quick mechanism. I don't know how you're going to do it, but you're going to do it. and okay, you work with him offline, where you all can just kind of say, this is my number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 choice for this indicator, for this indicator, for this indicator, for this indicator. Then we can put those all together. We can kind of, who had number 1, who had number 2, give it an index, and then, hey, these were the 5 that were the most, okay, so this is what we think the board, none of us, just the board, thinks these are the ones for this, for question for 11, 12, 13, and 14. We'll bring that, and we can move forward.
Dr. Elizalde, if I may, for 11, there may be a quicker answer for that one, because I was reminded when Trustee Singh brought up, well, what did we share earlier on these? And so I went back to go look at, well, what did we discuss in October and November? And so this is actually when we made the change on the survey, was between October and November. And in November, we discussed for 11 using participation rate. And so I think we're ready, if the board also wanted to provide feedback on that, to say that 11 is the teacher and staff participation rate on the surveys. And we can provide baseline data for that as well, because even though it was a different survey, we were surveying the same group.
That's still an indicator of participation, regardless of what the survey was.
Right. The survey instrument changed, but the group who we were asking to complete a survey is the same group. So I can provide baseline. We can even suggest targets for that one going forward.
Okay.
And then for 12, 13, and 14, we'll do, you'll work with Trustee Singh, we'll create a way to get the top 5 questions.
So I'd create
across.
one feedback matrix for 12, one for 13,
And one for
14.
Yep, and we'll, yep. Thank you.
Any questions? We're good. Trustee Lugo, we're good. Trustee Zapata? We're good. Good. I'm good. Trustee Wagner? Good. Okay. All right. So we are good. So
Make sure you're on the same page on how you think we get the 5.
So having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve item 16.3, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. Trustee Singh, can I, do you have a motion to approve item 16.4?
Yeah, I move that we approve item 16.4.
Oh, your mic, I'm sorry.
Oh. move that we approve item 16.4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trustees, is there any discussion on item 16.4? Trustee Luo.
I just have a quick question. So, what are let me look for a key. Is there a key that says what happens after in progress? I know there's complete and not started, but, I kind of struggle with in progress because it's like, well, that's true, but is there context? So, can y'all help me with that?
So it's because most of these are process and take place, they're strategies and actions that actually take place throughout the whole school year. We did have a conversation that maybe that's what it needs to say, that it's actually starting August 27th and it goes through May of 2023. But we had already put this out, and we did talk about it when we had our meeting last Friday, but I didn't want to change anything that we had already put out. So it would be my expectation that our team, after having this conversation and with your approval, we will just go back though and put like, is this something that's taking place just August to December? Is it something that's August through May? And then, because we will be revisiting them throughout the year. As a matter of fact, like I said, there's some things that we stopped doing, some things we started doing. So we'll bring those back, and then we would start again with which ones are we keeping through next school year? Are they gonna go through the whole school year, and so on?
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Singh.
So I'm guessing, as this is a strategic plan that is lovely and detailed, the administration, you guys probably update this. Like, do you view this like as sort of an organic document?
Oh, yeah, so go ahead, Jacob. I see you coming with, you still seem more bright-eyed than some of us up here, but, so we come together during executive leadership teams a couple of times, and each department is actually working on the ones that, there's overlap in some of these. They don't just rest in like one place. So each group will come and say, we're on target on this one. You know what we said we were gonna do? We haven't even gotten to that. That needs to be removed, and we'll put it on the parking lot and see if we can get to it next year. So it is organic, and it's constantly changing. Jacob?
I was just going to say, we use it as a monitoring report for ourselves, as kind of a smart sheet, to where we go on there and you're seeing the actions and the owners and the timeline. But then we also provide our notes and our follow-up. And if we need to make an edit, then we make an edit and we document that. So for instance, we just recently edited because we had a staff member who left the district. So we went and changed who that collaborator was on the document, and then updated. Collaborator was updated to this person.
So I think, thank you. And so I think what I'm getting at is, the survey results. And, you're going to get STAR scores back this summer. So I'm going to assume.
All of that, oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, so I'm happy to approve this now with the expectation that it's going to get revisited and obviously
There will be a
respond.
retreat. We had a retreat to even get here. And as the very first one, we used the equity action plan as the springboard that Dr. Holly brought us from all those thousands of people that she visited with.
Okay.
And like that even served as part of the conversation along with the scorecard formation. So now we would be visiting with the survey results, our state assessment data, our map data. Yes, ma'am. And we'll have a whole retreat. We take a whole day and a half.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Trustee Buzzer.
I would say I really appreciate the idea of some kind of dates and targets, which really gives us a chance to know kind of when to follow up, when not to bother you and leave you alone, kind of what, I think that would be helpful to have some kind of guide in the end process of just kind of what our window is to be watching these things. If that is manageable, and I appreciate the exploration of that, and I'm just saying that could be helpful.
I'm not sure I'm following the date specificity.
Talking about
beyond.
in progress, and you said you were, maybe thinking about giving windows of time that
Right.
things we're working on. What I'm saying is that I can see utility in that.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Thank you.
And we will be moving to that.
Thank you. I see that seems valuable in the bridge between our roles. Thank you.
Okay, trustees, any other questions or discussions? If not, having a motion by Secretary Singh and a second by Trustee Ashe to approve agenda item 16.4, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. And the motion passes by all those on the dais. Trustees, we will now recess the open meeting at 11:49 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, and 551.071. For our viewers at home, this concludes our live broadcast. When we are finished with the executive session, we will briefly return to open session to formally adjourn the meeting. The adjournment will be recorded and be included in all replays of tonight's meeting. Thank you for joining us and have a good evening.
So this is our second annual AISD Staff Mindfulness Retreat. So it's an event that brings staff together and offers different types of mindfulness activities for free for AISD staff to just come and take care of themselves.
This is a really nice event. I think maybe it's the second year for AISD to provide this for teachers to learn about mindfulness.
There are several definitions around mindfulness. Typically, we've used one that John Kabat-Zinn has offered, and that is paying attention in the present moment without judgment. When we're in schools, we are super busy. Teachers are super busy all the time. That mindfulness is a practice that can help us be really present in the moment instead of thinking about the next thing that we need to do. And when we're more present, we can attend more to the students, we can attend more to ourselves, we can attend more to learning, we can attend more to our communities.
I've been doing this with my students, that we have morning meetings where we take time during the day just to calm ourselves and practice mindfulness in the classroom.
I've gone to different events and I wanted to offer something like that for AISD staff, but for free, because some of these like mindfulness retreats or conferences are like really expensive. So I just wanted to kind of create something that was similar to that, but for free for AISD staff as a way to recognize them and to give opportunities to treat themselves, but also to also learn about different types of mindfulness and practices that they can use on their own to help them with their own stress.
This is one of those events where we have to intentionally create times to be together, to engage in common meaning making, learn together, figure out what's important to us. And this event, this mindfulness is an event where we can say, teachers, you're important.
I'm just thankful that self-care is a focus in our district and we're able to create opportunities like this. Things like this don't happen in other school districts, so I'm very, very thankful for that.
So we're here at Lee Lewis Campbell Elementary Media and Performing Arts Institute, and we are celebrating 80 years of teaching and learning with our scholars here. We have families here, previous and current families who are here to celebrate with us today. It's extremely important for us to celebrate this 80 years because we're celebrating 80 years of excellence in teaching and learning in the name of our namesake, Lee Lewis Campbell. Lee Lewis Campbell was a phenomenal human being, and so each day we live here in our castle just trying to exemplify those ideals of excellence in education and just in social justice throughout our day. So in the next 20 years, for the 100-year celebration, you can certainly expect even greater innovations, greater use of technology on the campus in ways to further teaching and learning for scholars. You can expect to see our scholars leading instruction and our instructors serving more as facilitators in the classroom settings. And certainly we'll be celebrating the whole living out the concept of having a classroom not just be four walls, that the world is a classroom. And we'll continue to do things in innovative ways with use of technology to break down those four walls and to have education for our scholars beyond the typical school setting. There's so many exciting things happening on the stage here tonight. I just think that one of the best things is what's happening outside in the audience. For instance, there were two gentlemen that were sitting side by side, and for the first time in 50 years, they'd seen each other. They were classmates at Lee Lewis Campbell, the former L.L. Campbell Elementary. And so in 50 years, they hadn't seen each other. So they're just sitting there, and then as we asked the alum to stand up and wave, and they realized, oh, they know each other. And one of their grandchildren go to the school currently. It just was a really awesome experience. So I think allowing folks to connect the dots in their relationships outside of what's happening here on the stage is my favorite part of tonight. A dragon leader is a person who leads by example. It's someone who believes in our shared vision at our school and that they use that shared vision as a focus for teaching and learning. They understand that our shared vision is at Lee Lewis Campbell Elementary. We achieve excellence through unity, collaboration, and respect. I think it's important for people to know about our campus that we are teaching and learning with arts integration. Our scholars are writing songs, they are dancing, they are singing, they are producing music, they're creating their own animation, and they're doing all these things using the standard curriculum. And so they're learning the same things that everyone else is learning, just in a more creative way, in a different way. And so in that way, we're reaching scholars who may not